Up this here, okay? Can you hear me well? Yeah, I guess so. So I'm thrilled and honored to welcome you to this first day of the European Industrial Policy in the New Global Context conference. I'm proud and happy also to have here with me our Vice Rector, Professor Giuseppe Ciccarone, and the Dean of our faculty, Professor Giovanni Di Bartolomeo. So before starting and telling you some words about the rationale and the aims of this joint and long effort that we are starting today, I leave the floor for the institutional remarks and for the introductory remarks to our Vice Rector, Giuseppe Ciccarone, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dario. Thank you, Dario. Welcome, everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah. Welcome to our university and welcome to the Faculty of Economics. I bring the regards of our rectress, Professor Antonella Polimeni. She cannot be here with you today due to other previous institutional engagements. It is for me a pleasure to be here today, not only because of the relevance of the theme of the conference, but also because there are a lot of friends I'm happy to see again. So, it is welcome also the collaboration with LUIS. There are two LUIS entities who are organizing this conference together with our group. And tomorrow you will be at LUIS for the second day. And I would also like to thank the European Macro Policy Network who supported the initiative. It is a difficult issue. or topic, the one that is going to be addressed, especially in the light of the very recent news on possible futures of European industrial policy. And indeed, this is one of the things I believe should be addressed in depth. That is the possibility for the European Union to obtain a strategic autonomy in this changing environment, and also to address the ability of the recent instruments that have been developed both at the European and the national levels to strengthen the ability of our nations and the ability of Europe to be effective in the international arena. It is also a good occasion to foster dialogue among academics, policymakers, and industry leaders. I don't want to take more time. We're a bit late, and there are a lot of panels to be carried out. So I leave the floor to Giovanni Di Bartolomeo, who is the Dean of the Faculty. Thank you very much. But before closing, let me thank Dario for the work that he has done for this, and together with Valentina Vinciani, Maria Savona, who I haven't seen for a long time before today, and Donato Di Carlo. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Giovanni.
Thank you, Giuseppe. I welcome you from our faculty as a Dean of the Faculty. Very happy that you are here. I hope that you will enjoy this workshop. I will be very short also because it's hard to speak after the Vice Dean, because I only say what I think to say, but she is more important, so I speak before me. So this is the point. So I will just add two little points. First, I think the topic is very important. It's something that was silent in the past, something that was underestimated in Italy and even more in Europe. I think now there is more interest, so this workshop is very important. I hope that we will be able to have also something that go beyond the academic perspective, because I think that it's important to have something about policy, because in Europe there is a big debate. Now everybody think that industrial policy is important, but I think it's not yet clear how to improve a vision of Europe about economic policy, the industrial policy. Second, still short, I'm happy that this workshop was organized together with Luis, and that we are organizing something in Rome with the University of Rome. I think that this is something that we have to improve also for the future, in other also views, in other strengths, and so on, and probably involving also the other universities and the other institutions. Because in Rome, there is a big group of economists that are important, they work very well, and if they create a network, we can have a sort of school of economics in Rome that can improve our visibility and our power in sense of the research. So, saying that, I would like to thank Valentina, Dario, and all the people that contribute to this big organization. Tomorrow there will be another day at the Luis. This is also a message of something that was really organized jointly. And so I hope that all of you will enjoy the city and will enjoy both universities, even if today there was a lot of traffic jam, was blocked in the traffic for 1 hour. But for people that come here as a visiting, Rome is very nice, very beautiful. And I hope that you will enjoy the conference. I will try to follow part of the debate, and have a good days here in our universities and in our city. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Giovanni and Giuseppe. I mean, you always support us in this kind of occasion, so warmly thank on my side for this. I would also tell you that Michele Raitano, who is the Dean of the department, told me to give you his regards, and unfortunately he cannot be here today. So let me spend just really 2-3 minutes, no more than this, to say few words about the sense, the rationale of this event, and some thanks that I would like to add and to say to the persons that make this possible today, to then hand the mic to Donato, and then starting the keynote speech and then the panels of the day. So first of all, I would like, as I said, to thank Maria, Valentina, Donato, but also Dimitri and all the LUIS team for joining forces and organizing all this. This is something that is important for us because as a research group, we work on innovation and industrial policy since now quite a long time. And in LUIS, there is a group of persons working on this, and now the establishment of a hub on new industrial policy and economic governance make this really a kind of sensible thing to start working together. Secondly, this is part of a project that now is more than 2 years long, funded by the Desert Zukunft Foundation and the European Macro Policy Network, which works on, let's say, research activities to promote a more sustainable and progressive Europe from many points of view, and industrial policies, of course, one of the pillars in this regard. And so I'm very happy that this is another step in the broad set of activities that we are carrying out within this project. Let me also mention the Italian Economic Association, which supported this initiative. And so the second panel of the day will be chaired by Mario Pianta, who is the president of the association. And in general, this event is part of the set of initiatives called L'Economia Italiana negli anni '20, which is also a way of discussing this problem with respect to the development trajectory of the Italian economy, which is also a very important task for us as researchers trying to provide policy relevant research and evidence. Of course, I warmly thank all the friends and the speakers and distinguished panelists, starting from our keynote speakers, Professor Ron Boschma, Professor Reinilde Voegelerts, and of course, President Romano Prodi, who will deliver his keynote speech tomorrow, together with all the distinguished panelists that will provide their speeches today. We are really thankful and proud to have gathered such an amazing set of researchers and of thinkers on these important issues. Last but not least, I would like to thank a wonderful set of colleagues, Elena Relic, Valerio Tati, Nicolo Geri, Francesco Zezza, helping in a very substantial way to realize all this, and of course also the faculty's colleagues, which have been very, very helpful and effective in helping us. Just 30 seconds to say, I mean, there is no need to underline how timely and how relevant are the topics that we are going to discuss today, starting from the title of this conference. We didn't agree with Mario Draghi about the timing of the report that has been just presented and published. However, the Draghi's report, we will talk about this during the day, is just a major signal of the fact that I mean, the challenging situation that Europe is facing and will most probably face, and some of the evidence, we'll talk about this in the next panel, call for some ambitious and in some case radical change in terms of policy. Industrial policy for sure, because this is the set of policies that can bring the economy in another place, which we hope could be a more sustainable, less dependent place, and so more capable to deliver sustainable growth. Yet, the international context is also radically changing. Global value chains are more and more affected by relevant shocks that are changing the landscape, and this motivates policy, but also may change fundamentally how policy needs to be designed. So starting from this consideration, we decided to set issues, topics, panels, and speakers in a way to provide a quite, I think, comprehensive set of, let's say, pieces that in the end, I hope, could help us understanding a little bit which are the, let's say, needed solution and also the viable solution, given the constraints and the context that we are facing. So I leave the floor to Donato Di Carlo for a few introductory words, and then we can start with our first keynote speech.
Thanks. Thanks, Dario. You have said it all. So I will only limit myself to 3 things. So first of all, good morning, colleagues and guests. We are very proud and happy to be here at Sapienza today. And I want to thank our hosts for letting us kickstart the conference at this historic venue. So I would like to thank Giuseppe Ciccarone, the Vice Rector of Sapienza University, Giovanni Di Bartolomeo, the Dean of the Faculty of Economics, and Michele Raitano, who is not here with us at the moment, is the Dean of the Department of Economics and Law. The second thing I want to say is that I'm very happy to be sitting here today next to Dario, Professor of Economics at Sapienza. And the reason why this is so is because I think this really shows the value that there is in collaborating not only internationally with our partners and from the European Macro Policy Network, whom I warmly thank for their support and their funding, but also and especially the value that there is in collaborating with the Roman universities within the Roman ecosystem. So there is so much value in this because there are so many, as you explained, Giovanni, so many great colleagues, and there is a lot of expertise to leverage. So I really hope that this is the beginning of a new friendship and the start of many future collaborations. Lastly, let me seize the opportunity to invite you all tomorrow at Lewis University at the Viale Romania campus. We start, I think, at 9:15, like today. And tomorrow we have like a plethora of different panels, a keynote speech by former Prime Minister Romano Prodi, and above all, we will present our EU Industrial Policy Report 2024, coordinated by the Lewis Hub for New Industrial Policy. So I wish us all a lively day of enriching discussions. And thank you for being here and for your interest in our work.
Okay. So thank you very much. Thank Giovanni, thank Giuseppe and Donato. So I think we are, perfectly on time. So we are very happy about this. So I can now, I can now call Professor Ron Boschma to join me here to deliver his keynote speech. I thank you again for coming. Please, I think that this, as you prefer. What's the point? So let me just share the screen. Okay. Okay. So perhaps Ron, it's better if we switch, because there you can move the slides. No. Okay. You can use this. So we are really honored to have Professor Boschma with us here today. As I said, the main topic of this day is the new European industrial policy, the discussion on how it could be designed in order to be effective, in order to address the major challenges that we all know and that we are going to discuss during this day. But in order to be, so to say, realistic and effective in our discussion, we need to start by understanding how the international landscape is set and how industrial policy may work in a context where territorial, structural, technological heterogeneities are one of the major drivers of economic outcomes and their distribution. And that's why, as I said, we are proud to have Ron Boschma, who is full professor of regional economics at the Utrecht University, is former director of the Circle Research Center. So we were discussing before, he is not only a more than prominent economic geographer, he is also an innovation economist, he is an economist, so he can really provide a vision and address most of the things that are interconnected and then inform the very issues that we are going to discuss today. I mean, the number of contributions that Ron has given, as I said, to the field of economic geography, but I think at the concepts of relatedness, so on how growth and innovation dynamics intersects with regional capabilities and specificities and interdependencies is uncountable and, of course, absolutely crucial for the scholars working in the field. But before leaving the word to him for about 45-ish minutes of talk, and then we will have the open discussion, let me say that we are even more proud to have Ron here because about a few weeks ago, it has been announced the very prestigious award of the Woutering Lud Prize to Ron, which I would say is a kind of Nobel in economic geography or something like that. We do not need to be shy in this respect. So thank you even more for joining us and provide your contribution to our conference today. Thank you.
All right. It's working? Yeah. Thank you very much for this nice introduction. Okay, let me first correct one thing about this prize. It's not a Nobel Prize, as you know, because geography, of course, they put it as a very marginal field in all scientific disciplines. Of course, I'm very happy with the prize. Don't misunderstand me. But the reason why they refer to it as so-called Nobel in geography is that they follow the same procedure as Nobel Prizes, is that they have 500 experts worldwide and they can nominate each year, and then you have an international committee, just like the other Nobel Prizes. I can also say there's a major difference between Nobel Prizes, not only in terms of less prestigious, but also in terms of money. Okay. I just want to correct that before it's going to lead its own life. All right. Of course, very happy to be here. I already saw on my first slide that I made a mistake, and that I'm not in LUIS, of course, but in Sapienza. But I'm fully aware of that. But very happy to be here, and thanks again for the invitation. Do I have to speak with Mike? Oh, it's okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. Then I sit down. All right. As the title already says, I would like to say something about the connection between regional development traps on the one hand and industrial policy on the other hand. It's joint work that I've done with Pierre-Alex Ballan, also from Utrecht University. And actually, it was an assignment by the European Commission, DG Regio. By the way, I just heard there will be an Italian commissioner, right? So we have to talk about that as well. So we were trying to see to what extent we can really develop a concept of regional development traps based on evolutionary principles. Because in the literature, there is paid attention to the concept. but we were not fully happy with that, and we tried to come up with an alternative. First of all, of course, the literature on traps is huge. We all familiar with concepts like the poverty trap and the middle income trap. Especially the middle income trap has attracted a lot of attention among schoolers, which basically is a bit about emerging countries that manage to develop quite rapidly until a certain stage of their development, and they got kind of stuck when in this middle income situation. And they struggle in two ways. First of all, it's hard for them to compete with low-income countries in labor-intensive mature industries because of rising labor costs and other costs. But also, even more importantly, they lack the capabilities to develop knowledge-intensive industries and compete with high-income regions. So they're kind of stuck in the middle. And that, of course, there are many scientific papers on that actually making that point. More in my own field in economic geography, there have been some attempts also to apply that to the subnational scale. One of the most influential papers on that is on regional development trap by Simone Iammarino and Andres Rodriguez Pozzi. They published a paper on that in a report in 2020. And they focus very much on economic outputs to identify to what extent regions are trapped. And they were referring to persistent low levels of economic growth. And they took three indicators, gross regional product, employment, and productivity. And that's how they defined their regional development trap indicator. And then they measured that at the European scale. Paper has been very influential also in policy circles, but we kind of critical at the same time. I think it was a great paper, but I think there was a bit little attention to the notion of path dependency. There's a lot of work on regions that are subject to self-reinforcing dynamics that make regions follow specific trajectories that might affect their ability to develop new growth paths. So it might provide opportunities, but it might also set limits to this process. And according to us, you should make that part of the definition of being trapped or not. Because if you don't have that capacity to move into something new, you might get stuck into long-term low levels of economic growth. Second one is that it is the indicator they proposed was an economic output-based indicator, right? Which makes it a bit hard to assess the impact of being trapped on economic development. And the third one is that we also had the feeling that regions might be caught in different types of trap. It's not just the matter of being trapped or not, but there might be different types of traps, and that should be acknowledged and can be identified. So that's there's been a lot of literature on that, but basically case study approaches had a notion of regional lock-in. Well, going back to Brian Arthur, right? So he did some fantastic work, of course, on increasing returns and path dependency. And one of the notions, of course, that he worked on was lock-in, and maybe not too many of you still remember is that he also did that in a geographical way, right? So which and in economic literature, this literature mainly focused on the lack of adaptability of old industrial regions. So old industrial regions might become locked in a specific specialization that may lose its dynamics over time. And therefore, they don't have the ability to move into something else to compensate for this process of decline, and that's why they get stuck and locked in. Another literature which I have been part of myself is that regions have accumulate capabilities over time, and that provide opportunities but that set also limits to what they can achieve when trying to develop new growth paths. So it might enhance that, it might constrain their capacity, especially to move into the more complex activities that might bring higher economic benefits to a region. And this literature actually refers to two main concepts in order to develop this further. One is the concept of relatedness, which actually refers to the cost that you have to make to diversify. So if you have already relevant capabilities in your region, for example, to move into AI, then the cost that you have to make to diversify into AI might be less when you lack those relevant capabilities. And therefore, it might be in this latter case, it might be that it's impossible to move into AI because the costs are just too high. And the complexity notion refers to potential economic benefits of diversification. I will come back to that a bit later. So we did some work in the past, and we worked with these two concepts. Here on the x-axis is it's relatedness density, whether you have relevant capabilities to move, in this case, in particular industries. And on the y-axis, there is the degree of complexity. And so you can map here what we did for Île-de-France, for the Paris region. We looked at each node stands for an industry. The bigger the node, the more you're specialized, the more Île-de-France is specialized in that particular industry. You can actually see that the relatedness density variable works really well, because the more you move to the right in the graph, the bigger the nodes become. So there are more relevant capabilities for that particular industry to grow and to develop. And that's why you're more able to build a specialization in that particular industry. Well, if you go to the left of the graph, of course, you can see very small nodes, because Île-de-France does not have relevant capabilities to develop those, and therefore they are not specialized in those particular industries. But what you can actually see is that there's a positive relationship between the two variables. So it means that Île-de-France has the best opportunities to move into the most complex activities, which will bring the highest economic benefits to the region. That's why Île-de-France region, among other reasons, is one of the richest regions in Europe. So it's very lucky to have this positive relationship. It would not be interested to move into the least complex activities, because then you have to compete with many other countries, because many other countries have those capabilities. But why would Île-de-France care about those? And therefore, it should concentrate on the most complex industries in this case. Now, Silesia region, very different region. In Poland, old industrial region. And here you see a negative relationship between the two. So yes, Silesia has some potential to move into industries, but not too many. Because actually in the relatedness density, the maximum value is 100, right? So you can actually see that only the industry with the highest relatedness density, in this case, is even below 35. But what's more important is that, yes, there are opportunities for Silesia to move into industries, but those will be the least complex ones, right? It's a negative relationship. So it has the least potential in the most complex activities. This is just the fate of old industrial regions. This is because they have accumulated capabilities in the past that, again, provide opportunities, but set also limits to what you can do when diversifying. So in this case, Silesia has no capabilities to move in the most complex activities, but it might have some capabilities to move into the least complex activities. But unfortunate for them, they have to compete with many other regions, because they might also have those capabilities in the least complex activities. Extremadura region, a peripheral region in Spain, completely different picture, because the history of Extremadura is very different than the one from the Paris region or the Silesia region. So this is Extremadura, and you actually can see it has hardly any capabilities to move into a particular industry. Also, the industry structure is very fragmented. They cannot really contribute to each other's development, and therefore it gets stuck, and therefore it's one of the lowest income regions in Europe. So we were thinking about this and thinking about, hey, maybe this might already provide some input to the evolutionary concept of regional development trap that we were thinking about. It should incorporate this type of empirical stylized facts in order to come to a definition that might actually make sense. So here, what we proposed is, and this is just a working paper we just submitted to a journal, and crossing our fingers now. But you can actually see here that we built a matrix in which you have on the y-axis you have average relatedness density, on the x-axis average relatedness density, y-axis average complexity, and we made 4 quadrants. One is the complexity loop on the right up quadrant. Those are the regions that do well. They are like Ile-de-France. They have high average related density, so that gives them a lot of opportunities to move into many different types of economic activities, especially the most complex ones, right? So they are in a kind of complexity loop. They're not trapped whatsoever. They're just lucky to have those capabilities and competences that they can build on. Then we define 3 different types of traps. One is the low complexity trap, which is on the right down quadrant, which are regions that have opportunities to diversify, but in the least complex one. They don't have the capabilities to move in the high complex activities, like the example of Silesia I showed before, right? Then you have the structural trap. Those are the, let's say, the low income regions, right? So they don't have any opportunities. Well, they have little opportunities to diversify, and no matter whether it's high or low complex nature, and the average complexity structure of their economy is low. Interesting one is what we dubbed as the low relatedness trap. We're still looking for a better term here. It doesn't sound very sexy, low relatedness trap, but what we are after is those are regions that have still quite a high complex economic structure, but those activities cannot mean anything to other activities to be developed, because the capabilities that are represented in those high complex activities are completely irrelevant or useless to move into something else. So those high complex activities in those regions might be kind of cathedrals in the deserts, but they won't have any spillovers to the local economies, because local firms lack the absorptive capacity to actually learn from that and to move into those activities. So these are this is the typology that we were thinking about. And okay, let's go to the data. What we first wanted to do, we work a lot with pattern data, but of course, what we all know, a negative aspect about pattern data is it doesn't represent the whole economy. And especially when you go to low income regions, they're hardly patterned. So it's so you cannot really develop that as a good indicator to measure what type of capabilities are present in a region and what type of opportunities those provide in order to diversify. So that's why we took a big effort to get industry data, employment data by industry. Well, then the first thing what you do is you go to the structural business statistics, and there we found out, I've been already working with several times, but there we found out that those data are not really excellent, let's put it like that. They represent about 58% of the economy. Financial sector is missing, agricultural sector is missing, so doesn't represent the whole economy. So what we did is we merged that with another data set, which is the annual regional database of the European Commission, which is produced by the GRC and DG Regional and Urban Policy. which provide levels at a less aggregated level in terms of sectors, but at least we could merge them with the structural business statistics, and then I think we got a quite good and comprehensive data set. We distinguish between 33 sectors at the two-digit NACE code, and we included 214 NUTS2 regions in all EU 27 countries. And we did that because we also wanted to make it comparable to the spatial classification that the Yamarina et al. Paper used. Okay, first of all, a bit about the measures that we used. First of all, actually we were following the science paper by Hidalgo et al. Published in 2007. Which defined the degree of relatedness between industries in terms of co-occurrences of industries in the same regions, right? So when you see, well, they looked at export portfolios of countries, right? And how many times the same export products were combined in an export portfolio of a country. They were being defined as related. It should not be a coincidence, but they might share capabilities. And therefore you find them often in combination. And then you regionalize that by developing an indicator of relatedness density. And basically relatedness density is really trying to show how close an industry I is from the current set of industries J in a region. So the density around a particular industry in a region has a maximum value of 1 when a region has a comparative advantage in all the industries J to which this industry I is related. And of course, a minimum value is if there are no relevant capabilities in the region for that particular industry to grow. It has a minimum value of 0 when this region has no comparative advantage in none of the industries J that are related to industry I, right? So this is how it's calculated. And then you take an average of the relatedness. So you sum up all the relatedness densities for all industries in a region, and you get and you divide it by the number of industries, and then you have an average relatedness density. Complexity. Well, we can talk for hours on that, especially in Italy. It follows, of course, the work of economic complexity by Cesare Hidalgo and Ricardo Hausmann in 2009 when they were still collaborating, let's put it like that. And what they did is we follow their approach, but we also look at the Pietro Nero approach in order to be safe, right? So and do some robustness checks. Correlation was more than 0.9, so I think we are quite safe with that. But okay, we'll come back to that. And basically, the Hidalgo and Hausmann approach was that there are 2 indicators, right? So they took the non-ubiquity feature, which is actually calculating how many regions produce the activities in which they have a regional comparative advantage, right? So the more rare an industry, a region is specialized in one particular industry, it might already indicate the complexity of that industry. But the second indicator is the diversity indicator, in which if an industry relies on a wide range of different types of capabilities, the industry might be considered more complex. And this has been measured by the diversity of activities present in the region. So they take, and we follow them, an average economic complexity of all the industries in which a region has a comparative advantage. So can be low, can be high. Of course, it is very much connected to the type of economic benefits you can accrue from being specialized in a particular industry. A very complex one is really hard to master, is really hard to copy, and therefore you might build a comparative advantage, which and you might accrue high economic returns because nobody can copy or imitate that. And actually, there are quite a number of papers that actually show that complex activities bring higher economic benefits in terms of gross regional product and employment law. We published a paper on that together with David Rigby and others in 2022. Can you read that? Yeah. This is the okay. I think it's the top 10 complexity of the industries. It's always. I find it always quite okay. Top 10 complex industries. This is how we use the complexity measure. What you can actually observe here in the top 10 is you hardly see any manufacturing industries, and I think that's great, because to me, what complexity stands for is bringing a lot of different types of capabilities into an activity in order to produce an output in a specific industry. So you can actually see that the motion picture industry is on top of that, because you can imagine how complex it is to produce a movie. You have to bring in a lot of different types of specialists with different capabilities, make them team up, and then you produce a movie, and that is super complex to do. Well, okay, you can always have long discussions about those rankings, of course. The lowest complex industries in our case were mining and quarrying, agricultural activities, basic manufacturing. So in a way, it makes sense, right? So, but there are always cases that you might discuss and might look a bit strange. Okay, now it's not working.
Okay.
Okay.
You can use this.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. First, let's make a map, right? I'm a geographer, so here you can actually see the 4 quadrants, right? What we did is, again, we took the average relatedness density in each region and the average complexity, and then complexity loop, right? The ones, the Ile-de-France, the Paris region, right? You can actually see the Paris region is blue. It's the only French region that is in a complexity loop. You can actually see that almost all capital regions are in a complexity loop. They have high average relatedness density. They have high average complexity. So they have they're in a kind of luxury position that they have the right capabilities to move into the most complex activities. And that's why they're in a complexity loop. There's no exception. All capital regions are like that. And there are some other regions. Then structural trap. The ones, and many of them, as you can see, those are red colors in Eastern Europe, but also in Portugal, some regions in the south of Italy have a low average relatedness density and a low economic complexity. Then the regions that are stuck in a low complexity trap, large parts of Spain, large parts of Italy, also some regions in Eastern Europe, and some regions in Finland, the Baltic states, in Sweden. And then the low relatedness trap, you remember the ones that have high economic complexity, but hardly have any opportunities to move into something else, because those high complex activities do not provide capabilities for other activities to move into something new. This is the strategy of France, right? Almost all regions in France are in a low relatedness trap. And now in the European cohesion policy, they are characterized as transition regions. It's the whole of France, except for Paris region. And this, of course, is it's not a good thing. I will come back to that. Okay, when you develop a trap indicator, of course, it should be a structural feature of a region. It should not be the case that in 1 year you're being trapped, in the other year you're not being trapped, and then you're trapped again. So it should also have a stable feature. So Here, we only had a limited period of time given the data constraints that we were facing. We here have the situation of 2011 till 2019. And what we have in this transition matrix is to what extent regions stay in the same type of category during this period of 10 years. And you can, of course, look at the diagonal, and you can actually see that our trap indicator really works pretty well. So 77% of the regions that ended up in a complexity loop in 2011 are still in a complexity loop in 2019. With the structural trap, we see that this percentage is about 63%. It's always interesting to see which regions actually manage to escape from a trap. Actually, we saw that there were 12 regions out of the 214 that managed to escape from a complexity, that managed to escape from a trap and moved into a complexity loop. Some warning, of course, there are always statistical warnings here. Of course, when you take the 4 quadrants, where the division is, when you move from one quadrant to the other, you take the median value of the low complexity and the low related, complexity indicator and the relatedness density indicator. If you're already close to those lines, right? So you might even you get a bit less average relatedness density, you might already move to another category. So you always have to be a bit careful. I think when you saw the map, you saw also that Campania was in a complexity loop, but they're very close to the medium of even close to being in the structural trap. So you have to be a bit cautious here, but still we think it provides some interesting information. Okay. Now, of course, we wanted to see, now we have a typology of regional traps, and we also wanted to see to what extent it actually makes a difference in terms of economic indicators. And this was an assignment for the European Commission. So what policymakers are interested in is, will it produce new jobs and will it produce good jobs? So we took employment growth and wage growth as our 2 indicators, and here are just some descriptives. E plus W plus means that regions that are in that column, they have an employment growth that is higher than the average in Europe. The same for wage growth. If you have W plus means that the average wage growth in a region is higher than the European average. So actually what you can actually see is that regions that are in a complexity loop, they do quite well in terms of relative employment growth, right? So 52% plus 25%, so 77% of the regions that are in a complexity loop actually showed a higher relative employment growth than the European average. But not all showed the same level of wage growth in that respect. But still, I think looking at those descriptives, our trap indicator is performing quite well. If you look for the structural trap, for example, regions that are colored in red in those 2 columns, almost 70% of them showed lower employment growth than the European average. But there are some regions that are in a structural trap that actually showed a higher wage, a relative wage growth on average, which basically are East European regions. Now, of course, you can make a lot of descriptives. We also wanted to see whether that what type of results. Yeah. Yes. We never look at those, right? Oh, yes. Okay, so
Hopefully it will
yeah.
down, but
But of course, when you want to hide something, you can, yeah. Okay, so what we did here is we estimated a number of employment and wage growth models. And we had some control variables, initial employment levels of regions, initial wage levels of regions. We have the share of R&D expenditures as a share of total GDP. We had gross value added, industrial share. We had share of higher educated people in a region. AQI is a weird abbreviation, but stands for quality of government in a region. So those were our control variables. And we made our trap variable, we made it in continuous variable. So if you have the matrix, when you are, let's say, left down in the matrix, you have the minimum level, right? So you have the lowest average relatedness density and lowest average complexity score. And then you move up on the diagonal, and then you have the maximum value of that indicator when you have the highest average relatedness density and highest average economic complexity in your region. And actually what you can see is that for the 9 coefficients, the variables that are colored red and the variable that is colored blue. Okay, the variable that is colored blue, we also did the same trick, the same analysis, not only for industry data, but also with pattern data. And we made a combined indicator on that one to see, And if you look at the coefficients of our main variable of interest, they're all positive, and 8 out of 9 are positive and significant, meaning that, okay, the continuous variable is the higher the score on the continuous variable is the least trapped you are. So it means that the more trapped you are, the lower your employment growth and the lower your average wage growth. So it seems to work pretty well in our model. We can actually, it's a good explanation for why regions do well or not in terms of average employment growth and average wage growth. Again, this is for the period 2011-2019.
You can use this. Just moving this.
Sorry?
Just moving this.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, that's always tricky. Okay, the last exercise we did is we also wanted to see to what extent our indicator of being trapped or not, and to what extent you are trapped, whether that matters to explain whether you're trapped according to the Yamarina et al. Indicator, right, which was an economic output indicator. So we wanted to see whether we can explain whether you're trapped or not actually leads to being trapped according to their indicator. And here we run again a number of models, and actually our trap indicator is doing a perfect job in the sense the more trapped you are in according to our indicator, the more trapped you are according to the Yamarina et al. Indicator. So showing persistent low levels of economic growth in GRP, in employment, and in productivity. Now, the tricky part is how to move into industrial policy. I have been working a lot myself on smart specialization policy and cohesion policy. Actually, cohesion policy is one of the, if we talk about huge policy interventions, it's definitely cohesion policy, right? In the period 2021-2027, more, well, about 100 billion euros will be spent each year on cohesion policy, if you also include co-funding by member states. It's a huge policy intervention scheme. Smart specialization policy is kind of part of that. Smart specialization policy is actually trying to achieve the same things that I was presenting here, is that they are looking for what type of economic activity should we prioritize in our regions, right? So it's active industrial policy. So you're going to identify which type of opportunities each region have, given the capabilities they have accumulated over time. Now, if we go from one trap to the other, for example, what are the options for regions in a low complexity trap? Well, there are always, despite the fact that they are in a low complexity trap, if you really look at the data, there are always some low-hanging fruits in a region, no matter where they are. For example, we did another report for the European Commission. We used the same kind of method, right? So this is the potential of less developed regions with a GDP per capita less than 75% of the European average. And this was about the twin transition, right? So very fashionable to do that and to look at to what extent you have capabilities to move into digital technologies. These are the blue nodes. And whether you have opportunities to move into green technologies, those are the green nodes. Of course, you can already see, first of all, that the digital technologies are much more complex than the green technologies, right? But what's interesting to see here is that many less developed regions, so low-income regions, have quite strong capabilities to move into all kinds of green technologies. And those are already very much associated with agricultural sector, maybe kind of life sciences activities more in general, like biocides, biofertilizers, biofuels, etc., etc. They have quite strong opportunities to move into there. And this is actually in those low complexity trap regions. So they might still have some opportunities to move into something new. But again, it's not of very high complex nature, but it will bring new growth to the region and they will contribute to the Green Deal in Europe. So then there are always, in those kind of regions, despite the fact that they're in low complexity trap, there might always still a few low-hanging fruits in terms of more complex activities. You should really identify those by doing data analysis. So and try to identify and see to what extent you can actually take them and make them part of your smart specialization strategy. But some scholars would actually say, well, if you're in a low complexity trap, you have to make a jump, right? So, but as we all know, it's very hard to make a jump. And that means that you have to have completely different type of policy intervention scheme, invest heavily in education, in research, in better institutions, etc., etc. So one could think about that in those cases. Then the regions that are in a structural trap and a low relatedness trap. Well, not many opportunities to develop new growth paths. But again, always there are some low-hanging fruits. You really have to find them and indicate them and do data analysis, but also talk to local stakeholders in regions in order to indicate them. Again, here it would be very easy to say, well, they have to make jumps. But of course, for those regions, it's even more challenging to do that. But what we find to an increasing extent is for those type of regions, it might be very useful to connect to other regions, to tap into capabilities that they might not have themselves, but what they need in order to move into something new. But it should not be completely independent of their own capabilities, right? Because you still have to understand the type of external linkages that you make. So those might be through FDI, it might be through migration. Just let me put here a light slide and then I stop. This is also another work that we did for the European Commission, and this was really about to what extent do regions already tap into capabilities that are available elsewhere, which regions need to move into new green technologies in this case, because they might not have all the capabilities themselves. Now, here are two maps. The map on the left-hand side are connections that regions make in terms of inter-regional collaboration in green technologies. And I call it, and those are the three most important collaborations. So there are three lines departing from each region in that respect. And I call it them red and I call it them yellow. The ones that are colored red are collaborations inside countries. The yellow lines are collaborations between countries. Now you can actually see on the left-hand side what regions actually do is basically connecting to other regions inside their own country. While the right-hand side is a model that we estimated to which regions they should connect, where are the best capabilities present for them to move into green technologies. And almost all of them are international linkages. So to me, one of the tragedies of Europe is that we are doing a very poor job. We are connecting in reality and collaborate with other regions inside our country. We are not exploiting the potentials that are available when making international collaborations, because those provide complementary capabilities that the region can understand because it is related to what they already know, but it would give them the opportunity to move into, in this case, a new green technology. And this is not what is happening in Europe. So I think this could be a way for regions that are in a structural trap, but also in a low relatedness trap, to try to make those connections and do something about this. Then the last thing is, and I think this is also part of the Draghi report, because more thinking about what are the opportunities for Europe to compete with the US and with China. I identified regions in the complexity loop, and now you might say, hey, those are regions that they have the best opportunities in the most complex activities, so why should we bother about those? Wrong. I think that is false and misleading, because those have to compete with the US and China. And as we all know, Europe is not doing a good job in that respect. So I would say for those regions, you also have to develop a smart specialization policy in which there is strong policy intervention needed to remove bottlenecks, to ensure that the local opportunities that are there are actually exploited and that they can connect to other regions inside Europe in order to make that happen. So, and as we all know, I don't have to explain that to this audience, there are still weak university industry linkages in many regions, labor mismatch, venture capital, etc., etc. But I'm sure we will discuss that quite in detail today. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Okay, so thank you very much, Ron. It has been super inspiring. I think really what we needed, and that would have been no better way to, let's say, to kickstart our discussion by starting acknowledging how much this type of heterogeneities are crucial to be understood in order to start discussing about policies. Let me just add one word, and then I open the floor to questions. We have 10 minutes more or less, and if I have time, then I add a question myself. I would just say that I think that two elements concerning policies and concerning the tragedies that Europe is facing need to be added. First of all, the final part of your presentation tells us also that with the self-inflicted constraints on investments and on expenditure that we have in Europe right now, most of the convergence and of the exiting from traps that you have suggested is quite hard to achieve. So this should be, I think, another fundamental part of the discussion. And the second point is that we need a level of coordination, so of systemic approach to policies and instruments favoring linkages and coordination within Europe and across regions, which need to be way more stronger and effective as compared to what we have witnessed it so far. And the final comment concerns the element that may be incoherent with respect to a strategy that maximizes the opportunities of pushing out from traps many regions, which is the fact that in some cases, specific interests and strength of some sectors and regions, let's think at the automotive and some of the manufacturing industries that for the good, but also for the bad, I would say, with some contradictions, has affected the development trajectory of Europe. These, of course, may be in some cases incoherent with respect to a broad, more diversified and more, let's say, complexity-oriented development and industrial policy strategy. So this is just food for thought. Then if you want, you can just put forth some comments. But please, could you, Michael and Daniele, could you please come here so you can speak on the mic? Welcome, first of all. Yeah, okay.
Hello. Thank you for excellent research. Can you hear?
Yeah, perhaps just closer. Yeah.
So I have 2 points. One is, well, it's a type of conundrum in which Europe is stuck, which relates to your concepts. There's a lot of talk about scaling up, yeah? And if, in fact, you refer to the literature of path dependency in the past, which emphasized very strongly economies of scale, could be static or dynamic, which seems to have directed countries, regions towards more specialization here. And of course, that seems to be a trade-off in relationship to some of the other concepts you emphasize, complexity, relatedness. So I wonder how in your research you take into account the different needs or scope for scale economies, basically here. And the second point is an issue of causality. When you had this this slide on the activities with highest complexity here, well, I was struck by having these motion pictures and music on top, yeah, which seems to indicate a bit that there might be a demand level, regional demand level, which determines, in a sense, the activity composition here in regions. So if the demand aspect is the more important one, then of course the causality might go the other way around rather than supply side factors determining it.
Thank you. Yeah, Daniele raised his hand before.
Very interesting. One question about clarification. When you presented your indicator of complexity, I understand this is based on data on production. Am I right, or data on trade?
No, not on trade. It's on employment. And
Unemployment, I see. So that are data on employment. Okay, fine. The second question I would like to raise is what you have presented for many countries, but let's take the case of France, which perhaps is the most typical one. From your data, it emerges that what Jean-François Gravier said in 1947, a geographer, a very famous book, he said the book was titled Paris and the French Desert, 1947. This book has been quite influential in order to establish all industrial regional policy in France for about 80 years, 75, 80 years. All the policy of aménagement du territoire, the regional development, and so on was based on that. From your data, it seems that they have failed, totally failed. And you need, if you want to succeed, you need to concentrate activities in your capital. And you do it better if you are a nation like France, highly concentrated, or like United Kingdom, highly concentrated in London, than if you are in cities, in countries where there are different rivalries, Madrid, Barcelona, Rome, Milan, and so on. And that for the young people here, it means that if you want to succeed, you would better take a train or a plane and go into the capital, because your data will indicate that your salary will be higher. It's okay? So D'Artagnan was right. You need to leave the province and to go into the capital if you want to succeed. So at the end, it seems that regional policy has simply failed. Now, you unfortunately indicate that there is a ray of hope. What is this ray of hope? Again, new Schumpeterian opportunities, the green technologies. There are no incumbents. So even poor regions might start to be active there. But we had it before. So why do you think that this time will be successful? And since at the end of your presentation, you rightly put a dilemma. On the one hand, we have got the problem of Europe. We need to distribute economic activities in all the regions. On the other hand, if we want to succeed, we should compete with China and the United States. And in that case, that means that Europe as an alternative, either to face a competition with the United States and Japan and China, and therefore concentrate even more economic activities in Paris and perhaps in the rural, or should we try to have a European policy which will distribute economic activities all over the regions? Thank you.
Thanks, Daniele. I think quite some things to answer to. Yeah, please, Daniele.
Yeah, thanks for this presentation. So I was wondering 2 points. So first, in terms of what the actual output dimension is, we should be looking at why we care about complexity. So you mentioned employment growth and wage growth, but of course, in the end, like you also mentioned in your last slide, it's about being competitive at Europe and capturing the value of that competitiveness on world markets here. So in that respect, I would like to know the extent to which your indicators of complexity and relatedness can actually also explain where we get actually, in which kind of activities we get productivity growth. And then, because that's the ultimate driver of competitiveness. And then productivity growth, which is basically based on innovation and on total factor productivity. And this is also why I was wondering, my second question, so you measure this complexity at the level of activities. But for me, for complexity to be really very valuable, but of course I'm biased because I'm an innovation economist, I would do this at the level of technologies here, because it's complex technologies and particularly the key platform technologies that allow you to actually go into several more applications here. And if you show also your sectors, this is very consistent with the main story that we usually make. Is the problem of Europe is that we're lagging digital technologies. Digital technologies are the complex technologies which will be driving a lot the innovation performance in future. But then it's not necessarily sectors that are active in digital technologies. It also matters those sectors where they will be using digital technologies here. And like, for instance, in automobiles, there is not necessarily about whether you have those technologies, but whether you apply these technologies here. So I was wondering to which extent you can take that into account in your analysis too.
Okay, I think there is time for a final question. Otherwise, we are running out of time. So please, Antonello, but if you can, super quick, if I may ask.
Just very quickly, I just wanted to ask you whether some of the issues that you have raised are actually can be defined also in terms of functions instead of in activities, because rather than complexity of industries, you might consider the functions that are being carried out within industries. And it's a major issue that you have raised as well in terms of the geography of function rather than the geography of products. So it could be something to develop. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't know, Valentina, would you like now? It's okay. So please.
How much time do I have?
10-ish, 5-ish, 10, between 5 and 10.
So there's,
10.
of course, thanks a lot for all the questions. Now I'm asking how much time I have because these are really big questions, which I'm very grateful for. Okay, let me try to address all of them. Okay, Michael, thanks a lot for your questions. Good to see you, by the way. Scaling up, yes. Okay, so in our model, in a way, we of course we are not addressing the issue of scaling up and what might be barriers to scale up, right? Which has often been referred to as one of the key problems, right, in Europe. And that as soon as firms are able to excel in some type of activity, they move to the US and then become very successful there, right? So this is one of the issues that I think also Draghi mentioned in his report. But on the other hand, the way we do the analysis, we only take into account the industries in which regions are already being specialized, which means that they have managed to scale up, right? So, that of course does not take away the problem for how do you scale up, right? Because how do you manage to build a specialization? In our data, we only observe when you reach that level, and you will have an RCA of higher than 1, and then it will be included in our indicator. So I don't have a full answer to that, but not based on our research. I might have some ideas about it, but I really like your comment about the complexity indicator, right? So okay, so there's a lot to say on that. I told you about the structural business statistics issues. Also, in that classification, there's too much focus on manufacturing activities, right? Well, it does not represent a lot of our economic system anymore. So we try to handle that as well. But I agree that in our complexity indicator, the way that we use it, it might also reflect demand side issues and not only supply side issues that we are actually after, right? So that is a good point. It's a point well taken. Also because the complexity indicator is also looking at diversity of activities, right, in regions, and of course you will find them in the regions that are most highly urbanized, and there might be a demand pull factor here. So I have to think about that. I know the problem exists, and we have to find a way to deal with that. So point well taken. Yes. Yeah, I thank you very much, and also for reminding to a very well-known geographer. I mean, yeah, you made. I mean, my point was, I think that when you made your comments, you said, well, we should focus all our investment on the regions that have the best capabilities, because we have to compete with China, we have to compete with the US. Yes, that is true, but that is not the whole story. At the same time, we're very much connected to improve the economic situation in less developed regions. And of course, for them, it's not an issue to compete with the US or with China. For them, is to develop new jobs and to increase their complexity levels, so that they can grow a bit more and provide job opportunities in those type of regions. So that requires a different type of policy than the ones in the capital regions that have to take up this challenge to compete to China and the US. Yes, I mean, the regional policy in France, whether that has failed or not, I'm not so sure. Actually, you could also say at least what they did is they managed to build up a complexity level that is pretty high in each region. But the problem is that they focused all attention on those principal activities, not taking into account to what extent that might spill over to other activities in the region. And I think the objective of future industrial policy is not looking at activities in isolation, but connecting them to other activities and what one activity can mean to others. If you focus on an industry that might have very little spillovers in the context where you try to develop it, that is the wrong policy. And that is what we that is what our data try to show. Let me see. Yeah, Reiniel, yes, yeah, productivity growth, right? So yes, absolutely. Well, we can extend the analysis, right? So, I mean, the productivity data are there, so we could take a look at it. Again, in the final part of our empirical analysis, we looked to what extent our trap indicator could explain whether you're being trapped in the Yamarina indicator, and productivity is part of that indicator, but there's also employment and GDP in that respect. But this is something to explore further, absolutely. Yes, complexity complexity technology versus industry. I can see your point, but I think we have done quite a lot of studies on the complexity of industries, and there are the complexity indicator actually makes sense there, in the sense that we actually observe that the more complex industries, they show a much higher employment growth and a much higher productivity growth as well, when the more complex those industries are. So that's an important part. But you're right. We don't take into account the adoption of technologies inside industries, right? So, and that might be an issue that we take up, and in the Pillars project, we were actually trying to do that. Yeah, last point about the functions. Yes, yes, we're actually trying to do that now with global value chain data. So this is the functional specialization approach. So we're actually doing that. And well, it's super difficult, super complex to actually measure that, but we have some results right now, and it seems all that relatedness is an important driver again, right? So then the unit of analysis of our empirical research is functions. So to what extent do regions have opportunities to move into new industry functions? And we add complexity to that. So some industry functions are more complex than other industry functions, and we use the usual indicator to measure that. And then we can actually see is that in order to move into more complex industry functions, to let's say to upgrade in a global value chain, is you need relevant capabilities in order to make that happen, and that becomes even more important to the more complex those industry functions are. Okay, I think I'll leave it at that. I think people want to have a coffee. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so let me thank again Ron and all the colleagues holding such interesting discussion. Now we have coffee break over there. Just as you get out on your right, there is a smart village where you find some coffee and biscuits and whatever, and we reconvene here sharp in 10 minutes, okay? Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Super interesting. Yeah, then we have to send you some work that we are doing.
Pronto? Ciao, sì. A che ora non mi ricordo perché. Proprio adesso, sì, allora. Ok, sì, sì. No, lo vedo, l'ho appena ricevuto adesso. Sì, ok, grazie. Sì, ciao.
Okay, so please have a seat that we are about to start again. So I invite the speakers to join me. Giorgia, stai solo? Dobbiamo fare a te. Esatto. Evitare. Ok. Vai, certo. Okay. So Michael, if you'd like to join us. Okay. So you are joining afterwards. Valentina, would you like to join us now or? Yeah. Okay. So as we are running out of time, I will take just 1 minute to introduce this panel that I'm more than pleased to chair. I thank again all the friends and colleagues that are here, that are joining us. Well, as I said, as we are going to discuss deeply the challenges of industrial policy, we cannot neglect starting by understanding and by looking at data in order to understand properly how trade and technological relationships are changing, are being reshaped by the set of major shocks, starting with the pandemics and then the war that, let's say, affected in a significant way. We will see how and to what extent trade relationship nowadays. So there is much talk about strategic autonomy and dependencies, the problems of technological gap. We heard this morning by Ron the problems of development traps. And when we discuss about industrial policies, I think these are issues that we need to start with in order to understand how policies can be designed. So with no further ado, I would leave the floor to the first speaker, who is Professor Giorgia Giovannetti from the University of Florence. She will talk about global value chains, reorganization, and geopolitical distress. Yeah, we should. Let me. Yeah. Here. Okay. Yeah, but I think we can also do like this. No? Okay. So, and Control L, and should be, no. Let me see. No. I'll try to. Okay, so now it should work. So there are some questions behind us. Are we witnessing a deglobalization? Is it true? Is it not true? Regionalization, reconfiguration, what's going on? And so, Giorgia, the floor is yours.
Of course, I will not answer all the questions. I will try to answer some. The one thing that I'm going to try to answer is whether geopolitical tensions are reshaping the global value chain. And the idea, I will start with a sentence, which was from a speech of Janet Yellen in 2022, which is favoring the friendshoring of supply chain to a large number of trusted countries so that we can continue to securely extend market access, will lower the risk to our economy as well to our trusted trade partners. And I think that this is a very good way to start, because she speaks about friendshoring, and is a heavy politician speaking about these things in the United States. So I think this is important. And then she says, she starts connecting it to trade policies and issues like that. So what I do today, what I try to do in the 10, 15 minutes, and I will give me the time because I have many slides. I will try to provide an overview of the emergence of geopolitical tension and the real recent, if you want, changes in the global value chain, and try to give some preliminary result on to what extent the geopolitical tension are actually affecting the GVC trade related, the GVC related trade. So the trade, so I'm not going to present results on trade. There is a literature on trade. What I'm going to do is I'm going to present the result on GVC related trade. One thing, the result on trade, which are in the literature, are very much in line with the one that we get for the GVC. So that's an interesting issue. The background is the one that that Dario was mentioning, which is basically speaking about possible globalization. I'm against the term deglobalization. I will say more globalization. The one thing which I also would like to say is that, of course, we all know that we have had a lot of shocks. And I like to point out that there is a difference between the permanent and temporary shocks. So the level of uncertainty is obviously affected by both, but the impact on the firms and the organization of global value chain is likely to be different. I'm not going to address it now. We have done it in a previous paper with Enrico Marvasi, which, as you see, was one of the co-authors. This presentation is based on work with Enrico Marvasi and Luca Lodi. This is from, I want to be very up to date. This is from the Draghi competitiveness report. And it's basically just to show how much the protectionist trade policy intervention at protectionist level have increased in the last year, in 2022. This is the last year for which the data are available. And the idea is that behind this geopolitical, basically these tensions, the fact that the increased tension, increased protectionism, turn into explicit geopolitical concern. Behind the US-China trade war, there were not only economic reasons, but also geopolitical concern about the technological leadership in strategic areas. The invasion of Russia, when Russia invaded Ukraine, of course, made it everyone thinking about the geopolitical tension, especially for the energy products, but also for many more. And so the idea is that there is a focus that we are going to address, I guess, in the panel on the critical raw material, on the energy supply, on the strategic and technological goods, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to go to this because now I have no time, but it's just a way of what were the narrative about the trade and the global value chain. So what is the framework which I mentioned? I mentioned Baldwin, but there is a big literature. The mention is the framework basically tells us that trade and GVC were incredibly resilient to some of the shocks, for instance, to the COVID shock. On the other hand, the evidence on Brexit and US-China trade, which exists, show negative effects, so higher because they were perceived as more permanent than the COVID. COVID-induced reshoring did not materialize much. And basically that's the idea. But if, to what extent, to the extent that there is some reshoring, then the GDP will be affected. And there is a literature on these kind of issues. This is just some graphs. I like the one of Ron, so I also put some of this type of graph. This is just on effect of sanctions. And this is the GVC related trade, backward and forward GVC for non-sanctioned countries, the first one, the one on my left, and to sanctions country. And the idea is that if you have trade sanctions, so if you have geopolitical distress, this decrease the GVC participation, both backward and forward. And this is just like this. So there is some evidence, as I mentioned before, on geoeconomic issues. Michele Ruta, for instance, is working on geopolitical tension and fragmentation, and there is a recent paper on that, and the IMF people are working on that. Jita Gopinath and others have been writing on these issues. So the idea is that whether foreign direct investment, capital flows, and whatever are actually affected by this geopolitical uncertainty. There is some other evidence which is on the friends, so that countries with positive attitude towards each other tend to trade more among themselves. And this is just a very simple graph that shows that trade between geopolitical blocs has grown more slowly than within blocs. And these two are, the trade between blocs is the red, and you see that there is a gap, increasing gap in the last few years, and the one in blue is within blocs. And the bar is the war in Ukraine. Now, none of the paper which exists focuses on global value chain. So all the papers that I quoted are on trade and geopolitical issues. So the point we wanted to make with Enrico was, are global value chain more or less affected than traditional trade? And there are some issues which are related to this. We use Michele's data for the GVC-related trade because it's good. Then we use the CPE data for the standard gravity variable. And then in terms of political distance between countries, we use the data which are down here. You can see the source is the Harvard, I mean, the Pali and others are the one that did the data set, but then is updated by vote, and then these are available for free in the Harvard data set. So there is the link over there that should work. So the idea is that countries that, sorry, vote together with China are friends of China, and countries that vote together with US are friends of the US. That's a little bit the idea behind this in the UN session. Now, if you just look at some data, you see that friends are closer and rivals slide apart. So here you can see, for instance, if you look at the US trade with the UK, with Germany, with Japan, you have that the geopolitical distance decreases, while if you look at Russia and United States, or Russia and China, here, Russia and United States, and United States, Russia, and United, basically this increases. On the other hand, Russia and China also decrease. This graph, I would like you could, if it was possible to see is better, is just some correlation between the geopolitical distance and the simple geographical distance. And here is interesting because basically these are United States to several countries, the names are there, and China to several countries, and Russia to several countries. What we did is we had in green and in red the different, in green is 2018 and in red is 2022. So it's a little bit confusing. We'll change it a little. But basically, what I want to show with this graph, and this is the reason why I left it, is because Russia seems to have a very small geopolitical distance from countries which are far away, like Brazil and so on and so forth. So that's an interesting point that we will try to put better in a better graph. But that's the idea, that Russia is an exception with respect to the other countries. And this is just to say that some networks are changed. I know my time is limited. The GVC linkages among friends become stronger. This is, again, friends are the blue one in that graph over there. Rivals are the green one. So what we did is, let's try a gravity approach. And I will close with the gravity. Don't worry, Dario. Everyone knows what the gravity is, so I'm not going to go into detail of a gravity, which in any case are on the slides which are available. I just want to show you the result of the gravity. When you look at the geopolitical distance, we have a negative and significant coefficient for the geopolitical distance. So is this one. Sorry, where is it? This one. If you look at if you divide and you look at the friends and the rivals, you see that actually this result is driven by the rivals. If you are friends, the impact is non-significantly different from zero. Now, interestingly enough, the numerical value of this geopolitical distance here is very similar to the numerical value that the IMF finds for trade. So not just for GVC trade. This is GVC trade, as I said before. And so the results are similar, especially in terms of between the global value chain and the traditional trade. The other thing that we also computed in this last equation is we divided into quintile. And when you divide into quintile, you see that they are not significantly different from zero, apart from the one where they are really enemies, that they really have a very large distance, which is significant. So we thought, okay, let's see whether this depends on the countries. So we interacted the three main countries that we think are leading this UN voting, which are China, US, and Russia. And interestingly enough, US and Russia are basically, the results are driven by the US and Russia behavior. China doesn't seem to suffer from geopolitical tension. To be honest with you, also interestingly, when in the speech of Yellen, which was at the Atlantic Council, she said, well, China is in this position. It's true she doesn't vote with us, but on the other hand, they are trying to mix the thing. So basically, China has this role a little bit in between, and they seem to suffer much less from geopolitical tension. Think also that China is very much into the medical global value chain, but there is an issue of price on the medical global value chain. So there are a lot of reasons why China is less affected by that. Now, when we try to look at the yearly interaction, we find that the last year, so are the ones which are most important to assess these, let's say, results on the geopolitical effect. We did some lag geopolitical distance, because the typical question, not in a panel, but in a seminar, will be, wow, these are endogenous, what did you do about that, and so on. So we did the lagged, and we tried the backward and forward, and basically I know it's zero. I conclude. So basically the conclusion, the results are there anyway. Despite these shocks, despite the increased uncertainty, the geopolitical tension that are strong, the GOC are not really retreating. There are some of adjustment, and I hope that Valentina will show us the adjustment within a regionalization approach, but there are some signs of adjustment, but they're not that strong. And they are towards certain countries, especially. So it's a little bit of a reconfiguration, but not a strong change. And so the geopolitical concerns are now playing a role. So what COVID did not trigger, geopolitical concern start triggering, because what we get is that a unit increase in geopolitical distance is associated with a -7% decrease in GOC-related trade. It's not a great number, but still start doing. And this is driven by rivals, because the moderate geopolitical distance doesn't seem to affect the global value chain. And the global value chain flows that involve the US and Russia are more affected than others, for instance, the one of China. And this is also for backward and forward. And so this sort of push towards the idea that geopolitical bloc may be emerging, and trade diversion might be reinforced if friendshoring and industrial policy become relevant. So this is the link to the rest of the panel, I suppose. And of course, friends are not forever. So, and that's an important issue. So you can actually have swings in geopolitical orientation, and enemies are not forever. Yeah, I mean, imagine how much we were closer to Russia before the invasion of Russia or whatever. So that's, of course, if there is fragmentation, to the extent that there is fragmentation, this may be a risk not only for the economic efficiency, but also for the energy transition and other topics that are going to be dealt with in today. Thanks.
Okay, so many thanks, Giorgia. Very insightful. Yeah, I think Michele's presentation is already. Yeah. No, I think that we are already sharing. Yeah, it is enough if you put it full screen. Let me, yeah, again, you like this, like this. Yeah. So I just leave the floor to Michele Mancini, Bank of Italy, old friend, coming from this faculty. So a reason more to be happy to have you here. And so please, Michele, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dario. And also a reason for me to be happy, because it's great to be back after, I don't know, maybe 15 years or so from the PhD. No, 10 years.
No, it was nice. I was your examiner.
Yeah, okay, that's great. So today, in today's talk, I mean, it will be very brief, but I'll try to cover basically some of the analysis that will be featured in a forthcoming report on trade fragmentation by the European System of Central Banks that I'm coordinating with Maria Grazia Tinasi from the ECB. So I will focus mainly on 4 facts, let's say, or 4 topics. The first one is about, I mean, it's very similar in terms of the messages, and this is a good thing, I'd say, on the characteristics of the ongoing fragmentation process. I also add here some of the references in case you are curious about the papers. Then the second topic will be about firms' behavior. So first, the exposure to risks, to supply chain risks, and then how firms are coping with this risk, the de-risking strategies that they are implementing. Then we do a sort of a stress test exercise, a simulation, to understand at the firm level what could be the impact of the weaponization of some critical supply lines. And then last but not least, we'll speculate a bit on the potential shape of global supply chains in a fragmented world. So with, again, a simulation exercise. So let me start with the first finding. Again, it's very similar to the finding that we have seen in the previous presentation. And this is that a selective trade decoupling among geopolitical blocks is visible. So the key word here is selective, alongside a lengthening of, again, selected supply chains. So let me clarify it. So on the left chart here, we basically split the global economy into 3 blocks. So we report here the import share of the West bloc. This is called West bloc, which is US, EU, and aligned countries. And these imports are from within the bloc, so intra-bloc, the blue bars, from neutral countries which are non-aligned economies, and from the opposite blocks, the red bars. So we have 2 sub-periods, 17-19 and 21-23. And we see already a drop in the imports of US, EU, and aligned countries from the opposite bloc in 17-19. However, this trend accelerated markedly in the more recent period and was driven by basically more than half of it by the decoupling between Russia and EU and between China and the US. While the decoupling between Russia and the West is nearly completed, as you know, the decoupling between the US and China has probably is not completed at all, while the decoupling between the EU and China is maybe just started. Then, I mean, the word selective applies also into the product space. So on the right chart, we focus on 2 classes of products, advanced technology products, and these are the solid lines, and products key for the green transition, which are the dashed lines. We have the imports, US and EU imports from China, and again, we see very different patterns here. On one end, we have a huge drop for the US in imports from advanced technology products from China, and the drop, just a very small drop actually, just in 2023 for the EU in this class of products. The picture is very different if we focus on products key for the green transition, obviously, with these dependencies that are even on the rise. So, I mean, the decoupling seems to be selective also across the product space. We also have another characteristic of the ongoing reconfiguration process, which is a lengthening of specific supply chains. And in particular, here we focus on those that are lengthening the most, which are US supply chains from China. And on the left chart, we report these indirect imports by the US. So these are Chinese products imported by the US through 3rd countries, Mexico, Vietnam, and Taiwan. And as you can see in these 3 cases, there is a huge increase in this share. And this increase, it seems to be associated, as you see on the right chart, on the level of sectoral tariffs imposed by the US. So on the right chart, sorry, you have on the y-axis these indirect trade flows at the sectoral level. Each dot is a sector, and on the x-axis you have the amount of tariffs at the sectoral level enforced by the US on Chinese products. So the lengthening seems to be associated with tariffs, and we don't see so far basically any lengthening for EU supply chains. Then we move to the second findings, which is about firms. We find that firms' exposure to critical inputs from China is pretty high. But firms are really implementing the risking strategies. They are on the way. And we leveraged for this analysis on a survey, Banca d'Italia, Banco d'Espagna, and Bundesbank in 2023, leverage on their own business surveys and include a set of coordinated questions about exposure to China and the risking strategies. So this survey has been harmonized across countries. And as you can see, the companies sourcing critical inputs from China, manufacturing companies, the share of them is quite high for Italy, Spain, about 1/5 of the total manufacturing firms, and way higher for Germany. So the level of exposure is very high. Then we also asked about the channels through which an increase in geopolitical tensions would harm firms' activity. And quite surprisingly, we found that the most relevant channel is actually an increase in uncertainty more than direct trade, which is the use of Chinese inputs, green bar, and the sales in China. So the blue bar uncertainty are the most relevant channel. In this context, firms are de-risking from China. So here on the left, we have the actions taken to reduce exposed to critical inputs from China. Again, this is a share of firms relying on critical Chinese inputs. We have that about half of firms, of manufacturing firms exposed to China for Italy, Spain, and Germany are actually either implementing or considering to implement some strategy to the risk by the end of 2024. And if we look at these strategies, we find that the most frequent one is actually the replacement of Chinese suppliers with EU suppliers. So a sort of EU shoring of supply. And this is the blue bars, blue contribution bars in the right chart. We move quite fastly to the third findings, which is a totally different exercise. So basically here we do a firm level simulation leveraging on microdata. We want to know what could be the impact of a weaponization of critical inputs. So a sudden stop in imports of critical inputs from, let's say, high-risk countries. And we find that these are quite heterogeneous across firms, sectors, and regions. So very briefly, the building blocks of the analysis. First of all, we need a framework, a model, and this is a firm level partial equilibrium framework that allows us to map input shortages into drop in value added at the firm level, so for each firm in our sample. Then data, obviously, and we did quite granular information, so we need to know the full structure of the imports of all the firms in a country and match this information with balance sheet data. And we were able to carry on this analysis on Belgium, France, Italy, and Slovenia, and Spain. Yeah, no, it's fine. I remember the countries. Then the third point, the third building block, let's say, it's a list of inputs, so a list of critical inputs, and these are advanced technology products, again, raw materials, products key for the green transitions, and these will be the supply that we're going to shock in the exercise. And then a scenario, obviously, and let me provide a graphical representation of the scenario. So here we have the EU imports of these critical inputs from extra EU by partner alignment. So red countries here are, let's say, the high-risk countries, Russia, China, and their allies. Blue countries are the West, and gray countries are the non-aligned economies. What we're going to do in this exercise is halving the size of the red bubble. So halving the supply of critical inputs from high-risk countries. And let's see. So basically, we halve the supply, and then we compute for each firm in these 5 countries the drop of value added. We can aggregate these results at the sectoral level, regional level, or country level. So here are just some results. On the left, we have the country level impact on manufacturing value added that ranges between 2 and 3%, and is mostly driven by large firms, so firms in the first quartile, in the top 25% of the firm's distribution. So results seems quite similar across countries, but this masks a lot of heterogeneity in terms of industries, which I'm not going to show here, and in terms of regions. So on the right, you have a map of the countries that are included in the analysis. Darker regions are regions that are more affected by the shocks. And this has been driven by basically 2 drivers. The first one is the specialization of the region in terms of sectors. Maybe they are specialized in sectors that rely more on critical inputs from the East Bloc. And then the second driver is concentration of key top producers that are really large and account a lot of the value of the regional value added. So last analysis that we have, again, a simulation exercise that I think it's nice to speculate a bit what could happen in a fragmented global economy a global economy. Here, it's not a micro level exercise, it's a macro simulation with a multi-country, multi-sector model featuring inter-country, inter-sectoral linkages, the Baki and Fari model, for those of you who are familiar with the literature. And what we find here is that trade fragmentation, maybe not surprisingly, but it's nice to put numbers in these words. So trade fragmentation would lead to a strong regionalization, even for the EU, as you will see in a minute, and boost indirect trade flows of products that have been hit by trade bans. So indirect dependencies increase a lot. So regarding regionalization, here we consider the EU supply chains. We shock the global economy, basically split the global economy into 3 blocks, 1 neutral blocks and 2 opposite blocks. Trade bans are imposed on key products, again, the same products that have been hit by a shock in the previous exercise. And on the left chart, we report the change in the EU supply chains coming from the different partners. So as you can see, you have a huge drop of supply chains coming from the East. These are Russia, China, and their allies, and a strong regionalization of supply chains. The EU bar increase a lot, alongside an increase of supply chains coming from non-aligned economies, so neutral countries. The same piece of evidence, you will find it in the right chart, but by sectors. And it's nice because also here we have a lot of sectoral heterogeneity. For computers, most of action takes place within the EU. So in these key advanced technology products, electronics, semiconductors, and so on and so forth, regional supply chains are regionalized within the EU, while for other products that are not actually still produced in the EU, like the energy products, mining and quarrying, most of the action takes place towards neutral countries. So the EU substitute the East as suppliers with non-aligned economies. Last slide. In this context of regionalization, another pattern which is quite relevant also for the policy is that indirect trade dependencies increase. So here we have the increase in indirect imports of China-Russia products by the EU. So this is in a new equilibrium, right? So we have a steady state, a new steady state characterized by a fragmented global economy. Here we compare the change in these indirect imports compared to the benchmark, which is the old, let's say, connected economy. So we have a 15 increase of these indirect trade flows. Most of them, again, in terms of sectors in the left chart, is driven by computer and electronics. And then in terms of countries, I mean, this is quite heterogeneous, as you can see by the large bar of others. But the most relevant partner that intermediate products coming from China and Russia to the EU are Turkey, Vietnam, and Mexico in this new fragmented world. Let me conclude not with actual conclusion, but more with open issues. So in some of these results that I presented, we have seen that weaponization of supply lines would have very heterogeneous impacts. So it seems that blanket public industrial, let's say, policies are not particularly suited here. Regional impacts are very different. Also at the firm level, they are quite different. However, if we or policymakers want to design targeted policies, we need more information. Today, we still don't know much about the granular interdependencies that we have within the EU and with the other countries. And this is a huge issue, especially compared to what they know in the US. They built very recently a very relevant tool, which is called the Scale tool, which basically have this goal here, to map interdependencies. In the EU, we are quite far from it if we look at granular interdependencies. We know from the simulation that fragmentation will even lead to more complex and less visible supply chains. So this is really needed. We need more cooperation between EU institutions to map interdependencies and monitoring them. Thank you.
So, thank you. Yeah. You'd like to move? Yeah. So, in the meantime, can you? Okay. The meantime, thank you, Michele. And I think this is a perfect stage setting because an incredible amount of super insightful evidence. Let me, yeah. Okay, I can help you here. What came to my mind was that as soon as the war started, now close to 2 years ago, unfortunately, a small disruption in a Ukrainian company producing some copper components imposed the halt of some automotive factories in Germany for about 3 weeks. So the need for also, among other things, such a granular understanding and evidence in order to tailor and target policies and to understand interdependencies, I think is crucial. So now another piece of our empirical, I would say, understanding of the situation with Valentina's presentation.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dario, and also to the former presenters. I think we are very much working on similar issues. I will take a little bit more the perspective of a reconfiguration of global value chains, not in the direction of friendshoring, but more on the direction of nearshoring, and particularly whether they are becoming from the sourcing side and from the destination side, these value chains draw more from value added internal to the European area, or rather this is not the case. And we will look at this both on the sourcing side and on the destination side. And the second issue I will touch is about the impact of nearshoring on employment. This is joint work with Filippo Bontadini, Maria Savona, and Ariel Wilkerman. I'm not spending much time on the motivation because I think we have talked a lot about these issues of relationship between open strategic autonomy, and so the idea that we need to be more autonomous in strategic areas, in strategic technologies and products. But at the same time, we are relying very much on open trade as Europe, and there is a conflict between these two, let's say, objectives, these two goals. And within this debate, we will look at trends in terms of changes in the configuration of European value chains, in particular global value chains, but with special focus on European value chains. And we'll also ask another question that is to what extent this reconfiguration might also have an impact on employment. And so in this way, we will also talk to a little bit, let's say, more old literature that was looking at the impact of offshoring on employment. So I would go, let's say, directly to the issue of employment. So there is a large literature looking at possible impact of offshoring on employment with different results, both at a theoretical and at an empirical level. But indeed, we are not aware of studies that have looked at whether the reconfiguration of value chains, so basically changing the structure of value chains in terms of nearshoring, is going to have an impact on employment. And so this is the main goal of this empirical analysis. So how we do this? We basically use input-output tables to, let's say, measure the source of value added in producing final goods, and whether, let's say, a change in this sourcing in terms of the contribution of let's say, within the area value added with respect to outside the area value added is going to have an effect, an impact on employment in the country of completion of the value chain. Just an intuition on why we might expect the existence of this type of an effect. So basically, we are looking at, in this example, our dependent variable would be the final production of French aircraft, but not the production, but all the, let's say, the value chain leading to the production of French aircraft. And imagine that, I mean, just to be simple, there are different rounds of production that go into the final product. So imagine they're using a Chinese GPS and Czech seats, and then you have another round of production where the Chinese GPS used the Japanese microchip and Korean software. And let's imagine that we do, there is a reconfiguration of the value chain in terms of nearshoring. And therefore, the Chinese providers of GPS are substituted by some European providers. And what we imagine is that
like this. Yeah.
If this is the case, the German GPS probably will embody more inputs coming from within Europe. Okay, and therefore it is this sort of second tier effects that we are looking at, and that we imagine might bring positive impact on employment in the country of completion of the value chain. So in this case, in France. So this is basically the intuition. As I was saying before, how do we measure this nearshoring? We take the ratio of regional to global foreign value added. And so an increase in this ratio, we call it nearshoring, okay, on the sourcing side of the value chain. We also look at the destination side of the value chain. In this case, again, we take the ratio of regional to global contribution to foreign global value chains. And again, an increase in this ratio, we call it near sharing. So the first indicator tells us that we source more in terms of value added from within Europe. Let's think about Europe. The second one says that European value chains are contributing more and more to other European value chains rather than to foreign outside the area value chains. And this is just some technical algebra to show that basically we look at the Leontief inverse, and so we take into account direct and indirect inputs that go into the final production of a value chain. And I think it should be, should be clear, and I would not probably use a lot of time to describe these technical aspects. So let's look at the data set. We look at the OECD intercountry input-output tables, 45 industries, 66 countries, and a period of time from the mid-90s to 2018. And we basically identify three macro areas that are the European Union, the Asia-Pacific area, and the North and Latin America area. So basically nearshoring means that we draw more and more value added from within the area with respect to the one that we draw from outside the area. And these are the results of the descriptive statistics. So you basically, first of all, see we have we have the European Union, the Asia Pacific, and the North and Latin America regions from the sourcing side. And basically, you see that, as we know, the European Union is the area that draws more value added from within itself, let's say. And while the opposite is true in the Americas. If we look at the trends, we see basically that globalization has characterized most of the time series. So let's say foreign value added has increased with respect to within area value added, but there is a turning point. So after about 2012, we see a little bit evidence of a trend in nearshoring. Okay, so a decrease. Basically, in the bottom part of the graph, you see the global and the European, and you see they are both increasing. But at one point, the European is increasing more than the global. There is a slowdown, especially in the global component. What is interesting is that if we look at Asia, the nearshoring trend is much more evident. So it seems that this reconfiguration of global value chain started indeed from Asia. So it was Asian countries that started drawing more value added from within the area, and Europe followed in this. So it happened first in Asia Pacific. But again, yes, sorry, thanks. Okay. But something that characterizes in a very different way the European Union with respect to the Asia-Pacific area is that in Europe, this trend in nearshoring is not accompanied by also near sharing. So basically, in terms of destination, European value chains are contributing more and more to value chains to countries that are outside Europe. So in terms of destination, Asia and the rest of the world are becoming more and more important. And while this is not the case for the Asia Pacific area, where the trend in nearshoring is also a trend in near sharing, so also on the destination side. We do the same in terms of employment. So we basically see whether there is also a near shoring in terms of employment. And we see that indeed there is, and it is stronger than in the case of value added in Europe. And then we basically look at whether this nearshoring trend has an impact in terms of employment in the country of completion of the value chain, taking into account different controls. And we find some results, quite robust results, that nearshoring leads to an increase in employment in the country of completion of the value chain, in terms of both, let's say, the level of employment and the share of employment in the value chain. Again, I'm not going to go into technical details, but we do some robustness checks with the GMM to see issues of causality, and we find support for these results. So to basically draw implications of this, I think there are, let's say, let's say, contradicting kind of messages that come out of this analysis. Because from one point of view, we see that indeed, considering that Europe is a very highly integrated area, this attempt to, let's say, achieve a strategic autonomy and to support some relocation of some parts of the value chain in Europe might have a positive impact on employment due to these intersectoral linkages and due to these, let's say, strong trade and trade interdependencies across European countries. But at the same time, we also find that this strategy is very risky because we rely very much on external demand in Europe, and there is no let's say trend, no reversal of this trend. Indeed, after the financial crisis, it has become even more so, and therefore there is this again trade-off between increasing our autonomy, but not risking of, let's say, repercussions from other countries that would be very negative in terms of absorption of production in Europe. And so we see as a let's say, a policy implication of all these, the importance of, let's say, linking very much the industrial policy approach with the issue of, let's say, increasing investment and demand in Europe, because if we only look at a substitution of imports, let's look like that, in the lack of serious increase in investment in countries like, for example, Germany, the risk of basically losing our strength, that is an open economy with a lot of foreign demand, is not going to be compensated by an increase in domestic demand that has been lagging for a very long period due to this very little investment going up, occurring in many European countries. Thank you.
So thank you, Valentina, for raising the key issue of demand. In the end, I will make two very quick comments on both the supply and the demand side. But now I leave the floor to Michael. Let me help you out with your presentation. Okay, so yeah, and also this one. Yeah. Okay, so we are pleased to have Michael Landesman from the Vienna Institute for International Economic Analysis. As you will see, his presentation, I think, is a very nice linkage with the starting of the industrial policy discussion that we are going to make in the afternoon. However, geoeconomics, geopolitics, and how the stuff that we have just discussed works together. Please, Michael.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. I have to apologize. I don't present detailed research results. I could have done that because we do quite a bit of work on GVCs, but I sort of address the overall theme of the conference. Well, I think we are living in interesting times because against expectations, industrial policy has become a very core part of the policy debate. And I think it's not necessarily due that we as researchers have shown much more results on the effectiveness of industrial policy, but much more what is there, that we are facing a world where there's unprecedented and unexpected dynamics, both in geoeconomics and geopolitics. Yeah. So I think the debate is really driven from the outside world, yeah, reflecting on EU industrial policy. And I think that's why the EU finds it very, very difficult, because the policy machinery has developed in the past on the basis of what it has been doing, what its priorities were. And now suddenly one is, not so suddenly, but pretty suddenly, one is facing a world which one has to adapt to. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how the spectrum of challenges of European industrial policy has been evolving. Yeah? Some of them are pretty old, yeah? But there are some new ingredients which of course shape the structure. What are the main sort of stylized features of changing geoeconomics and geopolitics? Some of them were really presented very well, I think, by the previous speakers, because it's quite impressive how quickly research uses the most recent data sets here to analyze most recent development. But we should still concede we are very much at the beginning of what we are going to observe over the next 5-10 years. Yeah, so I think it's indications, but much more. How is EU positioned in this enormously dynamic geoeconomic, geopolitical setting, and what sort of policy adjustment is taking place? Some of it has been taking place quite rapidly. I mean, if you look at the EU policy directives and policy programs, a lot has been happening here. Whether it has been well implemented is another question, but I think the papers are very impressive, yeah, and the new concepts, yeah. I think an element I want to emphasize is sometimes in the evolution of EU industrial policy, I think Ron alluded to that, the cohesion aspect is somehow underplayed, yeah? I remember a discussion with Reinhilde saying we should separate different targets. Cohesion should be dealt with one policy instrument, and the industrial policy should direct itself very much on innovation policy. I'm not fully on that line. Yeah, Draghi's report will occupy us in this conference as a whole. Is it really the suitable blueprint for EU's industrial policy? I think this sort of report would have been impossible to have been written 20 years ago. It really shows the dramatic shift in intellectual discourse and policy discourse. Yeah. So the challenges of EU industrial policy as of now, some of them are very old. I mean, if you think about the single market emphasis, it was all comparing oneself to the US. How do we keep pace with the evolution of technology frontier and to remain there? Yeah, of course, the technology frontier nowadays is not anymore just dominated by the US, but also by the second point, by emerged economies like China. Yeah, and I think more of these emerged economies will emerge over the next 5-10 years. If we think about India, other Southeast Asian countries, etc. Yeah, I think basically we see now in the challenge is reacting to these new geopolitical tensions which are happening, not necessarily forecasted, but really at a speed developing much more rapidly. And I think we do have underlying that, because a lot of the regional policy specialization things is directed towards convergence, and that definitely overlaps quite a bit of industrial policy aims. And of course, the fifth point shouldn't be the fifth point in ranking, but dealing with climate change and energy transition is central. And of course, it was central to the previous commission. We hope it will be as central to the next commission. And I think the indications it might be less. Yeah. So overall, you can see industrial policy is embedded in a policy framework, in a policy setting, where in the past we saw that industrial policy was more or less the minor sister or minor brother living under the constraints which I've put in there, because much more has been delegated to trade policy, to competition policy, to the fiscal constraints. But nowadays it's almost inverting. Yeah, nowadays one thinks, how does trade policy, competition policy, fiscal policy have to adjust to the needs of industrial policy? It's quite interesting. And of course, we have seen an evolution of new industrial policy concepts, and have put on the right-hand side these aims or challenges which have continued to be technological leadership or catching up, or competition from emerged economies, cohesion, and ecological transition. So in which directions go the shifts in geoeconomics and geopolitics? Well, geopolitics has been alluded to. US-China, at least for the next decades, will shape the changing geopolitics. Of course, there are other conflicts in the world in which these things will play a role. And global economic relations, as already has been shown in the research shown, is going to be shaped to quite significant extent by this. Yeah. And we don't know yet which scenario which evolved. It looks nowadays as if the Cold War scenario ALA 1 is almost the best scenario, which it provides a certain stability. It could very well be in our multipolar, multi-agent political scene, much more problematic scenarios could emerge. Yeah, I mean, we have seen definitely already over quite a considerable period a move away from multilateralism, and that's, as was said, important for Europe in particular. Some strong emphasis on regional bloc formations, again outlined in previous research, increased regionalization, and of course a rivalry in those regions which don't belong to blocs. Yeah. And I think this is very important for the EU, how it positions itself in this rivalry in relation to these blocs. We can see there will be a dynamic, and there is an existing dynamic of the evolving specialization patterns within the EU, but with its neighborhood. And that's true for other regions in the world. Yeah. So I think part of the policy emphasis has to think not only what's going on inside the EU, but neighborhood and how it positions and uses potential in this relationship. So I've written there, we move from GVCs, global value chains, to regional value chains. In fact, it was a feature even before that. We've underplayed the role of regional value chains, which were very dominant in Europe anyway, as has been said. And I think there is, I mean, Europe thought because of the Brussels effect that it is a global standard setter, but I think also there the diminished role of the EU plays a role. There is a rivalry in technical standards, standard setting, and so on. And of course, the geopolitics means there is much more scrutiny of technology transfer on cross-border investment, and of course, the evolution of protection. Now, how is Europe's position in this changing global geoeconomics and geopolitics? Well, on one level, as the Draghi report and many others have shown, we are on a very problematic long-term growth and demographic trajectory. So we are in a diminished economic zone of the global economy. And in fact, something which we probably haven't analyzed sufficiently is probably this adjustment to the changing geoeconomics might have an additional negative impact on the growth trajectory, because we know there are cost implications of regionalization, yeah, as away from globalization. So in fact, it could be another shock on the growth trajectory of Europe. Yeah, we know Europe is much more fragmented, not only in economically, as we know, the EU budget is very small compared to the national budgets, yeah, and decision-making and policy is still done very much on national lines, although there is a lot of coordination effort, as compared, and of course the political dimension is similarly and interactively fragmented, as compared to the other big actors in the global economy, US, China, but of course we will see other emerged economies which play a major role, some of them medium-sized economies, which have a very different form of policy coordination. I already mentioned the US budget is small, and within that budget, industrial policy, we did a very detailed sort of empirical exercise to try to draw out of all the policy programs what accounts for so-called industrial policy. It's about 1/3 of the EU budget, yeah, because quite a bit of regional policy also comes in, but many other things. So it's 0.3, 0.4% of EU GNI, yeah? That's what we have to work with, basically. There might be a little bit of room, yeah? And we know we move into this we have moved into the geoeconomic in a period where one has lost out in being on the technology frontier, in innovation in very important areas of GPTs, yeah, in digital AI, and that we don't know to which extent we can recover that gap, yeah? And very substantial and crucial areas of the industrial, not only in manufacturing, but also in business services, yeah? Crucial areas, there is a falling behind, yeah? Partly because of the, I think I mentioned the scaling up, network externalities play a huge role in also business services in digital and so on, which I think some of the fragmentation in the European economy has created problems of falling behind in that, apart from the path dependencies, which Ron has emphasized. The demographic trajectory is very problematic. That's probably not so much of a deficit in relation to China, but it is a deficit in relation to the US and some of the other emerging actors in the global economy. Think about India, for example, here. And I think it really means EU is very dependent on dealing with migration, yeah, because the demographic element is important for productivity, for innovation, and of course for the social model here of Europe. But we know it's a highly problematic political arena, but it cannot be divorced from an overall assessment of policy here and growth policy. Of course, we know the dependence on critical materials. What are the policy implications? Industrial trade policy has and is adjusting and will adjust even more to the decline of multilateralism. There are, of course, continuous papers coming out of how to adjust it. Of course, the famous open trade economy, it's still very early, very early in assessing what Europe is really implementing about it, yeah, and how effective it is, whether it has a positive or negative effect on growth and productivity, etc. Yeah. Similarly, we see the trajectories of diversification, which started with the COVID shock and continues now, but what impact it will have again on restructuring, on growth and productivity. There seems to be some emphasis on positive employment, but is the indirect effect on growth then unemployment brought in as well here? We have to exploit almost in a defensive way, the more scope for intra-European plus outside Europe, neighborhood differentiation of specialization. And I think there, Europe, I think, is quite well positioned because, I mean, compared to the US is surrounded by a country with huge, either on the same level of development like Canada or other countries where there's a huge gap on development levels. Europe has the advantage of having the entire spectrum of productivity, wage development levels, also innovation capacities. So in terms of utilizing a region which is on the continuum of differentiation and developing specialization patterns on that, Europe has some advantages, and some of them will automatically evolve because of location decisions and specialization, but I think policy has to adjust to that as well. Europe can exploit, even though it's a diminished power in terms of standard setting, nonetheless, it is a standard setter. Again, there is a lot of emphasis to be put to more convergence and more uniformity in areas where it hasn't achieved that. But again, from its experience, regulatory structures have evolved, taking into account the needs of different development levels. Yeah, whether it has done that sufficiently is another issue. But if we think about US regulatory structures, they are adapted to the US conditions. Yeah, we have to adapt to regions and countries at very different levels of economic development, and we have to exploit demographic complementarities with a range of much more developed policies. Now I'm 2 minutes, I guess. So I think, 2 or 3 minutes. So I won't go into details how to react to the challenges of the geopolitical environment and so on. Let me just mention, well, some of them you might hear from Reinhilde. Climate change has played a very important role, a core aspect of industrial policy in the past. I think in a sense, it emphasizes innovation policies. I think there was a criticism partly on that not to be wide enough to allow for the wider range of technological trajectories which could evolve. I think we have to deal with competition policy aspects on developing the strength in green technology and green production, as we have seen more and more. And I think the Draghi report makes an interesting emphasis that we are going to lose popular support of the green transition, if not more production and employment is being generated in Europe as a result, and after having lost a lot of comparative advantage or loss in relation especially to China. Yeah? We have to develop the Green Deal in relation also in a game theoretic sense in looking at the reactions of other countries. So I mean, when the CBAM was designed, one thought, well, Europe can just ask other countries to adjust to it. We know that might not be the case. We have to look at the iterative interactions between their reactions and how we have to design our trade policy, industrial policy, which doesn't lose support or doesn't lead to a tit-for-tat retaliation by other countries. I think I want to emphasize internal cohesion has to be a very important component of industrial policy making. Basically, there is generous funding through the structural funds for cohesion policy. However, if we look at, for example, the smart specialization strategies, if you look at the still very scant evaluations, they still say that the countries which are most already have the best positions, in terms of implementing smart specialization. They're doing the best, in other countries. So I think there is a big gap between the capabilities to implement some of these programs and the results. So it could very well be that the divergence patterns are actually accentuated by a not sufficient, what we call cohesion sensitive industrial policy, which has to be developed. Okay, I also believe that this so-called Just Transition Fund is very small, but I think we have seen from the political reactions that this is a very, very important issue from a political point of view to bring country politics and regional politics around for a successful, sustainable industrial policy implementation, because adjustment will take place. I mean, it's a huge structural adjustment to move towards many issues, immediately neighborhood defense challenges, the green transition, and of course, digitalization and so on. I think the Draghi report was very correct to emphasize a huge increase in investment demands, and therefore, some of the resources have to be done to lead to support adjustments of the regions which are most affected, training and so on. So let me just summarize. We know EU industrial policy, given the relative distribution of budgetary resources between national and EU levels, needs a very careful coordination of national and EU level programs. We are still far away from it because the fiscal space is, of course, very different across different countries. How to deal with this enormous asymmetry in resources and coordination is an open issue, and I think the political dynamic will not necessarily resolve that very easily here. There is potentially, because the policy machinery works continuously with new papers, might be an overload of goals and objectives. I think also the Draghi report emphasizes some concentration of efforts would be useful. I think within industrial policy, R&D and innovation support is emphasized, quite rightly so. I support that. But I think it is not sufficiently well designed to exploit the potential across the spectrum of development levels, of countries and regions which have, and even different segments of the firm populations, which might or might not be able to have the same capabilities to implement innovation policies. I think that's something. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I have to thank the four panelists because you more than matched our expectations, and I think that this has been a great panel. So thank you so much for this. So now we have two discussants, Antonello Zanfei and Jelena Relic. By calling them to join me, it just came to my mind that it's important also to mention that this event, like the October Italian Economic Association conference, is linked to a special issue organized by the Journal of Industrial and Business Economics, which is in fact on challenges for European competitiveness. Some of the presentations that you listen to are linked to papers that are considered for this special issue. So I invite you to look at the website of the journal, which is a growing and important journal, which is also very attached to issues like industrial policy. So is it okay if we start with Jelena? So please.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I would first of all like to thank to all the presenters. I prepared just 2 slides. The first one that tries to summarize what we have heard, and then I will leave some open questions in the second one. So let me move this. Quick recap. I guess that all presenters agree, and I think most of us in the room, that the globalization that we have known so far is over. I mean, this era of frictionless globalizations, what our speakers have shown us that there are some new patterns emerging, so reconfiguration of global value chains, in particular, some friendshoring dynamics, as well as the nearshoring ones. Again, speakers agree, and I do agree with them that the EU should reduce its strategic dependencies and try at least to close a gap that is very large in the case of the digital technologies and somewhat less pronounced in the case of the green ones. But I think that Valentina reminded us that the EU is not just, let's say, dependent on the foreign inputs, so the foreign intermediate inputs, foreign technologies, but also on the foreign demand. Hence, the strategy of the nearshoring can bring some undesired effects, ultimately harming the employment in the long term if other countries are adopting similar strategies of the nearshoring. And that brings me to the last point, is that the industrial policy on its own, in isolation, without more accommodating macroeconomic policies, is probably destined to be a failure because the European internal demand is unlikely to absorb this increase in the EU production. So, is it working? No. Just a couple of open questions. So we have seen, and I think Mancini demonstrated that this reconfiguration of global value chains is expected to have quite heterogeneous effect across firms, across countries. So my question is whether this shift from global to regional global value chains, will it perpetuate existing power imbalances within the EU, or so reinforcing the core periphery dynamics, or it maybe allows for some space to reduce them? And relatedly, and in line with the keynote speech, whether the EU industrial policies can ensure that also peripheral regions, so those that do not have technological and productive capabilities, whether the EU industrial policy can actually help these regions to upgrade in structural and technological terms. So whether we need some place-based conditionalities that currently at the EU level, I think, are somehow missing. And finally, whether the return of industrial policy is sort of self-defeating in this new context where the, let's say, fiscal austerity policies are coming back. So thank you. I try to be quick.
Okay, please, Antonello.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, it's pretty hard to try and concentrate in 5 minutes a reaction to. So 7 minutes is okay. All right. Well, actually, one thing that I would like to do is to underline that there has been actually a convergence, incredible. I mean, there's been a convergence in the way that different speakers have seen a changing globalization process in terms of a relatively little deglobalization. I think there's been several people who have emphasized that it's not a matter of deglobalizing, but in terms of reshaping globalization, and particularly in different directions, decoupling, but in a very selective way, as Mancini has said, less centralized and lengthier networks. And this is another important development that accommodates the fact that there is an increase in direct trade. So there's a need of more complex networks, and increase in inter-regional component of trade, of course, which is another important thing. What I would like to concentrate on is only a few observations on de-risking particularly, and the fact that there's a problem here. I cannot scroll down. Okay. It's happening. Okay. First of all, one issue that has been raised concerns geopolitical distance and its impact on trade, both within and outside the global value chains. I think it's an important issue, and it's actually being emphasized correctly. And an important finding is that there is indeed a decrease associated with geopolitical distance. There is actually a correlation, a rough correlation between geographic distance and geopolitical distance, even though there are some differences across areas. So from a certain perspective, it's not surprising that we find that geopolitical distance is correlated negatively with trade. It's something very much in line with the gravity type of models, but it's very important that it has been found clearly that a different type of distance is actually playing a role. I would like to ask a question here, and it is particularly whether there is any sense of a different role of geopolitical distance across different activities and sectors. And particularly, there is actually some literature, particularly in international trade, but even more so in international business, that has emphasized institutional distance playing a different role, for instance, in R&D and in production and manufacturing. This is something that could be very interesting to find out concerning this issue. The second issue that I wanted to touch upon has to do with the de-risking strategies in terms of domestic replacement, which has been in a way emphasized by Tiziano, and there's actually no, Tiziano, I'm sorry, Michele. Tiziano, there's another Tiziano Mancini in my university. That's why I wanted. So I'm sorry, Michele. Michele Mancini has actually emphasized the fact that there is a way of de-risking that is being actually monitored by different researchers in terms of replacement by domestic production. Of course, here we do have a problem in terms of the extent of replacement. Of course, we cannot consider a full replacement as an objective. There is an important role in terms of investment that is needed to correspond to this reduction. Finally, de-risking in terms of nearshoring and near sharing with the differences that you have emphasized. I much appreciated the warnings that you made, Valentina. I would add a couple of more warnings that are very important from my point of view. One of them is that in a world in which there's a growing indirect trade, there's probably a need to find out not only how to eventually resort to more friendly or nearer producers of inputs, but also finding out whether those producers, suppliers are actually resorting to other suppliers as well. So there's something that must be checked upon here. And finally, strengthening the capacity which you emphasized by means of investment of European industries should be also taken as a major point, not only in terms of investment in industries, but in terms of investment in specific activities like R&D or higher level and higher value added activities. So this is the main points.
Okay. So I thank also our discussants. I think that we can still 10 minutes to the lunch break because it was expected to start at quarter to 1. So 1, 2 questions maximum, and then I will call back our panelists for 2 minutes each, super fast reply. Sorry, but I mean, the time rules, yeah. So anyone wants to add something to what the discussants has already put on our table? Reinilde, please.
Yeah, thanks for the great presentations. I had a question in terms of, could you also assess what the cost would be of economic efficiency if we would actually move towards more near-term shoring? And the other question was for you in terms of if we would, yeah, sorry. Yeah, my voice is also lost. So what would be the economic efficiency cost of moving to nearshoring here to know what the trade-offs actually would be? And the other one, if we would actually switch as Europe to extra EU shoring, would that be actually in response to the demand, or would that be in response to reciprocal trade policy restrictions on that side? Or would that reflect also inward FDI from, like, I'm thinking of Chinese companies investing here in Europe here, and then if they get a shock, would actually shift back to. So what's causing the location of this nearshoring? And the third question is, to which extent would a better internal market also reduce the cost of nearshoring or not? So what would be optimal? Could we improve on that?
Okay, so please join me again. I can also, yeah. Okay, we get it. Yeah. So we can invert the order if you agree. So let's start with Michael.
Well, probably to Reinhilde's comment. Well, I think this is a very important question, and we don't know yet the answer, because if we just look at the past pattern here of at what prices people were imported, etc., we don't know how the reactions of European producers might, if we are hopeful, generate productivity effects, etc. Yeah, so I think this is definitely a very important area of research, and I think from a political and policy point of view, it's a very important question, because we have gained the low. I remember a talk with some central bankers. Yeah, they always think that the low inflation period we had for a long time was due to wonderful monetary policy conducted, but in fact it was mostly the cheap imports from China. Yeah, and so in that sense we're moving into an area where I think the cost push and the inflation effects might be very dominant, might become, as they are at the moment, very dominant in the political discourse, and might be almost overriding other things. Yeah. So I think a question is a very important one. And the second one on the FDIs, yes, well, it's a traditional tariff jumping thing. We would expect that to happen. The question, of course, is you might have more scrutiny on FDI from China. It's you don't call it nearshoring, but or friendshoring, you call it friend FDI policies, yeah. And I think, again, it will happen in some sectors. In other sectors, the scrutiny will emphasize it. Could very well be that in those sectors where you will be most protectionist, that might be the most important for technological collaboration. So I think you would forego some technology features of these interaction, but strategic considerations might trump the economic efficiency considerations.
Okay, so yes, Valentina.
No, thanks a lot to the discussants. I think you have summarized the paper even more effectively than I did myself. So really, thanks. Just a small answer to the Renilde question. I think it's really very important, the one about efficiency. And I think that the debate now is a little bit between this trade-off between efficiency and security. And probably we should try to find ways of not seeing the two things as a trade-off, but by identifying how efficiency can be reconciled with security. And in that respect, probably what you said about the single market is important. And also some work that Ron presented this morning in trying to identify related areas, areas that are more complex, and so to be more selective in terms of where we want to be autonomous and where probably we still need to be integrated in order to reconcile the two things. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks. And so we move to Michele.
Thank you. Very briefly. Thanks for the discussion, first of all. So on the core periphery things, I think that the clear winners here, I mean, not yet maybe, but in the near future, are actually bystanders, neutral countries. We already see this in empirical evidence. If you look at very granular products, smartphones, chips, and laptops, with the clear winners being Taiwan, India, and Vietnam. So there are countries over there that are actually already gaining share of other, I mean, champions, let's say China, most of all. And also, if you look at the model simulation, one of the exercises that I've showed you, the macro model simulation, there you see that in a fragmented world, you actually get an increase in welfare just for some neutral countries. So neutral countries that are better integrated into global value chains, they actually increase their welfare in a fragmented global economy. So this could change a bit the core periphery thing. And another point on this is what could happen within the EU. So the same thing applies within the EU in the sense that if you reshore an activity, or more specifically a supply lines, a production plant, you want to go where the wages are low. So there should be also some reshuffling of supply chains, and in particular thinking about the East EU that could gain from some of this regionalization. In terms of cost of economic efficiency, we are actually seeing, I mean, I agree about the trade-off. It's I mean, the most important thing that we should discuss about on this topic now. So but what we see from a central bank perspective is that actually when you regionalize your supply chains, so you reshore some of your suppliers, you could have in the short run an increase, a cost push shock, right? But as a central bank, I think we should look through this cost push shock, because indeed what it's more relevant is the medium and long run terms. And there, doing the risking, you are basically reducing the potential shocks on prices that could come from a weaponization of supply lines. So in a sense, in terms of cost pressures, that is not the same of efficiency, but related maybe, I think we should sacrifice a bit of efficiency right now in terms of getting more security in the medium run. And that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Giorgia.
Being the last is simple because basically I agree with what the other said, and that will take you to lunch. The only thing I need to answer is the question of Antonello on the sector and activities, difference between the sector and activity. Now, in the estimation that we provide, we control your sector, destination sector, and origin sector. So there is a control for that, but that is certainly something which is important to look into the different sector, at least a couple of sectors. I mean, you cannot look at all of them. And the way that I think that could be done is actually looking at the networks how the networks develop in different time, for instance, of intermediate goods. So to consider the intermediate goods and look at the networks. And I think that could be a way to account for what you were saying. And for the rest, I agree with what Michele was saying.
Okay, so it remains just to thank you all for attending. Thank you all for your great interventions and discussions. So we have about 1 hour time for lunch, and we reconvene at 2 sharp here for the afternoon's keynote speech and session and concluding and final roundtable. Thank you all.
Questo microfono funziona? Sì, sì, devi accenderlo. E dov'è? Tenerlo vicino e parlare ad alta voce. Will you please take a seat? We can start. Welcome back to the afternoon session of this conference on European industrial policy in the new global context. I am Mario Pianta, professor of economic policy at the Scuola Normale Superiore in Florence, and I'm very happy to chair the keynote speech by Renilde Böglers and the next session, which will have different voices addressing the questions of industrial policy in Europe and in Italy. We are glad to have Renilde giving this talk on innovations for Europe's green industrial policy, one of the shades of different industrial policy in Europe. You will tell us how real green is this. We thank you again for coming with us, and we look forward to a lively discussion. You have 35 minutes, and then we will have questions and answers. Renilde, you have the floor.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for inviting me. I hope that the mic works because my voice is a bit on-off because I have a cold here. I hope it will be sufficiently resilient for the talk here. I'm very happy to be here because I really like also that the academic community is working way more on these issues of industrial policy here, because I think we really need much more evidence and analysis to understand how this important trend is going to be. I'm going to wear my hat here, less of an academic, but more like as a senior fellow at Bruegel and the Peterson, which are academic think tanks here, to really go more into the direction of what is going on the policy level and what is the state of art that we can already bring to that policy discussion here, but also trying to see how we could move forward in this respect here. So I'm not going to give an academic presentation or presentation of academic work, but more like what's going on the policy scene and what insights could we actually bring and what would we need more also in the future to support better this policy agenda here. So as also was already said, I will be focusing on green industrial policy. But the question is to which extent is that specific as industrial policy here? And I want to make a case that that's definitely the case, but there is also quite a lot of communality between industrial policy for green versus industrial policy for biopharma or for digital or whatever. So there is still, I hope, also lots that we can learn, but nevertheless, I do think it's quite important that we also have these different ways in which we look at industrial policy for green differently than for biopharma, because other instruments and other challenges are present in each of these here. So specifics for green industrial policy, but also some communalities here. The history of industrial policy, I think, is really important to look at because we can learn a lot from what we already tried in the past, and a lot of waves are actually going up and down here. If you look at how this has taken place within Europe, basically, I think we have a long history, and that long history balances a bit between, on the one hand, being very vertical in terms of picking selected industries, selected companies, champions, and trying to support that, versus more horizontal kind of frameworks, which was more in the 80s very important, in making sure that you get the right framework conditions such that markets work and we don't need to pick here. There was also within the Lisbon agenda in the 20s, but now more recently, because we had different kind of shocks here, like the climate crisis, but also COVID, also the geopolitical ones, and Russia, Ukraine, the geopolitical risks here have led again more towards should we not have much more directed policies as well here, and then trying to merge that with horizontal versus vertical. I think that's one of the biggest challenges we're facing these days here. This horizontal versus vertical, for me, also coincides very much of the kind of challenges that we are facing and also the kind of objectives that industrial policies should actually be targeting here. While before, industrial policy was very much focused on, okay, this is about competitiveness, making sure we get our economies competitive and growth in that respect and industrial productivity here. There is now much more different objectives that actually need to be satisfied here, and that multidimensionality of objectives, of course, is a big challenge for industrial policy here. So it's no longer just about competitiveness and of creating new jobs and growth here, but it's also on this decarbonization, climate change objectives here, and then increasingly also recently the sovereignty, autonomy, security of supply, resilience as another dimension too. And you could also say cohesion. I always forget to put this here, but since the intervention this morning, that is also another dimension that, of course, is very important. And then the question is how to deal with that multidimensionality. That's tricky, particularly if these objectives are not aligned here. If you have to make choices here, then it's how to do that effectively within industrial policy here. And this is why we also need to look at industrial policy more like a process and like a whole mix of instruments here in order to deal with that multidimensionality here. What I would like to argue today here, and that multidimensionality holds obviously for green industrial policy, because there we have the decarbonization and the competitiveness together within the policy objective. What I want to argue is that innovation should be at the core of industrial policy, because innovation is something that will actually allow to reconcile as best as possible all the different objectives here: decarbonization, competitiveness creation, and strategic autonomy here. Why? Because innovation can give us new solutions for decarbonization. If they're based on innovation and on unique unique knowledge assets here, that's also something that can really be exploited in the long run as a competitiveness advantage on world markets here. And even for strategic autonomy, I think it's a good way also of addressing strategic autonomy, security of supply, by using our innovations to make sure that we come up with alternative ways of assuring that security of supply rather than protectionism and closing our markets here. So this is basically the main story I want to give in my talk here. Innovation is what we should be looking for, because that will be able to deal way better with it's also not perfect, of course, but we'll be able to deal with that multidimensionality way better here. But the problem is that the innovation policy will not, and innovations will not do that by themselves. Not enough with the horizontal framework here, so it needs way more directedness here. So we need to steer that innovation machine such that it will be delivering for that multidimensionality here, not purely competitiveness, but also decarbonization and strategic autonomy. And this is because, but I'm already talking about, this is of course, because we're talking about a lot of externalities here that need to be dealt with, externalities for decarbonization, environmental ones here, but also externalities in terms of strategic autonomy here. What delivers us strategic autonomy is not necessarily something in the firm's interest here, but for a country. And that's why these kind of externalities also require way more steering than the market would do in itself here. So my major story is innovation is what we need, but we need to stir it. And then the question is how to stir it optimally so that it delivers on that multidimensionality here. Before we start on this, some fallacies to debunk here, two important ones, I think. One is, it's sometimes argued, but we already have all the technologies for decarbonization. Here it's just a matter of making sure these technologies that are already there get deployed optimally here. It's a fallacy in the sense that, of course, we already have some technologies here, but not enough to really deal with the ambitions that we would have with respect to decarbonization here. So there's there are still a lot of technologies that still need at least incremental improvements to be better able to deal with it. And also even new technologies that still are not there yet, that could really be the next breakthroughs to really deal with our climate change ambitions and the disruptions that we would need in order to be able to deal with the disruptive nature of climate change and how fast it's going here. So we definitely need improvements and new technologies here, and cannot rely on just deploying what we already have here. That would be very inefficient way of using the innovation system here. And then, as already said, another fallacy is that we can just let the machine work here and it will deliver what we need here. I already explained the externalities, but that's very well known among economists here. The environment is a public good here as a global public good, also making this global coordination a big issue here. There is also, of course, the urgency of the climate change. So we cannot just wait. And sometimes these research to market life cycles can take quite a long time here. And we might not have that anymore with the climate change. Or urgency also means we need to stir more effectively here. And another reason why we need to stir the innovation machine, and particularly for green innovation, is because we have all the dirty technologies that are the incumbent technologies here that need to transition. And that path dependency is something that will actually also, if we don't address that, will also limit the force of innovation here, and requires why we need to direct more here. I want to make also very quickly point why the innovation machine may actually be something that will help us to deal with resilience and strategic autonomy. And we should not forget that, because the alternative of closing down our markets or being protectionist comes also with a high price here. And I want to talk about that because this will also be on the talked about a lot today and tomorrow as well here. And I think if we would use the innovation machine, that can really build resilience also by tackling any kind of bottlenecks we might have that causes this resilience here. If we think of all the technologies in terms of energy efficiency, would also allow us to make us less dependent on energy that we need to import here. Critical materials also, rather than focusing on where are the critical materials that are blocking us, we could also already think of the next generation where we would be less dependent on critical materials and could really rely on those where we can actually also materials and inputs where we can rely on ourselves here. Reuse and recycling is also a very obvious way in which we can build resilience here, but for which we still would need also, again, a lot of new technologies of how to be able to efficiently reuse and recycle here. That has to also be thought of well enough in advance so that we design our products and services so that they can be recycled and reused here. Also finding more modular ways of process technologies that allow to switch more quickly between different ways of producing would also be a way of building in resilience. So there are plenty of ways in which we could actually use the innovation machine in terms of processes and product innovations for which we can build resilience. Of course, there will also come at a cost because we need to invest in these innovative projects here, but they are also way more likely to, in the longer term, build us competitiveness as well here, because they can really rely on unique IP here that we can actually also monetize on markets as well. Another issue that will be raised, I think, in tomorrow and today here is this: if we rely on innovation, then it is also important to be sufficiently in control of the technologies here, and technology sovereignty is then a big issue as well. Again, I would like to argue that technological sovereignty, of course, is important in order to be able to master the innovation machine, but that doesn't mean closing our borders for technology and the way in which we will be doing technology here. Technology sovereignty is about having that capacity to use technology. So that's about absorptive capacity here, and then having access to the best technologies wherever they are available here, and making sure we can use that optimally here. And closing borders in our technology development, no longer collaborating on R&D with others, would actually very often, I think, hurt our technology sovereignty rather than help it here. Okay, so green industrial policy, I already said it's sufficiently sufficiently different, has different specific characteristics as compared to other technologies here. And the specifics of those clean technologies are, first of all, is that we are dealing with multiple externalities and multiple objectives that we need to deal with, decarbonization, competitiveness at the same time. And that means that we need multiple instruments here. And these instruments need to be coordinated correctly so that we can deal with the multidimensionality of objectives that we have to do. Most obviously, instruments that will deal with the environmental policy externalities here, and instruments that deal more with general knowledge externalities as well. We know that very well already since a long time. This is why, for instance, combining carbon pricing or some way of carbon pricing together with subsidies and taxes is an instrument. You cannot do it only by just subsidizing R&D here. The carbon price instrument needs to be also managed as a complementary tool to be the most effective one here. So that's very important. Multitude of instruments here because we're dealing with a multitude of externalities that we need to deal with. Another important specific of clean technologies here is that there is this lock-in problem and path dependencies here. And also in order to avoid that, we will actually need to have much more steering than would take place if we would be talking about completely new industries like quantum technologies, quantum computing here. More need for directionality, way more than perhaps than in other areas because of, like we already said, because of the higher externalities, combination of knowledge and environmental externalities, but also because of the path dependency as well here. There were also higher knowledge externalities in clean technologies here. That's been illustrated by research looking at patent citations as a way of trying to identify spillovers. And these clean technologies, very often because they still are in a very relatively early stage, are also technologies that are still having a lot of spillovers in other technologies here because they are still quite early stage here. And because they are still quite early stage, also again would require way more directionality in order to make sure we get all these spillovers internalized here. Another particular specific is that we would also need involvement of private and civil society, because it's not just only of making sure we get these clean technologies out there here, but they also need to be adopted here and adopted relatively fast. That adoption is also not an obvious because there is transition needed here, and that requires that we also need to have this private and civil society involved as much as possible here so that adoption of these technologies also take place way more faster here. So just to illustrate that that I also was a bit active in terms of academic research on this multiple instruments here, how important that actually is to deal with green industrial policy, the combination of carbon pricing and subsidies. We did actually a kind of exercise trying to identify if we would only use carbon taxes, carbon pricing, how much would that give us in terms of the required technologies that we would actually need in order to get to our optimal level of decarbonization and growth here. In that case, the carbon price would have to be 15 times bigger than if we would use it in combination here. So that's really a big step forward, but it's really a big jump, and that means it's really very important that you combine with subsidies here, because those kind of carbon pricing that you would actually need would be very high. And similarly, if you would only use subsidies and not carbon pricing, would be even worse. So these subsidies would have to be 115 times larger here in the simulation. The numbers we might discuss on the exact size of the numbers here, but it really illustrates how important it is to combine and not rely on anyone. But the combination is not just having these two instruments here, it's just also making sure that they're optimally aligned here, so that you design the two instruments from taking into account the complementarities here, which is we're still a far way ahead. Something else I'm very passionate about is if we support innovation policies, are we willing to take enough risk here? And I think for green industrial policy, there's definitely also still an issue of higher risk that we need to take here, because we need a whole portfolio of projects here. It's on the one hand making sure that the technologies we already have are sufficiently deployed here, also sufficiently incrementally improved here, but also completely new technologies still need to go from research to commercialization here, and some might still need to be completely thought about here. And so if we really want to have that whole portfolio of innovation projects, and I think we really need that whole portfolio, it's not just only those that are already there, then we need to take way more risk here. Because these early stages are still come at very high technology uncertainty here. They may not be done if we don't support them enough, and so we definitely need also a sufficient risk attitude by policy support here. That may be a problem, particularly for green industrial policy, because urgency very often pushes the policy level to work with technologies that are already there. And that's certainly something I hear now all the time. We need to go to the high TRLs type of technologies here because we have no time here. All the rest takes too long here. But that, of course, runs the risk that we will never get any of these technologies, even in the medium term here. And I also see it more like having a kind of transition a perspective here. The technologies that we already have here, they may not be yet the most efficient ones here. They are the best ones we can work with here, and will give us hopefully enough time to then also go into the more risky early stage technologies as well here. Another problem with the risk attitude of funders is that on general, we already know that they're very risk averse here. So pushing them to be even more risk averse is really a big challenge here. Another challenge for green and innovation policies, and particularly again for green innovation policy, is the risk of government failure here. So we need more directedness. Already tried to convince you of that. But directedness requires that you have information on what to direct here, and that you know which kind of technologies would work by which actors here. And that information capacity is of course a big challenge here. And again, that will hold also for green innovation policies here. Certainly if these are also the complex technologies that are not so easy to fully understand where the critical levers are here. So that kind of information capacity that's needed here is always a risk here for policy intervention. And definitely also, again, the high uncertainty requires very often that you need a sufficiently long-term horizon to be able to deal with that high uncertainty here. But that, of course, again, is always a problem with politicians, is that their horizon is never long-term here, and that makes innovation policy always difficult to sell here. So with all these specificities and challenges of green industrial policy, but nevertheless, having made the case a bit like Draghi that innovation policy is the thing we will actually be needing in the long term, the question is, how can we actually still work with green and innovation policy and green industrial policy here? What insights do we already have from the past, from what has worked or not, and also insights from academic thinking on industrial policy here. There is a lot of thinking on new industrial policy here that really wants to get out of this notion of if there are government failures, we should not be doing this here, and this trade-off between market failure and government failure here. I think it's really more like we need to have an industrial policy, so we need to make sure that we take into account these implementation difficulties and these government failures as much as possible here. It's not that we can avoid them, but let's try to minimize them as much as possible by careful enough design here. And in that way, it's not so the new industrial policy perspective that was initiated by Roderick and others here, that they see this new industrial policy more like a process of institutionalized and iterative collaboration and dialogue between government, private sector, and civil society here. So it's more this process of how you do policy rather than, okay, how much money do we need to allocate to what? So that it's more like making sure we get the right process right. And it's also more about much more than just allocating, finding budgets and allocating that here. And how to use budgets here is very important with public-private partnerships, so that you also bring the private sector on board in terms of a responsibility for and co-financing as well, but in a proper way, so that they're well incentivated with particular well-designed sticks and carrots here. The whole uncertainty is a very important issue, but that means that the whole process of information and what you learn throughout the process is something that should be built in this process. So it should also have the right incentives to share information, to learn as quickly as possible. So to design your interventions so that you learn way more faster, which includes thinking of policy interventions as experiments where you learn very quickly, design it so that you learn very quickly, even if it doesn't work, stop. And try to scale them up as fast as possible here. So using the policy process also as a learning device so that you can help to address the information problem as well. So this is also summarized a bit in this, but so what I want to really land at is that, so green innovation policy is something, it's very complicated, very complex, but it's not something we can afford not to do here. And I think if we do it properly enough, we can also afford to make failures here, but making sure that this taking into account failures is something that we include in the whole process of policy making here. So the next part of my presentation, how am I doing?
You have 5 minutes.
5 more minutes, okay. So the next part was to check to which extent what we already have at EU level in terms of green industrial policy, does that correspond to what we would need to have or like to have here? Well, here you have a lot. We try to summarize a bit what kind of instruments. These instruments are, it's really a mix of policy instruments, not just only about subsidies and money, it's also about creating the right framework conditions. So this combination of horizontal and vertical. So that means that you also need to have environmental policy, competition policy, trade policy, energy policy. So a lot of complementary policy instruments here, together with also budgets for innovation and budgets for deployment as well. So very complex mix of instruments that we need, and that are also present at EU level and also at national and regional level here. So lots of stuff is present. The only problem is it's a lot and it's not coordinated here. So it's a lot of individual, so it's not really a portfolio of instruments being exploited here. It's just a sum of instruments here. And then we miss, of course, as I already explained, all the potential complementarities you have between policy instruments here. So that's one big issue here, is the whole governance here, making sure that we coordinate all these different policy instruments. And that would include cohesion policy instruments as well. If we look at public funding, then the public funding part, so again, it's not only about public funding, but that's certainly the instrument with which you can direct way more here. There is a lot that the EU already does, although most of the funding is the level of the member states and of the regions in terms of innovation. But the EU also has an instrument to try to coordinate that kind of investment as much as possible here. It has a state aid control instrument here with which it can allow to avoid that we end up into unproductive subsidy wars here. But that again is something that we can discuss later here, but the trend is actually towards making that state aid control instrument way less binding here, but that could really run the risk of having a less coordinated national funding instruments here. If you look at what is done at the EU level, so it's less than 10%, it's about 7% here, but it can be a very important leverage if it's to what's going on in the national and member states levels, if it's correctly modeled as playing that complementary role to what's going on in the member states here and trying to exploit that complementarity here. What we have in terms of EU level funding tended to go way more into the early stages, science and the early development here, and not so much to the higher TRLs. particularly deployment here. So it was already a bit of tendency to also go to prototyping, but not the full deployment here. Was more really focusing on these early stages, which makes sense because that's where a lot of externalities still are here and a lot of risk here too. And a good thing about the policy also was that these public-private partnerships kind of instruments was something that was really being developed way more. We have the alliances, like the Battery Alliance, the Hydrogen Alliance is a good example of that. And you also have this IPCIS, which was already mentioned this morning here too. So these important programs of common interest, which is also building these networks of clusters here. So public-private partnerships definitely were in the horizon here. So, okay. So this was what was going on, but I think if we take a look at the more recent trends, there are a number of important trends to mention in this respect in terms of green innovation policy making here that I find a bit scary. So that's why I want to share them with you. And they were actually motivated quite a lot by the introduction in the US of the IRA here, where suddenly the US, who was a bit lax had no carbon pricing, not much support of clean technology, or suddenly came up with that big, massive support with the Inflation Reduction Act for clean technology. And it was a bit different because it was also much more for deployment rather than for research here. So for actually supporting projects with high technology readiness level here. And also a bit scary because it was tied to also local content requirements here, identifying that one of the objectives was perhaps not really clean tech and decarbonization. That was the objective of the US government here, but more supporting local jobs here, and particularly in areas that were politically critical areas here. But nevertheless, that caused a reaction in the EU here. So we all suddenly became worried that we needed to do something to respond to that big, massive investment, because we thought we had a strength in clean technologies here that we might actually be losing here. 2 minutes. Yep. Because of this competition from the IRA here, that led to the temporary crisis and transition framework revision, as already said, so relaxing a bit, although only temporarily, state aid control here. Also being much more focused on supporting technologies that are in the high TRLs here. So it's really way more about deployment. So it's way more about wind and what's already there rather than investing in new technologies here. And focusing a lot on deployment, focusing on making sure we get permitting procedures way more effectively here. Which is important for certain technologies, but not necessarily for other technologies as well. And what was really also frustrating is that there was nothing at EU level here. So there was no big support or EU budgets for supporting any of this here. It was basically member states, they should actually be allowed to fund more and also work more on their framework conditions here. So that was really not really exploiting any of the advantages that we could have at the EU level here to deal with these challenges here. So just to summarize in the last minute, what I think would be better recommendations for moving forward. As I already said, governance is really the critical component here, and I'm missing that in quite a lot of discussions here. So even in the Draghi report, it's mentioned, but it's not really central here. If you look at the map of new commissioners, I don't know whether for me, it was really already very complicated with all the new terminology, but I don't know how many commissioners we now have that would have something to do with green industrial policy. Here we have, I listed them here, there are way too many. And if they would really operate as a team, fine, but also that is not discussed at all here. So I'm really worrying that it will be even more fragmented here. So this whole governance issue is really not there. What I'm also completely missing is how the single market, which I think is really an important horizontal framework condition that we need to work on before we can actually have any good returns from any public investment we would do in green. Leveraging that single market also, it's an agenda that is very much there in rhetoric, also with the Letta report, but it's not progressing at all. So in terms of biting, it's very, very hard. And if that's not being done, I think any kind of R&D investments that we would be making here will be very costly to make in terms of effectiveness here. Nevertheless, I do think that we can still think of having much more clever ways of spending our budget on that here. So definitely this public-private partnerships is something we should work on, but they should be way better governance in terms of making sure that like the IPCEIs are not just there for a few, very few ones with very large players, incumbent players, and from countries that can actually afford and have deep enough pockets here. I think it's really important that these IPCEIs really work for those alliances and ecosystems which really need support, which are the new to be formed here, and that doesn't always correlate with countries and private parties that have the deep pockets here. So that's something that the EU could actually do, top up these IPCEIs here so that it can be formed, those IPCEIs that would really matter quite a lot. And then finally, although I don't have much time, but another idea that I think is also very important is this directedness, these missions. So much more mission instruments here. We do have a bit of mission here, but again, the governance of these mission programs really sucks, I think. In order to be effective, I think in order to be really mission oriented, I think we need kind of much more kind of ARPA type of agency here. There's lots of people that argue for that, including also again Letta and whoever and Draghi here. But I think what we really need to, it's not so much about do we have also such an agency and how much money it should get, but also properly designed such that it can really play that role as a mission oriented here. So that means with very clear, an independent agency that gets very clear KPIs here, targets, missions, on which it can be monitored here, but with very clear KPIs also can get a lot of independence here to pick then its projects here. It can be held accountable because it has clear KPIs here, but it also needs that independence here so that you can also take a lot of risk here and also recruit the right kind of program officers here that have that capacity to do so. So for me, the ARPA is more, it's more about governance, getting it right. And so, for instance, embedding the ARPA within like in the European Investment Council, which is completely embedded within the Commission here, doesn't give it enough independence here. So thinking about governance, I think, is really quite important. So that's where.
Thank you very much, Brynhilde, for this wide presentation. I would start with a couple of comments, one conceptual and one policy content. The first one is that your focus is very much on market activities, in the sense that you assume that innovation is carried out by firms who don't have really oligopolistic power, and who are in competition with themselves, and adoption is decided by other firms or user which pay attention to price. And therefore, your key tools that you discuss are pricing in the case of CO2 and subsidies or taxes. Well, in the case of the environmental challenge, this is a very minor part of what is creating the climate change challenge, because we have the public sector, which is in charge of pollution, water, infrastructure, landscapes, all activities which take a large part of the investment and control a large part of the effort, both in terms of research, investment, rebuilding of infrastructure, control of water, and so on. And so we need a much broader perspective, in my view, which pays attention to the role of the public sector as an economic agent. And this includes the role of public authorities, the role of local authorities, the role of state-owned firms that, in the case of energy, play a crucial role. So decision by state-owned agencies and firms in the case of energy are much more important than CO2 pricing in itself, because they can make decisions in spite of differences in CO2 pricing for energy activities. So we need a theoretical conceptualization of green industrial policy, which includes a much greater space for direct public action in economic terms. And this has to do with the definition of public interest priorities, the allocation of public funds in public budget to this priority as opposed to other priorities. And we have to pay much less attention to the specificities of market mechanisms in activities which are dominated by the sharing or not sharing of goals, as you said at the beginning. Let me give now an example. Take the case of the shift to sustainable mobility and electric cars. The only important decision is the date that has been decided by the Commission when internal combustion engine cars will be outlawed. If you have this date, then you have in motion all these decisions that you wanted, R&D activities, scientists, patenting, everything follows a political decision of achieving a political objective in terms of climate change reduction. So this has nothing to do with prices, CO2 pricing or a subsidy. It has a political objective or not. And here if the EU had decided this goal 20 years ago, now it would be the leader of electric car production. We didn't do that. So the Chinese and the Japanese, who have been much ahead of us in making this political decision, are now 20 years ahead of us. So this is a political challenge, which has nothing to do with the minor shades of green that can be put in one project or in another. As a matter of fact, we have had the business power and the concentration of traditional car producer in Germany, France, and so on, who have been a major problem, a major obstacle in this direction, because they've been making investment in the wrong direction, because private investment do not make the good decisions, especially when there are important challenges and externalities in this case. So in this case, I am worried that if we talk about green and batteries in that framework, we will never beat the business power of big business in the car industry. We need to change the rules of the game, change the framework of the goals and the trade-off between economic decision and political decision. And in this case, the private decision will follow this type of. So this is a bit of a challenge, but I think we need to be very clear on what can be the problems and the opportunities and the challenges. I take some questions and then you have the space to reply. Dario, Michael, and yourself.
Yeah, a few seconds. Thank you so much for the inspiring presentation. Well, when it comes to government failures, also there, I think we should broaden a little bit our understanding of this problem, because, I mean, we are facing countries like China, which by failing in many respects, in many sectors, then achieve from a technological point of view, the advances that they are now building upon. So focusing on a market-based idea of government failures will, let's say, automatically remove the mission-oriented, if you like, kind of instruments that on the other end we need, in particular with respect to the green challenges. So, of course, how policies are designed and how policies are implemented is crucial, but on the other end, we need to be up to the challenge, considering that we face countries that operate in a truly strategic and long-term way.
So, well, 2 points. One is if one advocates innovation policy, which I think is fully correct, one should also assess why there was basically a failure, not many results over the last 20 years. And I wanted you to pick up basically why that is the case. And the second point is, well, there is a backlash against the green transition politically here. And there are many reasons. One is, of course, that whenever you have structural change, a big structural shift, existing incumbents, existing skills, existing institutional structures are not happy about such shift of resources. But the other point is probably going back to David Ricardo's on machinery. Yeah, we're in a different, in a similar position, and I think in that sense Draghi is right, where you will have to do a huge increase in the capital base, in investment, in new infrastructure, in new innovation, in new investment, also new skills. Yeah. And that, at least in Ricardo's thought, would go along with a pretty problematic social impact. Yeah, either real wages would fall because you draw resources from consumption, or less employment. Yeah, and I think if we look at the EU situation at the moment, this is exactly what might be required, but we don't know whether the social acceptance will be forthcoming, because if you increase the investment share to whatever 27%, or yeah, you will have less consumption here. And I wonder how we get out of this problem, because linked with that increase in investment share is also, of course, a very strong change in the structure of investment, yeah, in skill buyers of a different type, yeah. So how will we maintain the cohesion behind pushing forwards the green transition, behind these macro and structural requirements which
Thank you, Michael. One of the problems is that green transition does not increase GDP.
Yes, I'm Anna Kolesnichenko. I work for Foundation for European Progressive Studies in Brussels. So we are working closely with the socialists in the European Parliament and advising them on policies. I just published like on Monday a paper with very similar arguments for new industrial policies.
Together with the Draghi report. On the same day as the Draghi report.
Exactly, yes. My question is actually about something else, because I have a friend who is working on the team of polymers. Polymers are people who are generalists, but not just generalists, but with very specific knowledge in different fields, and they are very creative. So historically, whoever was creative, Leonardo da Vinci, this kind of people, and now this high tech, like big tech companies are hiring lots of people like this, artists who are actually not specialized, but have this wide set of skills and creative. And so this, I think, is missing in the discussion about innovation. And actually, I was also now reading the book by Stiglitz from around 10 years ago, where he writes about innovation. And according to data, innovation is a big part of it. It's not driven by capital investment, but by know-how. Know-how, it's like how people do things. And people themselves, individuals, but also teams and companies. And this is something very human related. And he shows that this is the driver of the innovation. And so I think here we need a bit more exploration. So it's, I don't know, it's a question or a statement we can address the way you want it.
Thank you. Very quickly, Maria and Giovanni, then.
We're going to sing this song together. Yeah, thanks for your thought-provoking presentation. I was wondering about the policy mix and the combination. You really put it very much in a governance perspective. So I was wondering whether we really made any progress in that respect, right? I think we know very little. And why we do that, I think, is because we predefine which type of policies should be combined. I think we should go more into the direction to see what actually combinations are being made in practice. And we can learn a lot from that. And a related question to be for me would be, do you think that we should not also have a heterogeneity of policies in that respect? Because some countries make some combinations, other countries make other combinations, and it is just not going for the optimal policy, but just to see to what extent you can best align different types of policy domains in a specific context. And that might be a very different story in China as compared to France or in the US.
Giovanni and Maria, very quickly, because we will have time to talk later.
Thanks, Renilde. That's very great. So you point rightly on the governance of this process. And I've seen you realize the involvement of civil society, and I was wondering whether there's any thought at any level on whether this is actually how to implement this for a governance that is really democratic. And I'm just wondering the probability that this is just a civil society washing stuff to legitimize something that probably, for example, the new commission, which doesn't even represent votes, is gonna put forward.
Renilde, you are at the core of ideology making in the European Union.
I wish I was.
Representing the zeitgeist of the commission. And so my comment, first is a comment, the other is a question, apparently unrelated, but a question. The comment is that you have gone, not you, but the milieu has gone a long way from the discussion, but it's very market failure. But the market failure, is there a government failure, how you compensate it? So I am happy to see that. I'm also worried because there is a long, long way to go. Still the world in terms of market failure is there. And in any case, there is this emphasis on market friendliness, which is exactly the opposite to the need of urgency, the need of discovery. And it comes to question. I mean, your name does not appear among the contributors of the infamous drug report, but Bruegel does. How much do you identify with the drug report? Well, the drug report is essentially a militarized globalist manifesto with the allocation of resources given to any politically responsible technocracy. Is this the way you want to go?
No, we will have more opportunities in the next session. Thank you for the questions, and you have 4 minutes for impossible answers.
But I'm actually already very happy that I incited all these comments and questions here. So I hit my target. So I'm glad about this. This is the kind of things we should actually be discussing. So and I hope also to have incited you to help think about how to move forward on these issues here. So let me just pick a few of them. Cannot do all of them, but talk to me later if I miss. So I really like this emphasis that you put, and Giovanni also. Forget about these discussions of market failures versus government failure. If there's government failure, shouldn't be doing this. No, this is why I actually emphasize we should see this really as a process, and as a process of together public and private partnership to learn as quickly and as fast as we can here. That requires good governance. A good governance is also supported by a very careful monitoring, evaluation, and analysis here so that we learn as quickly as possible here. Because the problem is we don't have that capacity and then we don't learn at all here. And I think we need to experiment a lot, try a lot, because we don't know yet what works here. And the only way to learn a lot is to also make sure that we design this in a scientific fashion so that we learn also here. So experiments, not just let's try, but really make sure that what we do as experiments, that we learn from that as effectively as possible here. And so I think Europe there has an advantage because we have that heterogeneity among countries and trying different instruments here. So that's something that should actually be something we use as an asset, but we don't use as an asset here because that requires that we can at least compare a lot and also analyze within a macroeconomic framework where we compare across countries what would work and what doesn't work here. The only thing that sometimes is a bit more difficult is that heterogeneity is also something that influences each other because it's not just what some country does can be looked at independently from what other countries does because there are spillovers and but we should know how to deal with that heterogeneity as well here. So what I think of the Draghi reports, maybe the last minute here. So I'm actually working on, so in Brugge, we have some first reactions to Draghi, and I'm doing a second reaction on the innovation part. What I obviously like is that he puts innovation centerpiece here. He says that's the only thing that will actually help us. And urgency is that if we don't, then we are lost. I like that diagnosis here. But then if you look at the recommendations that he sets up, and that we need a radical policy change, so fine with that, but then what he proposes is not a radical that will actually, so I have a lot of comments on what he is proposing here. I think he didn't carefully think enough about the recommendations here in order to make that case. And now the discussion is very much focused on, we need so much money here, so the total amount is 5% of GDP. And now the whole question is, yeah, that's too much, that's not too much. But for me, again, the focus should not be on how much money do we need, it's what we are going to do with that money here. And I think you can only convince the frugals if you actually show what you will be able to do with that money, and that's better. He posts it as important, and he has some conditions for that, but it's not translated into what he actually recommends.
Thank you very much. We now move to the next session, which will be a follow-up of actually the topics that we've been addressing. And we have now a session on industrial policy in Europe and Italy with a set of conceptual and empirical works which move into the specificities in the list of speakers in the session, we have a short introduction by myself, and then we will have
Mario. There is a question by an attendant, but I think we can keep it for the end of the panel. So thank you very much for the question. We will address your question at the end of the panel. Okay. So thank you. And by the way, if other online attendants would like to participate to the discussion, you are, of course, very welcome to do so. And please write down your question for the final discussion at the end of the panel. So,
metti la mia cosa. We have this session on industrial policy in Europe and Italy. I will give a brief introduction. Then Giovanni Dosi will talk about industrial policy, all the new challenges from a conceptual perspective. Then we will have Chiara Criscuolo, who will be online, talking about the recent work on the European case with comparative evidence. Then we will have Janek Stites from Dezermatt on renewables in European industries. Then we will have Simone Vannuccini, who has been trading places with Patrick Vierenat, talking about European policies. And finally, Giorgio Prodi on Chinese and European and US industrial policy. We will have opportunity for discussion. We can close it. Okay, after this, in the brief introduction that I will give, I will pick up some of the key conceptual aspects. First of all, the context. You already discussed the context of the sequence of crisis, and also, can you hear reasonably well?
No.
Unfortunately, this is the maximum.
As you see, technological challenges are closer than we may think of. Okay, so just a reminder of how important have been the confused sequence of shifts in macroeconomic and industrial policy in the last 15 years from the 2008 crisis. Periods of fiscal austerity, which are now returning, periods of fiscal expansion with the pandemic, periods of industrial policy denial with focus on competition, periods of return of attention to industrial policy, strategic autonomy, and so on. All these has clearly included a massive return of state intervention in the economy, which mainly for the facing the crisis of the pandemic and of the energy crisis. And in this case, what we see is that most countries have had a massive increase in the debt, public debt to GDP ratio by up to 20 percentage points, not just Italy or France, which now are considered to be problematic, but also the US and other European countries. So the problem is what has been done with this large amount of money. You can also use this, perhaps, yeah. Okay, what has been done with this large amount of money? Here is a list of the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, but all the fragmentary set of policies by the EU that has been already mentioned, with a lot of money in parallel to large amount of money provided by national governments. The context has already been discussed this morning, but let's take a number of cases where industrial policy are crucial, and let's see what is happening there. In the case of digitalization and the rise of digital platforms and artificial intelligence, what has been the EU policy? Basically support to the adoption of digital technology, but without any significant actor being a key player in this domain. This is an old figure, but the reality of today has not changed much. Europe is not an actor in digital platform, was not 10 years ago, is not going to be 10 years from now, because European policy are not aimed at building actors in digital platforms. And there are some efforts for regulating platforms with antitrust or regulatory frameworks, but in this case, the logic of competitiveness and all the pricing, subsidies, stories is completely irrelevant. We are talking about the need to build knowledge, capabilities, new public institutions, decide what are the boundaries between economic activities ruled by markets and public activities ruled by social interaction. And we are now facing concrete cases, as in Brazil, with digital platforms such as X facing and challenging public policy decisions. A second case, R&D policy. This is OECD data. The large majority of R&D public policy goes in subsidies to private firms. This is the complete denial of what Reinilde was arguing, the need for a more direct direction of public research going into shared social goals in particular areas. So in this case, what we see is that the easy road taken in the last 20 years has been giving money through tax subsidies mainly to firms for doing what they declare it is R&D, maybe not, often is not real R&D. And basically, clearly here we do not have electric car R&D, we do have Volkswagen continuing to do diesel engines in the last 20 years. Exactly. Let's take the case of Next Generation Europe. Here again, we have potentially a lot of interest for our perspective of industrial policy, digital transition, ecological transition, and we have the very important novelty of European common debt to finance these public initiatives. And that's the only interesting element in the Draghi report, the return to the importance of creating Eurobonds for supporting common European policies. However, we have a complete confusion of the different priorities, and there is no clear connection between what Next Generation Europe does and the implementation. For instance, in Italy, as you know well, the recovery plan gives money to firms in a horizontal way without any directed strategy for digitalization or for ecological change. Let's take also the case of inflation and pandemic. Lots of money. Take the Italian case. The large majority of the 140 billion spent by the Italian government for compensating for inflation has gone to fiscal subsidies on energy to firms and household, mainly to firms, and very little for structural changes in the way energy has been used. The same applied to the pandemic crisis, 100 billion euros in subsidies, again, mainly for firms and households in terms of short-term income subsidies. So what we see is that this opportunity for reshaping the economic system in Europe, making it greener, making it more digital, making it more efficient, making it more cohesive, is really wasted in bonus to households to support consumption, and on the other hand, presents to firms to continue to do what they were doing before. So we are escalating the existing problems rather than creating a new base for solving these problems. No concern for longer-term growth trajectory, and clearly the Green Deal, as was already just been said by Michael, there is a backlash against the Green Deal in Europe, but not just by firms. Also, the Next Generation Europe was a step back from the priorities of the Green Deal in a more coherent trajectory of addressing this stuff. So at the same time, so we are facing a set of policy which are confused in their overall goals and tools, mainly support national performances with the existing actors, the existing business interest. But also there is a total confusion about priorities. We have efforts for the Green Deal and the green transition. At the same time, we have efforts for digital technologies which are not really connected to the former. We have this talk about strategic autonomy, high-tech competition, which is set in a context of increasing geopolitical confrontation rather than cooperation, and has nothing to do with the idea of the common destiny that all the world has to deal with climate change. And then we have a very worrying development of the militarization of R&D, technology, arms procurement, and the creation of which has been called for by important European policymakers, the creation of European military-industrial complex with the strong technological capabilities capable to play a role in the same league of the US and other players. But this is complete, the scale of this is completely unrealistic, and however, this creates a major challenge, a major risk for international stability and the priorities of European change. So what is the challenge? I think I would like the discussion to deal to what is the boundary between the space for policy action, the political process, democratic involvement on the one hand, and the way in which market logic operates, big business players operate, what are the challenges in terms of capabilities, information, regulatory control, and so on. The public-private relationship are indeed changing. On the one hand, we have a return of state action, but at the same time, we have a continuing privatization. Take health, for instance. There is a continuing massive investment by financial actors and large firms in offering private health in countries such as the UK, Italy, France, and Germany. So we are not talking about a return to a real public policy priority in this area. And finally, we need a rethinking of the how this big long-term decision about the future trajectory of Europe are made. How these decisions are made. Is this the result of a technocratic control? Is this the result of the power of business? Is this the result of domestic national political processes? Is this the result of a European broader debate? And so bringing this type of policy inside democratic policy seems to me an important challenge in the agenda. Thank you. I give the floor now to Giovanni Dosi for the first contribution, and you have 15 minutes.
Well, before making my presentation, I cannot refrain from a comment on the Draghi report. You mentioned it and you say, well, there are good parts, there are bad parts. I think
Hi, sorry. We cannot hear Giovanni.
yes.
She's
Okay.
listening.
I'm listening and someone censored Giovanni.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry?
You managed to turn off the mic in 4 times in 1 minute.
Well, no, it was Draghi. It was Draghi that turned off the. So I mean, it's the essence of the Draghi report is let's have more guns paid by European debt, but of course we are fiscally responsible, and so we reduced further the state debt. What does it mean? We have more guns, less hospital, less public welfare, and if one had the European referendum on that, do you want more gun and less hospital? Probably it will get 0.1% of the vote. But this is it. This is exactly it. Sorry. My presentation, I mean, in 15 minutes is very difficult to get through it, but is in a sense at the same level of Renilde, asking what are industrial policy for? And industrial policy and institutional written large are there to, one, to determine the boundaries between what is provided by the market and what is not provided by the market. Including, of course, what is a commodity and what is not a commodity. Health, in my view, is a universal right, is not a commodity. And therefore should not be provided in premise by the market. Should be provided by the state. Education. And I mean, what has happened in the last half a century is a retreat of the public and an invasion of market also in other domains that sorry?
We are not sharing, so let me just share your slides. Right.
And I mean, this is even in the common language. I mean, what is our job as university researcher and professor? Is to offer, to be to provide an offer of knowledge, and there is a demand for knowledge by the students. You've got to be joking. But this is the infiltration that you had of the market discourse everywhere. Well, of course, in Italy, we are very advanced. I mean, we have also market for ruling of the law. that was inaugurated by Berlusconi. So we are very, very advanced. The second, policies are there to govern the rate and direction of knowledge, of learning, that is of innovation, and the accumulation of capabilities and productive capacity. Well, of course, this is postulated on the assumption that politics should be in command, which is the contrary to the market knows better. You know, that famous economist Ronald Reagan, he was saying the magic of the marketplace. There is no bloody magic. And politics determine the rate and direction of production and innovation, and even no policy means deciding a policy. Now, where do industrial policies and institutions, on which levels they operate? Well, many. One on the opportunity of scientific and technological innovation. That is pure research that should be pure research. I mean, again, you have in the language of the European Union the last 30 years that it has got to be useful, it has got to be related to industries. There is a price to having the university going to bed with the industrialists. Now, the major advances are made by curiosity-driven science. I invite you to read Flexner. There's a beautiful Flexner was the first director of the Princeton Institute of Advanced Studies. Flexner, there is a book that is called The Usefulness of Useless Knowledge. And it's a beautiful showing how the major advances in the last 2 centuries in technology were made possible by advances in knowledge that did not have any technological objective. Second, this is obvious and everyone shares that, you have got to increase socially distributed learning and technological capabilities, education, training, etc. This is a commonly shared mantra. But third, you need targeted support measures, sometimes to industry, sometimes to firm, sometimes even with direct state intervention that affect the type of firms and relatedly the capability that they embody. This is especially true in the development domain, but it's true everywhere. That policies intervene, or even non-intervening, they intervene nonetheless, to shape the direction of accumulation of capabilities by business firms. Well, policies affect the economic signals and the incentive that profit-motivated agent face. But note that even this is different from subsidy. You say in successful policy, you say, I want you to do that, and I make it profitable for you to do that. Not like the European policy saying, I give you the money, you know better. I want you to do that. Of course, with the knowledge that if it is really an innovative activity, 9 out of 10 will be failure. And You see that in the history of new technologies in after World War II, in computer, in semiconductors, and cleverly, the American state did not put the eggs in one single basket, but put the eggs in many baskets, knowing that many eggs would not make chicken with the egg. And this is the same that we should do in Europe. Another domain is selection, that is competition policy, etc. But also the allocation of finance. Next, the governance of the relation between the major actors that has a profound effect on the accumulation, the direction and rate of accumulation of knowledge. For example, do you want to make the labor market more flexible? More flexible labor market means that you are going to have less firm-specific learning, because people are not committed to the firms. They can be fired the next day. In fact, there is a growing evidence that increasing flexibilization has got a negative effect on the rate of innovation and on productivity growth. It can be shown formally, and there is empirical evidence about that. The relationship between finance and firms. So governing the institutional, the relation between the major institutional actors has fundamental effect also on the rate of learning. All this, at the end of the day, the combination of this domain is what determines the rate and direction of innovation and accumulation of production capacities. Now, I don't have time to enter into the justification of policies. I mean, they are so obvious. I mean, learning is associated with, is an extreme form of increasing return activity. And when you've got increasing returns, you don't have, you don't even have an equilibrium more often. So to talk about market failure is just pissing in the wind, as the Latin would say. There are, to repeat, there are many activities that are not, should not be in the domain of market, because are universal right and not goods. And there are huge worldwide externalities, beginning with the environment. So if we get if we accept this broad definition of policies, you need instruments that are they go both from public research facilities to, in some cases, public production facilities. Sometimes state-controlled firms or joint venture private-public. You need development banks. You need government procurement agencies. Now, I don't have time to go through the list of broad policy and policy philosophy addressing development and catching up. Let me just mention that both for developing countries and frontier countries, mission-oriented policies relate to all the above domains that I was mentioning before. And interestingly, successful missions are military mission or space mission. One mentioned the Manhattan Project, the Apollo project. And there is a good sense to that. I mean, war is too serious a business to be left to the market. 3 months after Pearl Harbor, the US were looking almost like the Soviet Union in terms of planning. I think that the climate and the environment in general is an emergency comparable to a war. And therefore it needs instruments that are not market instruments. So for example, one should prohibit economists to have a say. To say, we want a cost-benefit analysis. No, we don't want cost-benefit analysis because we know that the economists are very good in quantifying the cost, but terrible in quantifying the benefit. So we don't, it's like to wage a war, you don't ask economists, of course, but you have generals and engineers, but no economists, for God's sake. If this is so, we are still far from the return to industrial policy. Yes, we have many more subsidies, trade, tariffs, quotas, restriction motivated by competitiveness and strategic consideration. But essentially, I mean, the competitiveness and strategic consideration, the subtitle was the Chinese are playing an unfair game because they're winning. And since it is natural, written in nature, that the US should be the leaders, they must play the foul. And therefore we need policies, strategic policies. If we are dependent on the US, nobody cares. If we are dependent on China, we care. Of course we care. For example, I mean, I'm not in favor of Huawei having spying on us, because I prefer to have 2 people spying on me than one single one. So I don't have a problem. Yes. What challenges ahead? Well, this is not exhaustively list. One, we need a deep reform of the intellectual property rights system. The current property rights system is a system that is essentially favors rent-seeking, stifle innovation, especially in the direction that we would like. And also is an obstacle to learning. We all agree there is an urgency to address climate change and more generally pollution and the destruction of nature. There is a big medical domain for a need of sort of health-related global New Deal. We saw the experience of COVID that was tragic. With total unpreparedness by the private sector, pouring an enormous amount of money to big pharma. We have got to prepare to govern the direction of accumulation of pharmaceutical knowledge. And on that I finish because Maria is very impatient.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Giovanni, for this framework for understanding the roots. I welcome President Romano Prodi, who has joined us. Thank you for joining us. And we will give his keynote speech tomorrow afternoon, and we look forward to link theory and practice in the field of governance and industrial policy. I give the floor now online to Chiara Criscuolo. I hope you are alive and kicking and listening to us and with a strong voice. Chiara? Here you are.
Thank you, Mario. I don't know if you can
You
hear
have
me.
15 minutes and you
Yeah,
can
I'll try
upload
to
your
be quick.
presentation if you want.
I will do it. I'm doing it while we speak. So let me first of all thank the organizers for having invited me. I'm sorry that I cannot be there. I mean, I was in a much less nice place. Let me also say that whatever I will say in the next, can you see the slides properly?
Yeah, not full screen yet, but we can see it.
Okay. What do you see? Do you see like?
Well, we see the PowerPoint screen, but not in full screen. So perhaps just try to put it full screen.
It is supposed
Presentation
to be.
mode.
It is in presentation mode. Okay, one sec.
It doesn't, okay then.
Well, that's okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead
Okay,
like this.
so anyway, let me say my own views, not the one of the IFC or the World Bank Group. Let me also give you the gist of the presentation very quickly, because I think a lot has already been said, and I think my contribution should be seen in two directions. One is repetita iuvant, so some of the things that Reinilde said will be said again, but maybe one point that Reinilde made is really the core of what I would like you to get from the presentation today, which is it's not just about how much money we spend and spending more, but how we spend the money, both in terms of instrument, and I'm going to talk about the R&D tax credit versus grants sort of comparison that Giovanni was mentioning, but also targeting of, for example, sectors that I'm going to show you some evidence when we look at the green transition. So I cannot see what you see, but I hope you manage to see. Okay, let me do one thing. Sorry, let me. Now, do you see it better?
Yeah. Now we do.
Okay, cool. So let me start by something that probably has been done already today, but one point is that I think has changed over time is one where we have gone from a definition of industrial policy, which was very restrictive, to one that actually has become much broader. So we don't only talk about measures that are confined to the manufacturing sector, and we also include sort of horizontal and targeted policy. And this is done both, in the context of the work we have done at UCD, but, Dani, Roderick, and Koser in their recent review take a very similar broad view. What is very important is to also specify, and that's where I'm going to stress a bit the importance of how we spend the money. Governments spend money often within industrial strategies, seen as this articulated group of policy instruments to reach a particular objective. And there, I would say, goal of coherence and a whole of government approach is particularly important if we want to spend the money efficiently, and I will get to that in a minute. The second big thing, and this has been mentioned, is that now the goals that we want to achieve, especially in Europe, have really increased, I would say, exponentially. We want to achieve resilience, open strategic autonomy, green transition, inclusiveness, competitiveness. And so we need to design our industrial strategies very carefully, and often we need to be careful that we don't want to achieve too much with not sort of enough instruments and not enough well-orchestrated instruments. So at UCD, and I think some of you have seen this already, we really did an effort to start asking the question, okay, already, do we really know how much we are already spending? Because we are talking about spending 5% of GDP, but how much are we already spending when we take this broad view of industrial policy? And also, can we compare across countries who is spending how much and on what, and with which type of instrument? So we really made an effort to harmonize expenditure across countries, to go in detail into the type of expenditure. Are we spending using direct grants? Are we spending using tax expenditure, using financial instruments? And what are the different eligibility criteria? So first main message is that even if we focus, I mean, we only have 9 countries, but you know, I think they cover both European and Asian and North America. We see that, you know, expenditure is already quite sizable. So it's not that we are not spending anything on industrial policy, whether I look at grant and tax expenditure or whether I look at financial instruments. And these already, for example, I'm not looking at export finance as we focus on that in terms of trade policies. The second main message of this slide is to say, okay, we spend a lot, we all spend differently. So there is a lot of heterogeneity, even when I look within Europe on the instrument that I use, but let me also show me very much different in the targets that we have, even within you know, European countries, because we can really compare what are the priorities of different countries. The second main message, which is we always talk about green, digital innovation, but actually 30% of the expenditure of the support that goes to this industrial policy instrument actually has as a main target sectoral policy. So these are very much the old type of industrial policy. So we need also to put into perspective how much are we spending on old industrial policy and how much we are spending on new sort of priorities. So this is just to put things into perspective on where the money is going. And this is, for example, a first, I would say, indication that maybe it's just about redressing where we spend the money, not just spending more. Let me also say something about the question of, you know, using the market through R&D tax credit and using direct support through, for example, innovation grants that both Reinilde and Giovanni touched upon. And I was very surprised when I found out this graph in one of our in one of the OECD reports that, you know, 27 OECD countries in 2020 still had R&D intensity target as sort of one of the main direction, I would say, or compass to really target quantity of R&D expenditure. And you see, this is very much widespread, you know, across all of the EU, and these targets were not achieved. So this is very much, I would say, looking at R&D expenditure in terms of quantities. While we know, and this has been discussed, that when we have sort of a fight against climate change, this is not, you know, enough. What is also worrying, and Mario actually showed, you know, a similar graph, is that many countries actually have as R&D tax credit the main tool that they use to support innovation. And even the ones that in this graph you see don't spend anything, the R&D expenditure is the light turquoise, and the direct government funding is the dark blue. And, you know, in this graph, for example, you don't see clearly that Germany, Finland, that were traditionally countries that did not support innovation through R&D tax incentive, have introduced R&D tax incentive in 2020 and in 2021. So you really see, even now, we still sort of think that R&D tax incentive should be an important part of the equation. And you see that this has actually increased over time, both in the number of countries that have used R&D tax support, and I mentioned Germany and Finland because they were the traditional ones that were not using R&D tax incentive, but also, you know, R&D tax incentives have become more generous over time. Now, and this is the figure that Mario presented before, We also see as a sort of mirror image, like specularly, the fact that direct funding has actually gone down over time across OECD economies. So the support has been very much this sort of market-oriented way of supporting innovation. I'm not going to go into detail because some of these things Giovanni already said, but I think what is important is obviously there are pluses and minuses on both sides. And you know, we live in a second-best world. And so we need to sort of balance the two. But what is important to stress is I think there is very limited evidence still on sort of the relative effectiveness of tax incentives versus R&D grants. So do we know, for example, which firms are better targeted with one or the other? Do we know, you know, which type of projects are supported with R&D tax credit versus grants, you know, in the numbers, you know, with empirical evidence. And the second big, I would say, lack of evidence is the fact that we don't know whether they're substitutes, whether they're complements. And so this is really something that we try to contribute to in two ways. First of all, when we get to the effectiveness, there has been like lots of numbers floating around. And since this is a large, you know, chunk of money that government spend, do we know how effective they are? And we go from cross-country study where, you know, the elasticity is very small to firm-level studies where, you know, it's greater, like it's 3 times larger and sometimes even 5 times larger. So what we did do is we use sort of micro data that takes into account 3 things: heterogeneity of firms, because obviously small and large firms respond to policies in different ways. Secondly, we take into account the fact that even though you might have an R&D tax credit, not everyone will use it. And when we do that, we actually find that 1 extra unit of R&D tax support translates into 1.4 extra unit of R&D. One important point, and this is again getting into the, I would say, leitmotif of how do we spend the money, design, not only of industrial strategies, but design of specific instruments is particularly important. And what we see is that the business responsiveness to R&D tax incentive is actually affected by, for example, refundability, because if really the target is to allow credit-constrained firms to spend more, you know, we need to make it refundable. Otherwise, firms in profit loss position will not benefit from it. And this is particularly SME and young firms. Secondly, do we really want to give money to firms that would have spent anyway, large, you know, pharmaceutical company? And in fact, we see that if you put a ceiling, sort of, you basically decrease the responsiveness of these firms, and you don't support, you know, firms that would have done it anyway. Now, the second, and this is really, I think, very much related to the discussion that we just had, we want to understand what is the effectiveness of R&D tax credit versus direct support. When I try to look at the different type of research. So are we looking at basic and applied versus experimental development? And here you really see a difference in terms of basically whether I look at the effectiveness of R&D tax credit on basic and applied research, which is, as you see, very low. It's 3 times larger, you know, when I look at experimental development, and the opposite is true when I look at direct funding of business research and development, where, you know, the effect is double on basic research and development when I look at direct funding vis-a-vis experimental development. So you really see, you need to use the right instrument depending on what you're trying to target. If you're trying to target experimental development quantity, absolutely fine. But if we really want to target basic and applied research, then tax credit might not be the best instrument. So the evidence that we find suggests exactly this complementarity between the 2 instruments. Let me then go to one step further on why targeting and R&D tax credit might not be enough. And in particular, when we look at low carbon innovation that are needed to tackle the climate transition. I don't know how much time I have. I lost my time. I think I'm almost over. But let me just say there has been a decline in patents, and even after 2010, you see it very clearly that there has been really a slowdown in patent filing when we look at low carbon technologies, even after the Paris Agreement. And let me go quickly. You also see that this is linked as well with an insufficient public support for R&D and D. Do I have time or not? Sorry.
You have 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. Okay, I'll try to go quickly. And this is happening at the slowing down of both new innovation and slowing down of public support is happening actually at the time where we need basically all sector need to switch to low carbon technologies. And we also know that half of the technologies that are needed to reach our climate target are still are still under development. And therefore we really need research development and sort of basic research. And in a way, Giovanni said it, this is particularly important also because of the learning externalities that you have from this investment. So we really need massive investment. This is something I'm going to go quickly. And so what we did do is we created a new database at the OECD. So the OECD created a new database that really tried to look at the expenditure that was taking place during the resilience interventions in supporting low carbon technologies. And let me go very quickly because this is, I think, the graph that I really want you to see. Much has been said about the IRA, okay? And in fact, when you look on the left-hand side of the graph, you see that in absolute USD billion expenditure, United States is by far the largest, more than 600 billion. Italy sits there, you see second place, 100. But really here the message is when you look at the right-hand side in terms of GDP per capita, you see that the US is not such an outlier. If anything, Italy and Denmark and Romania spend almost double what the US spends. But again, when we think of how we spend within Europe, very uncoordinated. Everyone has been doing different things. And, if you sum up all the expenditure across countries, we really almost reach half of what the US spent in the IRA. And the IRA had a much larger time period, 10 years. Europe was looking at 5 years. So you really see that we could have done much better had we coordinated our expenditure. That's the main message here. And then let me say one last thing, and then I'll stop. The second main message I want to send is, okay, how do we spend? Who do we target? Governments might also not do the greatest job. And one example here is on how much money has actually gone with these resilience packages to support decarbonization in industry. And the answer is 4% of funding has gone to industry. The lion's share has gone to energy and transport, while industry actually accounts for 23% of global emissions. So there again, better targeting would have helped. Similar argument on the R&D and D, the support has not been, as high relative to adoption phase support with a ratio which is 1:5, while the optimal, we know from the literature, should have been 1:1, 1:2. And this is also because we know that because of the learning by doing and the externalities that Giovanni was mentioning, €1 spent.
Please sum up.
I close. €1 spent on R&D and D would actually have induced 6 times more reduction than the same amount spent on adoption technology. And let me close here, but I hope the message is quite clear of where I wanted to get to. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much, Chiara, for this contribution, which combined with Giovanni's talk tells us how far we still are from a real effort to build an industrial policy of the scale and scope adequate for the challenges we have. I give the floor now to, we are missing the contribution of Yannick Steitz, so we have the contribution by Vannuccini, Simone Vannuccini from Université de Côte d'Azur, who is going to talk about the European dimension of these policies and presenting a paper with Olivia Fontana. You have the floor. Okay.
Thank you very much. So, well, first of all, I mean, you see what happens, Giovanni, when you talk about the Draghi report. You have the thunderstorm outside, so that's not sure was the best choice. So let's try something slightly different, if I can. Yeah. May I stand? Do you hear me? Okay, so I have a lot of defects, but not the let's say low voice. Okay, so the talk I'm gonna, I mean, the introduction, this contribution, we titled it "Not Strategic Autonomy Without Fiscal Autonomy," which is a pun based on the "Not Taxation Without Representation" story, because we wanted to stress the idea that actually Mario pointed out a little bit that there is a political dimension behind, there is a very fundamental political issue behind the discussion of industrial policy. And yeah, I didn't introduce myself, but I'm a junior professor at the University of Côte d'Azur in Nice, working on AI, but also on industrial policy. So the talk is based on these two contributions. So if you don't want to listen to me, you can just scan the QR code and read the working paper that is coming out as a paper, hopefully tomorrow or the next day in a journal, but it's called How to Institutionalize European Industrial Policy for Strategic Autonomy and the Green Transition, which is co-authored with my colleague Olimpia Fontana, which is a research fellow of the Centro Studi sul Federalismo in Turin, and was also published as a working paper of the Lewis Center on Strategic Autonomy, European Competitiveness, etc. And we also had, for the joy of Giovanni Dosi, a comment on the Draghi report, which though maybe not so critical. So we start from the context. So what is going on? You have heard about that already. And as people around 2000 years ago were saying here, repetita iuvant, so somehow it's good to put the same things in a line so that we develop a common understanding. I think it's also important because somehow there are two communities here, broadly speaking, the innovation community, which usually did not deal with industrial policy, and the political economy community that did not deal with innovation. And then you have, I mean, an attempt at a dialogue, maybe not completely, but let's say it's a bridging exercise. So what is going on? First of all, you already heard, there is always a new industrial policy. Somehow we have cycles of momentum gain and momentum losing on industrial policy because of political conditions, but also because somehow it's very hard to avoid the fact that state intervene in the economy as much as we would like to push back against that. So the economic and political case, as we know, is not only spillovers, it's not only externalities, it's not only market failure, but it's also that, and it's stable, persistent over time. Second, we are now in this rising tide of industrial policy moment. EP stands for industrial policy in the slides, of course, which is fed by the global rivalries, so increasingly fragmented globalization, not deglobalization, but let's say reshaping topology of global relationships and global challenges, global pressures that relate to the production of or non-production of global public goods to govern them. What is the fear here is that we might end up, or we risk end up again in a beggar-thy-neighbor race, so in which industrial policy is used as a tool to weaponize trade country against country. And this happens, so this has been called the new zero-sum logic of globalization. This happens in a context in which we live in a poly and perma crisis. So we start to be more conflictual while we should act as a, let's say, common community. So industrial policy tend to return. We have global challenges and global arms race for state intervention. And what is important is that during the expanding phase of globalization until a few years ago, Western economies were very chilled. So they did not really think much about vulnerabilities, diversification of sources. And now they realize that, okay, maybe we don't want all the rare materials from China, or we do not want all our smartphones produced in one country only, or all the semiconductors made by TSMC in Taiwan. So we are now scrambling in a disorderly manner to patch the vulnerabilities and to limit what the European Commission has called the technology leakage. So how to frame the problem? I like to put it as a dichotomies. So there are two tensions that we might want to discuss or analyze or frame the problem around. The tension one is the fact, as I mentioned, that on the one hand, it's good to mainstream industrial policy. So now we can freely talk about state intervention in the economy, about moonshots, about mission orientation, etc. So we accept the proactive role of the state in the economy, but we also accept that this can be weaponized for national or nationalistic purposes. So we always make references to innovation and political economy books, but I don't know if you ever read National Power and the Structure of Foreign Trade of Albert Hirschman, and maybe that's also something that we should look back at, because the narrative that he points out in between the two world wars is exactly the same narrative that we hear now when we analyze in the public documents. So we are living the Hirschman 2.0 phase, and where that led was not really welfare increasing. So maybe we should think, systemically. Second, is it the case that nice political climate in favor of industrial policy is reliant on the fact that there are arms races? So we had support for US ban of semiconductors produced in Japan in the 80s and 90s. We have now the same from China, but that is also, as Giovanni was saying, when there is some, challenger that tries to challenge the technology leadership or frontier. So it's time for industrial policy, but it's also risk to fall down into this rabbit hole of nationalistic race to the bottom and beggar thy neighbor. Second tension that has been pointed out already before, mostly for the EU, we have the tension between allowing state aid, so we want to have some wiggle room for intervention at the state level, but we also want guaranteeing or defending the level playing field of the single market. So the question here is the Draghi report, or are the Draghi report and the Letta report at odds with each other or not? Because if you read the Draghi report, you say that's not the case. Industrial policy is actually a tool to deepen the single market. That's what he writes. But that's not really the case. Because if you allow state aid at the national level, you really jeopardize the single market. So the fundamental issue why the issue is political is that competition policy is a European competence. Industrial policy is not a European competence. And it has been raised before that funding is usually an agglomeration of national funds. So for example, I proceed, the point is that we do need European champions to compete globally, but we do not need continental monopolies. So there is some nice work recently by Tommaso Valletti, for example, in which the consolidation in the telecoms is challenged because they might not lead to any competitive effect on global markets and actually worsening welfare at the national or market level. So the point is to try to find the equilibrium between the two. And so scale is one of the answers that we look for industrial policy at the European level, but consolidation is not also always the answer. So the EU has been experiencing this back and forth pro and against industrial policy. The question, as with advanced technologies always, is this time really different? So if you read what Altiero Spinelli as European Commissioner for Industry was writing in the 70s, when he was proposing European public enterprises and state-owned enterprise at the European level to finance risky projects, and this was combined with the debate on the limits to growth in the Club of Rome, This was the poly crisis and the European industrial policy. So we are still there. Maybe now the poly crisis and perma crisis is even worse, but we can fish a little bit from there. And the other point is that you can swipe it under the carpet as much as you want, but the root issue is financing. I mean, yes, we might discuss, maybe we need to spend better. If you read the Tirol report, the one of Bocconi, Excel on innovation policy, they say that's budget neutral reallocation of resources for innovation policy, but that's clearly not enough. So you need resources, 800 billion for 5% of the GDP. I mean, you need more resources and you need them at the European level. So how do we deal with that? So our proposal has been a two-pronged one, and I go towards the closure. First, if you want industrial policy at the European level, it has to be permanent. So it has to be a tool that we can use continuously. It has to be institutionalized. So it has to be a European tool. It has to address these tensions that I told you before. And how can we achieve that? Well, the proposal is that to build on existing tools, but to Europeanize them. One option and one prong of the solution, or suggested solution, is to work more on the instruments. And here is indeed to take the IPCEI, so the important project of common European interest, and make them not an aggregation of, so these are European projects, but they must be financed completely or in large part by the European budget, not only as an aggregation of national contribution, because you remove the state aid versus single market kind of tension. The Draghi report picks up on that a little bit, but we should be more clear, not on the governance, but on the funding. And another point is framework oriented. So who governs that? And the idea is to have a large umbrella fund administering the EU programs. You can call it a European sovereign fund, as in the previous von der Leyen Commission political guidelines. You can call it competitiveness fund, as in the current guidelines. The point is that you can call it as you want. If it doesn't have adequate, substantial, and additional funds, it will not work. So the step that was mentioned before is not enough. The European seal label of European projects is a signaling game and not a funding game. So we are in a direction that is evolving, let's say, not in the worst track, but that's really not enough. So what is our idea is that we should take the Next Generation EU, which the only thing good that it did really is to emit bonds, so to create European funding, and to use the provision of the Article 122, which is the emergency provision, to say, like, we live in a perma crisis. We are always in emergency. Hence, to build a fund based on the Next Generation EU structure, but it is long-term or permanent. So to sum up, the only way that we have not to weaponize industrial policy at the national level is to make it supranational. A realistic path to follow is to Europeanize instruments that we have now. One is to make IPCEIs financed by the European Union or Commission or European level and grounding them in a solid, well-financed setup. To achieve strategic autonomy, or anyway, independence or capabilities to produce technologies, you need the fiscal autonomy. So if we do not have the money, which then, as a consequence, means the distribution of power, discussing democracy at the European level, then we do not address the EU, the key issue of having real sovereignty at the European level. But of course, fiscal autonomy requires sovereignty sessions, and then now politically go and ask the government to give up sovereignty. That's a conundrum that we always face, but we have to spell it out, otherwise we cannot act. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simone. I call now Giorgio Prodi, who will jump into the more political dimension of how Europe can deal with the US and Chinese industrial policies at the same time. 15 minuti. 10? 15? Ok, tira fuori gli spinelli, metto il cronometro, tira fuori gli spinelli, tira fuori il link, mandami il link.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Okay. The focus of my speech in this round table, but just follows what just Simone Bononcini said. I am in the same line. So I'd like to talk about the weaponization of industrial policies, looking at what China and the US are doing in this perspective. Let's see China, just a few examples. China used economic coercion against Lithuania, for example, when the country allowed the opening of a Taiwanese representative office in Vilnius. And this event also accelerated the adoption of the EU anti-coercion instrument. Australia, China is imposing duties on Australian goods after diplomatic relations between the two countries collapsed when Australia accused China to interfere in the internal domestic politics. But also China used positive industrial policies to strengthen its political power all over the world. And sometimes also weakening the power of other countries. For example, the Belt and Road Initiative, launched by President Xi Jinping in 2013, not only aimed to improve the export capabilities and the Chinese domestic industry through infrastructure investment, but also create political links, particularly in Asia and Africa, but also in Europe. In Europe, for example, countries like Hungary and Greece, which have received significant investment from China, have blocked several EU initiatives aimed at condemning Chinese human rights records. For example, Greece blocked an EU statement at the UN on China human rights in 2017, and both the countries opposed an EU statement regarding the South China Sea in 2016. Very practical example, in Montenegro, the government want to build a highway between Bar and Bujar to connect Montenegro with the Serbian highway system. The project was financed through 1 billion Belt and Road loan from China. After that, other international bodies, include the European Union, deemed the project economically and environmentally unsustainable. Today, the project proved to be unsustainable, and the country is not able to pay back money received from China. So now the EU has to decide either to pay back or to refinance the loan or to have a Chinese port in Montenegro, as they were foreseen in the contract between China and Montenegro in case of debt was not repaid. The plan China Manufacturing 2025, that is the Chinese Industry 4.0 plan, if you want, that has the goal, the main goal, to upgrade the Chinese industrial system, both in traditional and advanced sectors, also want to reduce China's dependence on foreign technology and promote Chinese high-tech manufacture in the global marketplace. It does with a series of instruments that goes from technology transfer, foreign technology acquisition, subsidies, protection for local companies, that sometimes are borderline with international trade and investment rules. Till now, Chinese Leninist socialist market economy model with a mercantilist bent has so far succeeded in maintaining domestic internal stability, let's say, and projecting global influence. And China is the largest provider of government support for industrial sector, according to OECD. So the investment of Chinese companies abroad is fully in line with the country development goals and also with the diplomatic goals. In this context, for example, the distinction between private and state-owned companies is increasingly irrelevant. To invest abroad, Chinese companies need a series of authorizations that can make the process a bit slow at the beginning, but guarantee full support for the government. Another example, when Midea acquired KUKA, it was the decision of the government that a Chinese company had to buy KUKA. And Midea had been selected from several Chinese companies that want to buy KUKA, but in the decision of the government, that Midea was the right one for whatever reason they thought. So the support of the government, this strong support for the government guarantee, for example, lower interest rate, support everywhere. So also the risk of investment perceived lower in China than for Chinese companies than for our companies. And this is particularly evident in sectors like the new environmental technologies and ICT, where Chinese company have expanded into challenging market with the support of the state. The control of rare earth supply chains from mines in unstable countries to pollution purification activities that's crucial for this industry is possible due to government support. And speaking as a sector, sales R&D on solar panels have been subsidized for years. And now Chinese producers dominate the market with efficient and low-cost products. They have the scale, the products, the market. In this moment, they don't need much subsidy anymore because they're already big enough and strong enough. Of course, this makes competition for European companies outside the European market very, very complicated. The US has similar dynamic in weaponized industrial policies. Today we also discussed about China, the CHIPS Act, IRA, but also intervention of the Committee of Foreign Investment in the United States are not just about reshaping the US industrial system, but also about explicitly slowing down or halting possible Chinese development. The CHIPS Act, the US one, has not the goal to create in the US an efficient chip production, able to compete with Asian products, but to a simply domestic industry, not to depend on production of friendly country, not enemies. So they're not trying to stop the Chinese production from this point of view, but they are afraid that buying from Taiwan, or if you want the rebel province of Taiwan for our Chinese friend, from Japan or South Korea is too dangerous because they are too close to China in case of there is a degradation of bilateral relation, or not to mention an invasion of Taiwan. The rollout of CHIPS Act has been slower than expected. TSMC, so that is the world-leading Taiwanese semiconductor manufacturer, is investing in the US to serve the local client in the future, but to maintain profitability, the company states that they will have to sell products at 30% price higher than the chip produced in Taiwan to compensate extra cost. It is clear that the industry will not be efficient in the US. And the problem for these companies, are we sure that US companies are going to buy at higher price? There should be some legal obligation, otherwise they will not. I have to say that we'll not be surprised if the Taiwanese government is making pressure on TSMC not to be too zealous with the US production development, because let's say that the dependence of the US on Taiwan chips is the best insurance against the Chinese invasion. So, but this is not my list, I don't have proof on that. The US is also trying to stifle the Chinese chip industry in another way. For example, the foreign direct products rule allows the US government to block the sale of products made in USA with USA technology, even those manufactured abroad. So they can stop the sale to China. Since many ICT products incorporate here or there some US technologies, this rule effectively limits Chinese access to key components. Again, SML, the Dutch company that produced advanced EUV lithography system, is prohibited from selling to China. And recently, they also had to restrict some servicing activities to production lines sold in the past in the country, again, under the US, under huge pressure. Let me talk about Huawei. Huawei has been all the telecom company in Europe and in the US have been pushed not to use Huawei technology. Huawei remained #1 in the world, with the selling in third market, but they lost market share, especially in the smartphone industry outside the country, because they are not allowed to have Google servicing on it, so they cannot sell. They cannot almost operate abroad. But to say how fast they can react, 5 years ago, exactly when the US start to stop Huawei, they decide to enter in the electric vehicle industry. They never entered in the market before. They put 7,000 engineers, 7,000, and now they're able to produce every single component of the electric car. You can buy all the block, you can buy single components, but say, of course, they could do that with a lot of the support of the local of the government. So, of course, Europe has been heavily impacted by this weaponization of industrial policy, economic policy. Going back to trade, when China and the US negotiated a trade deal to reduce US trade deficit, this affects as well Europe, because many of the goods that China agreed to buy from US used to be bought from Europe. So we are lucky that this agreement is not working so well. Does EU have the right tools to reply to this weaponization of industrial policy? Yes and no. Yes, there no new instrument, the anti-coercion instrument, investment screening framework, implementing anti-dumping and subsidized measures. But a broad strategy, been said many times today, is missing. So the US Chip Act is okay, European Raw Material Alliance is okay, the Critical Raw Materials Act is okay. Also, the Global Gateway, that is a way to react to the Belt and Road Initiative, is okay, but they lack the scale and the cohesion compared to what China and the US are doing. By the way, today Intel announced the stop of the investment in Germany and in Poland. Of course, yeah, which is a lot, 2 years to stop. And even we believe that Western countries should form a united front against China and Russia, something I don't believe. I think it's a big mistake. The EU and US don't always have the same long-term goals and strategy. For example, Russia is much more important for us, for the EU, than for the US in terms of import and export, and we lost a lot more than the US with the sanction. So I close. There is one last thing I want to just to underline. We've talked a lot about industrial policies. We talk about weaponization industrial policy. What I am afraid that, well, in the next years, the researcher will try to analyze the impact of those policies in terms of economic efficiency, productivity, growth. It will be important to remember that these policies were driven also by other goals, like security and global power dynamics. So the context must be considered to fully understand the impact and defend the reputation of real industrial policy moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have some time for questions and answers, no? Yeah, sorry. We have the discussion. No, the discussion starts from Francesco Zezza and Francesco Crespo.
Okay, so good evening, everybody. Thanks a lot to all the panelists for this very interesting session. So rather than making a discussion, I will just make 3 questions / remarks, which maybe all the presenters may want to answer. So, and as Giovanni has done at the start of his presentation, I will also make some remarks on connections with the Draghi report, which is like the ghost in the attic. So first one is that if you look at the governance problem, so if you look at the squad that the team that von der Leyen has presented 2 days ago in terms of names, you see a lot of vice presidents, with a lot of overlapping portfolios. And so this creates a lot of problems in doing industrial policy. Why? Because everybody will look at his own portfolio and try to do something. And then Draghi asked to have another figure on top of all these executives to coordinate industrial policies for all the others. This risk to create a big mess at the European level. Second, the other thing that the report was underlining, and that also much of the presenter both this morning and today were underlining, is that the EU has now a big gap with both US and China with respect to advanced technologies. But then again, this is not so coherent with the other objectives of the EU at the moment, in particular about the energy transition. Why? If you look at the energy consumption of these new technologies, they're huge. So if you think just a single query you make on ChatGPT is using as much energy as thousands of families and households. So how can we reconcile the two? Is this really where we want to go as a continent? So putting ourselves on top of China and United States in terms of energy consumption while trying to reduce, to achieve the transition. And finally, the last point is about financing. So this was touched by Mario and is also touched by the Draghi report and the Letta report. So Mario is saying, okay, we should have something like the next generation EU 2.0. And this already has some issues. Why? Up to now, the NGAU and the Eurobond that we issued in the last years are quite shady as financial instruments. Why? We don't know what the interest rate is. These are not as government bonds in the sense that these are not permanent. We do not roll over these bonds. We have to pay it back, and we pay it back with taxes at the national level that nation states pay through the European budget. And so either we start a real true Eurobond program, or this is just money coming out of nation states. And what is Draghi calling for in this respect? For more capital market union, which is just a fancy name for financialization. So the problem with financialization is that there is a long literature that says that it took out a lot of incentives for innovation. Why? Because at the firm level, I can make a lot more profit investing in bonds and trading instead of investing in tech. So what should I do? Do we really want this more financialized country, or do we have to think of a new way, a true new way of financing this industrial process? Thank you.
Great questions. Thank you, Francesco. I give the floor to another Francesco Crespi from Roma 3.
Thank you, Mario. Hello, everybody. And yes, I think that we are here to discuss industrial policies, and we cannot talk about the Draghi report. I believe that we cannot disregard this. Okay. We cannot disregard the Draghi report in a very simplistic way. We should discuss it in more detail, and it is an opportunity for our community to have such a broad and bold statement on industrial policy, to dig into the detail of what we want, what we aim to obtain through this kind of instrument. Actually, as Simone said, industrial policy has a cyclical component. I'm not that old, but I'm old enough to remember when you cannot talk in a policy context of industrial policy. So I believe that the Draghi report represents a strong shift in the policy debate. Of course, as Giovanni said, all the issues remain unsolved that our community put forward in the last years. The role of public companies, the role of tax incentives, the role of public procurement and public demand. So what I believe is that we need to take this opportunity of this Draghi report to try to discuss in the detail and try to figure out how we can in some way propose something alternative or which is more coherent with our view of industrial policy. So I will try to take two examples. The first started from an analysis on the photovoltaic industry that we made with Dario Guarascio and other colleagues. Starting from the statement, the bold statement in the Draghi report, which say that some products, such as solar panels, where foreign producers were too far ahead, the European Union should let foreign taxpayers finance cheaper installation of cheap energy in Europe. So does it mean that the European Union should abandon the sector, for instance, to concentrate investment in other renewable energies like wind turbines, for example? I think not necessarily. In this paper, we find that European Union has very strong technological and productive dependency in the sector, in the public photovoltaic sectors, and but it is important to try to preserve our technological and productive capacities in this service. For example, we have highlighted the strong structural dependency in a component of photovoltaic panels, which is inverters. Inverters is something that allows the system to exchange data. So in some way, it is something that is basically a potential huge cyber attack target. And if we think of what happened yesterday with the Hezbollah appliances, maybe some reasonment about this we should do this. The other reason is for not abandoning the photovoltaic industries is that a choice like this completely neglects what Giovanni was saying about the complementarities between the accumulation of technological and the organizational capabilities and production capacity, but also the relevance of knowledge evolution, cumulativeness, and bad dependence. So if we abandon the production of photovoltaics today, we are compromising our capacity to produce next generation of technologies to produce in this sector. Another point that is interesting and very bold in the Draghi report is the notion of technological neutrality with respect to the achievement of environmental targets. So this technological neutrality implies that emission targets and sustainable transition should be achieved through a large array of technologies, including nuclear, hydrogen, both blue and green, carbon capture and storage technologies, etc. So we know that this approach might have relevant interests, but we also know that diversity allows the selection of superior technologies and that technological lock-in phenomena are relevant and can deliver relevant inefficiency. So for our community, a sound scientific analysis of this issue of technological neutrality, I think, is needed, and in order to avoid simplistic conclusions. So these are two kind of examples of how our community can in some way start from the Draghi report, take the challenge of the Draghi report and start a new wave of industrial policy and innovation policy analysis that maybe can attract, and a lot of them I can see here, a new generation of scholars that are interested in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Francesco, for these specific comments on the weaknesses of the technological strategies developed by the Draghi report, which I'm sure they will be discussed in the next debates. We have now probably 10 minutes to allow some break. So a few questions and so I see one hand there, other hands. Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, Lorenzo Moretti. I had the activities on innovation at the Lewis Hub on new industrial policy. I have two comments, one general, one more practical. The general one is that I think to move the debate forward on industrial policy for innovation, I think we should be a bit clearer about the distinction between who chooses in industrial policy and who does. And this dichotomy of whether the government is better than the private sector, I think in some way impedes the debate, because in some cases, the government is very good at doing things, in some others is not. My own research focuses, for example, on government venture capital, and there are cases where the government has done really well and others where it has done terribly. So I think it's very important to clearly decide where we want the government to choose the direction and where we also want the government to actually do stuff. And the second more practical question is on the role of demand pull policies, which in my impression are almost completely absent in the European debate on innovation policy. So the government cannot just invest in technology, but it can also create markets for technology. So for example, one that I think is one of the most misunderstood examples of innovation policy is DARPA in the US, because in DARPA, the D stands for defense, is the Department of Defense that is part of the project of the agency and pulls the technologies because it provides the anchoring demand for the technologies that are funded by the agency. And in Europe, we seem to ignore the role that the government can have in creating the market for technologies.
Thank you. Other questions? Valentina? Valentina Meliciani, Luis.
It's not really a question, it's a comment to Giovanni, because just you started with the Draghi report and criticizing the military emphasis, and then you finished with the DARPA. So just a comment on that, and the mission oriented and on the stuff.
Okay, I think we can have a very quick round of the speakers who want to come back. Just to start, clearly the demand pool potential is a very important part in terms of public policy. And when I mentioned that we have to move beyond the logic of market behavior based on prices and subsidies, I also had in mind the importance of public procurement for a wide set of green technologies, where the state is the only provider of territorial infrastructures, water management, and so on. So clearly, in this case, we have a great potential, which is much more beneficial than the military story. And so we have to clearly emphasize the role of public procurement as a demand pull effect on that. Giovanni?
Well, the Draghi report, and I'm told, I'm not there, but I'm told by insiders that the policy part of the Draghi report was not written by Draghi, and I doubt that even understand what is written there. Basically, was it written by the industry, by the various firms that contributed to the report, and in fact is a collage of desiderata, of constraints and objectives that European firms find feasible. And you can read it. I mean, this is it. The European objectives come second-hand vis-a-vis be nice to these firms and give them the money. So, I mean, one should not talk so much about the second part of the policy part, because it's like asking the business association of the various countries, what do you want? What would you ideally want? That is basically it. DARPA and I'm against. Personally, I mean, I'm not a pacifist. I consider myself a left-wing militarist. But if I've got to choose between hospitals and guns, I choose hospitals. So down the list, we would like, yes, a European defense industry, self-sufficient, etc. But this cannot come together with austerity and fiscal discipline, because otherwise that means cutting the hospitals. On the contrary, we need to expand the expenditure on welfare, health, education, research. And then if we have some money left, then on the contrary, I mean, the Draghi report is explicit, saying people that we know that people are quite ignorant, have believed that globalization was damaging and producing inequalities. Believed. It was instilled on the people. Next, this round is to instill that we are not doing worse than the previous globalization. There is no social, the social objectives are not objectives, just constraints. We cannot show the people that this is going to damage them. Then, of course, we know better. I mean, the globalized technocracy knows much better than the people. And either you should reform the people or abolish the people, because they don't understand. This is the entire spirit. And if we lose that, I mean, and we talk about the details, we are not going to get anywhere. I mean, it's yet another technocratic project.
Thank you. Chiara, can you hear us? You want to comment on any of the other presentation?
No, I mean, I think I agree with everything that's been said, and then I stand between you and well-deserved coffee. So happy to take this conversation in person another time.
Thank you again, Chiara. I don't know if Simone and Giorgio want.
Telegraphically. So on Francesco Crespi's point, technological, so path dependencies, lock-ins, that's something contribution that the innovation economists can bring to industrial policy. I think we should really work on that. I will not advertise a report that we are doing with some colleagues, but you will see soon on LinkedIn. On Francesco Zezza's point, what are negatives from your comments? I see that more as levers to leverage, in a sense that, okay, the commission has industrial policy competencies distributed among commissioners. This means that the issue is very political, which means that, okay, that's a lever to push forward on that. So conflict means that there is meat on the bones, hence we can work on that politically. Eurobonds are shaky and on the NGU or shabby or whatever, problematic. Yes, because we do not have an enlarged budget of the European Union on which you can guarantee the Eurobonds. So the point for us, for example, is pushing in this direction. So enlarge the budget, make it the European Union more democratic, ground the Eurobonds on that. So more rather than looking at the problem. On the trade-offs of new tech pushing on the technology frontier and the ecological transition, fully agree. So AI is hokum for 90%, let's say. The point is that a lot of innovation policy, if one rereads like Jarosky, etc., is diffusion policy. So the gap that we have in Europe is digitalization gap, not that we do not have ChatGPT in Europe, let's say. So, and this stuff might lead to more energy consumption, but it's not the AI that consume, let's say, all the world. So I wouldn't invest on that, and that's the directionality point. But I would look at more at the diffusion policy and how we can combine that with the ecological transition rather than just pushing the frontier.
Simone is always optimistic. And Giorgio, you want to... Okay, thank you very much. It was a very dense, controversial, intense discussion. We have 8 minutes of break and then the round table with Maria Savone.
Devo fare una cosa per grazie.
Sono riuscito a trovare una penna. Allora.
Non ho capito perché non c'è l'acqua. Manco l'acqua.
Nida?
Grazie. A te ti presento come emerita South Bank University. Sì, emerito. Sì, metti vicino a me. Non so come...
Stiamo qua, allora prendo.
Non lo so, mo vediamo un attimo come metterci. È caldo comunque. Io pensavo facesse... Dico, fa un po' caldo. Fa caldo te? Fuori no. Fuori no. Infatti non mi sono sotto. Chissà se Ron rimane.
Guarda, sono rimasto.
Ci siamo conosciuti, cioè.
Sì, che se no un po' di tempo fa.
Sì, ieri sera ho cenato con il friend
ok.
Leonardo, ma se no...
Sì, lo so. Siamo sentiti l'altro ieri. Vengo abbastanza...
Perché ti ho visto, aspettavamo...
Sì.
Lei la faccio, sì, l'ho messa, quindi faccio doppio clic qua e devo fare lo sharing.
Quindi solo tu c'hai le slide.
Hi, Patrick, can you hear us? Hi, there you are.
Hello.
Ciao Patrick.
Ciao.
Glad to see you, even if just
Glad.
online. So
I'm very sorry.
I think you can share your slides. So you're authorized to share your slides. So when you, I don't know which is the order.
The first, he's going to be the
You're
first.
the first. So if you want, you can already start sharing your slides. Okay, great.
It's fine. Do you see it?
Wonderful. We can see it very well. So, okay, Maria, so then decide when to start.
Aspettiamo che... No?
Patrick, so 2 minutes more, I think. 2 minutes more.
No problem.
I will say a few things, well, a couple of minutes.
Quanto tempo abbiamo, Maria? How long?
I would say 10 minutes
10
each
minutes.
max.
Okay.
Also because it's a round table, it's not, I say even, 8 to 10 minutes, also because it's the last session.
No, it's, I think everyone is very tired.
So I would say-
session was very dense.
I would say 8 to 10 minutes and then we open to the floor.
Also
and
because
then
there is
you
no
can-
end time in the program, so it's quite.
No, exactly, they
if you look at the
forgot.
program, it says like indefinite duration. So it's
Indefinite duration.
yeah, it's starting at 5. We are almost there, but there is no.
No, I'm sorry that I mentioned the Draghi report because it is actually quite.
Yes, that is focusing on industrial policies, I guess.
No, but I mean, I think it's normal also that we focus so much on the Draghi report because then. But the regional perspective is really important.
We try to.
Yeah. Also
that
because
is
Ron talked
completely
about
absent,
Ron today.
Yeah,
Ron
exactly.
Oh, vabbè, iniziamo. Ah no, grazie, deve tornare, spero.
Take even some coffee away.
Io poi non ci vedo manco più. I'm blind. Age, you're very young.
That's the more you than that. And that's it.
Eh? Ma solo io me lo ricordo, il piano Juncker con l'Industrial Renaissance. E a me questo Draghi report, no che solo io, nel senso che mi ha fatto pensare a...
Well, the size is much bigger. No?
The size and
What
also
is-
the context, yeah.
It's so big to be unrealistic.
The Draghi report,
The Draghi
yeah.
report. Since I'm not sure how you can go out. I mean, I understand you want to give an idea of the size of the challenge, but given the current budget, because I'm not sure where the money might come from. No one wants to solve it. It's better to have a maximizing target. It's better to have a maximizing target to achieve a little. Well, at least be selective, no, in the sense, I mean, he's trying to be selective. The problem is that the challenge, I mean, the size of the resources that he's suggesting are needed to fund the plan.
He suggested the European bonds, no? To fund
But you need to
fund.
pay the interest at some point. So it's, as we will discover in a few years with the recovery plan, 2027, unless we something changes. We need
Yeah, you can. Yeah,
Patrick, can you hear us? Yes.
but I cannot see.
There is Reinilde who's greeting you.
But you cannot see you. So
You cannot see me, Patrick, but so long since I've seen you. How are you?
Fine, and you? It's a very long time.
No, I don't hear him.
You
I
hear
thought
me?
I saw on the program that you were there, and I thought, oh, I will be seeing Patrick, but unfortunately, only
Not this
online.
time. Not
Yeah,
this
we have
time.
it in remote.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry for that.
But we're coming to Strasbourg for a conference next year with the WHOOPS conference. So I'll see you there then.
Of course, of course.
Ok,
Yeah.
thanks Reni.
Let me know.
We'll discuss. Ah, ok, quindi possiamo iniziare.
really back quick.
Can I call you back? Hello, can we take a seat?
Questa cosa non funziona proprio. Non funziona questo microfono.
Order!
It's the only way.
Audience, can I ask you to take a seat?
Ma perché devo strillare proprio?
Okay, thanks for coming back. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm not gonna shout, but okay. So the purpose of this roundtable with our distinguished speakers is to probably, I would like to be a wrap up of the day on also picking something that has been discussed during the two keynotes, but also a little bit to go back to the big elephant in the room, which is the Draghi report, and trying to understand quickly a couple of inconsistencies and so on that I'm calling my fellow panelists to discuss. So I think there are a few issues, rather than trashing it completely like Giovanni, I'm trying to rescue something. And it is true that it's not very revolutionary to talk about industrial policy for us that have been advocated for this for quite some time. And it's good that there is the urgency to tackle a few issues like climate change and what has been called technological sovereignty and so on. However, there are a few probably also conceptual inconsistencies that would call for more reflections, which is what I'm calling for today. So, for example, a lot is on open strategic autonomy and the new technological sovereignty and so on, particularly on the digital. But then we have seen with Ron this morning and so on that, for example, some of the regional development is still linked to being trade central. So we still need to focus on something that is not completely protectionistic and so on. The other issue is, for example, you've seen that there's a lot on strategic autonomy and so on. And I found it curious as well that the new commission has now a DG Mediterranean, which means that it's going to probably be linked to some other form of industrial policy linked to the weaponized industrial policy linked to trade policy. So that in general, I think there's very interesting times ahead on what's going to happen for industrial policy. Now, a few issues, for example, Ron was mentioning this morning that I've seen different development of regions for
the digital transition and the twin transition, and I've seen a completely different separated subset of regions. Some will go towards a digital transition, more complex goods. Some others you were advocating towards the green transition, which are low complexity. So I think one of the main challenges is also how to direct industrial policy towards a twin transition that is not going to create more polarization across regions. This is something that Riccardo will pick up. No one today, for example, have been talking about labor as well and the impact of this industrial policy on labor markets and so on. So that's something that probably is missing, and I'm thinking that Ciprian is gonna pick this up in the round table. And then a lot is gonna be linked, for example, to the role of FDI and multinationals and how this open strategic autonomy is gonna be reshaping this role and so on. But I would like to start with Patrick Lerenat, who's a professor at Beta University of Strasbourg, who's gonna also pick some of the issues that are linked to science policy. So a couple of issues in the Draghi report is the relationship with science and the extent to which we're gonna assist to a new form of European paradox. And that's something that probably needs to be a reflection that needs to be incorporated in this debate. So I will structure this way. Patrick is going to kick off, and then we will have Grazia Aietto-Gillis, Emeritus Professor at South Bank University, London. Then we're going to have Ciprian Batu from Institute Avant-Garde. And then finally, Riccardo Crescenzi from LSE. And each of them that are going to pick up some of the issues we discussed today. I will start with Patrick. Patrick, can you hear us? Yeah?
Yes, I hear you.
Well, about 10 minutes and the floor is yours. Can you speak loud, please? There's an audio problem.
Okay, do you hear me? Is it fine like that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present some of the points that I would like to raise today on a very important topic around the industrial policy. I'm very, let's say, I'm very sorry not to be with you.
Can you speak up a little bit?
You hear more like that? Is it better?
Yeah.
No? Yeah?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. So I just wanted to say how sorry I was not to be with you, as you can imagine, and to participate to the discussion of that round table. I have a very simple point to do, and for that roundtable is basically to advocate the idea that you can't imagine any industrial policies without some idea about how the science should be related to it. That the science and industrial policies are the two sides of the same coin. If you really want to deal and tackle the main challenges that we have in front of us, being the social ones, migrations, or even, and also, of course, environmental ones, just to name a few ones. So the point I want really to make is about that link and to show that the industrial policies are in fact very much related, and also that science and science policy is a kind of prerequisite for efficient and worthwhile industrial policies in many sectors, and probably in those sectors which are concerned by the structural change that we are facing. And to do so, I will start with basically also some more older story. Oops, I have a problem with my slides. All right.
Yep.
Yeps. of course, what I wanted to speak about is to come back to this old idea of the existence of a European paradox, and the best way, or at least a simple way, to formalize that is a very simple graph like that one. The idea you probably remember is to say that in Europe we have a rather good research and science systems, and our excellence in science is one of the main evidence that we have in Europe, that we have a rather interesting industrial structure and from historical, but one of the things that we can describe as a paradox is the fact that those ideas, those scientific results are never transformed or badly transformed into innovation and into industry development. A rather, let's say, smoother version of it is to say, yes, we are good in science, maybe not that good in industry, but in fact that the transfer and the link between science and industry has to be improved in a systematic way. And that was really one of the main topic for a long time of the, let's say, industrial innovation and science policy at the European level. I have, if my slides work, I don't know what happened, just to give you some quotation from, which are not that recent, about that paradox. The one is from 1995, the other one is a little bit older, 2007, but both of them are basically mentioning that we have very good and comparable scientific performance, but transforming the results into innovation and competitive advantages is lacking in Europe. And that has been systematically, let's say, advocate as one of the problems which was specific to the European situation. And that the reason why quite a lot of the policies at the national, at the European level, has already to improve those links. One of the points that we did, and that was for some time ago, as some of you may remember, in one of our papers with Giovanni and Mauro in research policy, we already advocated that one of the characteristic of the situation of the European situation was that science was not that good, industry was probably lagging behind, and probably the transfer was not that bad. And that was already our, let's say, diagnosis in 2006. And the idea that the link between science and industry had to be, let's say, probably thought differently. And that has been basically reassessed almost 10 years after, in 2016, in a paper with Stefano. And the fact is really that, in fact, what we have, and still probably have, and was already diagnosis 10 year ago, that the European science is not let's say, sufficiently, is not a problem of insufficiently applied, but probably more a problem of quality and excellence. And at the same time, not only that, we had also a problem of structural characteristics and matching, and that the absorptive capacity and the existence of a specialized and high-tech and knowledge-intensive activities was much less developed in you compare, for example, to the US, and that what we see is not a paradox, and is more a kind of twin deficit in excellence research and innovation in high-tech sectors. And that was a diagnosis from 10 years ago. The interesting point, and of course, as Maria was just telling earlier, there is this Draghi report. Interesting enough, what you can read is that we have still the same situation, and that the the situation is still, and when you look at the, let's say, main points that on science and innovation of that report, we find exactly the type of diagnosis that we had already 20 years ago. And with the idea that the, let's say, the way to assess the situation is both, again, on the science side, a question of academic excellence, which is lacking, but also on the industry side, where we have probably one of the lower private R&D spending in Europe. And interestingly enough, some of the proposals that appear in this report is to try to promote that excellence. And I think that the point which is partly interesting among the proposal of the report is to really try to solve that by investing more at the European level at the academic research, which is a little bit a kind of change of policy or point of view on what is the role of Europe at the research level, and to reinvest not only in the research infrastructure, but also in the promotion of academic excellence and world-leading research, and in particular the idea of a kind of ERC at the institutional level that I think could be quite interesting in a way to increase the basic research funding at the European level, and not only just a coordination of the national research policies or research policies. And so the main point that emerged from what we try to advocate since almost now 20 years is the fact that if we really want to develop industry and to attract talents for that, and be able to have a structural change which correspond to the challenges that we have to face, we need absolutely to reinvest and recuperate some of the difficulties and in terms of excellence and good science. So that's a very simple message that I would just to put on the table, on that round table, and I hope that could be further discussed later with the other panelists and with the people around. Thank you for your attention. Just to maybe a little more, let's say, footnote to my presentation. By preparing that presentation, I crossed over a paper that I probably have read at the time, and a paper by Keith Pavitt, 2000, where basically he advocates similar things that I just told, with doing more or less the same type of diagnosis and the need for the development of high quality academic research as a source of major new technological opportunities, and that has to be dealt at the European level. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. That's kind of relieving to say that there's never been a European paradox. So basically, yes. The Draghi report that actually now comes up with the idea that we don't have EU champions, for example, due to the regulatory framework on AI, is not, I mean, we never had European champions even before the regulation. So that's something that it's important to note.
Yes, and the main point is that well, finally, so far I read that report, this strange idea of the existence of a European paradox is vanishing from the discourse, at least, and the necessity to reinvest in basic research at the European level, because that's the level where basic research should be, let's say, supported, is coming back, maybe, or emerge at least.
The dear old model, LED model. Thank you, Patrick. And now we move to Grazia Aietto-Gillies, who's gonna discuss about the new global context.
Thank you very much, Maria. Now, I have to say that oh, sorry. Okay. Fine. Thank you. I'm really delighted to see that industrial policy has become now part of the economics lexicon, that we can talk about it properly after decades in which it was kind of talked in a sort of secret way, something which we were almost embarrassed to mention. Now we can do it, and this conference proves it, that actually it's very relevant. However, the fact that we use the same expression, industrial policy, does not necessarily mean that we can use the same policies as when I was young, back decades ago. Because the situation, the economic situation in society have changed. And therefore we need to have a close look at what's going on and then change accordingly. The two major changes, not the only ones, are of course the evolution of transnational companies in the way we are seeing them today, and the discussion on global value chains obviously is a part of that. And the second one, of course, is the digital technologies, which are now going into the AI and the follow-up. Now, the digital technologies have dominated the scene, the technology scene now for at least 20 years. And the link with the transnational companies is very close. The companies are involved, some transnational companies produce digital products, but whether the companies produce digital products or not, they all use digital processes in the production process. They use digital technologies. So that in itself is something to be taken into account. Now, what are the policy issues which may emerge from this link between the technologies and the transnationalization? Well, the first one is the following. If we look at the digital companies, and they're all transnationals, of course, we see the following. We see that actually the ratio of investment in plant and equipment in these companies is considerably lower than the ratio of investment for all the industries taken together. And I have not prepared this slide, but I can give you a couple of figures. For the total industries, the ratio of investment, or rather assets invested in plants and equipment is about, as a percentage of total assets, is about 32%. If we take Facebook Meta, and these are figures for 2019, the ratio was 14%. For Alphabet, it was 13%. For the accountancy company Accenture, is 6%. So they're considerably lower. Now, why is this important? I think it is because when we think about trying to pull the economies back into full employment, into working with the new technologies, well, the investment opportunities in plant and equipment, which are given to us by the digital technologies, are pretty low. So when we compare the current period with the period, say, after the Second World War, where those opportunities were enormous, the reconstruction, the automobile industry, the white domestic machinery. It was quite a lot to invest in. Now, the digital sector does not offer us the same opportunities. Does this mean that there is no need for investment? No, no, not at all. Because there is, of course, a lot of need on investment on training the labor force, on education. But that does not bring in profits for the private sector. So we do have a conundrum. How do we get out of this? I think temporarily, at least, considerable investment in the green economy would help. And that's why there is a link, and we have to look at how things proceed in the various industries. Now, I've mentioned that actually there is a need for, no, I want to mention something else about not only the rather low investment opportunities in plant and equipment, but whatever investment opportunities there are, they tend to be agglomerated in certain countries rather than spread around. And this is an issue definitely for industrial policy. Now, the other thing, of course, I mentioned is that there is a big need for investment in education. We had recently the report from OECD, which actually mentioned some of the failings of some European countries, including Italy. Now, this would mean that actually there are the failings mentioned by the OECD report, how to say, are failings on the supply side of labor. Labor is not trained enough for the challenges of the new economy. However, there are signs that there are also failures on the demand side. Now, a report last year by the CNR, the Italian National Research Institute, gives interesting data on the destination in terms of jobs of research graduates in Italy. Italy produced a good number of research graduates in a variety of fields. And many of them are very good. In fact, they're all working up there in Britain or in France, in Belgium, and so on. Why is that? Well, then you look at the destination of those graduates, research graduates, destination by job, and you will find that in Italy, the majority work in the public sector, particularly the universities, but also some in public institutions. Mm-hmm. So we don't have just a supply side problem of training. We have also a demand side. And therefore, industrial policy could try to address and look at the sectors which are most in need of developing a research base such that they can absorb research graduates, because the two are connected. Now, other people have talked this morning, and also Riccardo is going to talk again about global value chains, which of course are the key to what the changes we have seen in transnational companies. And the global value chains and the developments which we have seen have been made possible by the digital technologies. which allow control at a distance. Now, the global value chain, however, sorry, do create a problem in terms of labor, because labor is fragmented. The production process is fragmented, labor is fragmented in terms of ability to organize and push for better conditions and for higher wages. And the part of the problem has to do with being fragmented because they work for the same company in different countries. And different countries have different regulatory regimes regarding labor and also other type of regulations. Now, why is this important? It's not just a matter of distributive justice, though that in itself is important, but it's also a matter of demand, because if labor does not have enough power to ask for higher wages and the wages level remains too low, the demand side suffers. I think I've finished.
Thank you,
Thank
grazie.
very much.
Thanks. Thanks for also coming back on labor, which I think Cipriani is going to get back to, and I'll leave the floor to you.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to make a few points about the twin transitions and what are their impacts on the labor market, because we talked today a lot about capital mobilization, but there is also labor in the equation of all this. And what the effect of the twin transition on the labor markets is this: it changed the relative value of skills and then create mismatches between labor demand and labor supplies. So on one segment of the labor markets, it creates skill shortages, and the other, it creates unemployment. So it's really important to take that into account when you talk about EU industrial policy, because skill shortages might become binding for our capacity to go through with these two transitions, so with digital and green transitions. And actually, this is one of the great things about the Draghi report, is that it takes seriously the issue of skill shortages and how to solve it. And if you read the report, especially the chapter on skills, it paints quite a dire image about the situation in Europe. First of all, there are lots of skill shortages. There is a decreasing and aging workforce. EU is losing in the competition to attract global talents. And we have deteriorating education systems. So all of this is not really helpful, but also the report proposes an array of solutions, adopting a more skill-based approach to the European policy, invest more in retraining and adult learning to adapt more quickly labor supply to the change in labor demand, change in EU governance, better working conditions for teachers, etc., etc. What I wonder is whether it's fully appropriate to adopt only a skill-centered approach to this issue of mismatches on the labor markets. Because first of all, if you look at skill shortages, actually they are global. They are not just an EU problem. If you will find skill shortages in China, in the US, and also these shortages, when they are accompanied by rising wages, they are also a signal for workers to change their human capital investments. So in the short term, skill shortages are also a good signals, as I said. Secondly, skill shortages are not only a result of the mismatches between labor supply and demand, they're also the result of fragmented labor markets that have
different origins, and there are some solutions in the reports. So increasing labor mobility, reducing frictions on the labor market, and more broadly, harmonized skill certifications. And all of these solutions are not fully skill-centered, right? The other thing is that it's quite hard to plan skill formation because there is a huge time gap between when you train for these skills and when these skills will enter in the labor market. And if you look at previous report about what will be the needs in terms of workforce and skills in 2020, 2025, you will see that it didn't fully realized. The only really good predictions in this market was we need more workers, not in the high skill sector, but in the care industries. So it's really quite hard to plan skill formations. And finally, when you look at retraining and adult learning in general in most OECD countries, you will see that they are quite disappointing in the sense that they are a very low take-up. If you look at the country that perform the best in the OECD country, it's Finland. You'll see that the take-up is about 30%. And this is really the best system we have. If you look at country like France, we have massive investment in formation and training for adult workers, and the take-up is very low. We always budget more money than is actually used, which is not usually what we do in France. So this is one thing that was a bit puzzling in the Draghi report. And the other thing is that what is missing in this is the second part of the result of these mismatches, the issues of unemployment and more broadly of transition cost. Because this transition, by changing the value of the relative value of skills, also have redistributive impacts. Actually, Rosella talked about it. So they are redistributive. They changed the sharing of the pie. And the second thing is that when you look at the green transition, it also reduces the size of the pie. So it's even more difficult. And why this second part is important? Because this is the source of a second constraint on the labor market for our capacity to conduct these two transitions. This is an issue of acceptability. We have concentrated costs on the labor market because of this transition, because of this change of the redistributive effect. And what we know from history when we look at previous structural change on the labor market is that it will foster political movement that will oppose policies to conduct these transitions, okay? If you think about Luddites in the 19th centuries, but even if you look in policy today, you will find such examples and that have their origin in the labor market. So we need to think also about not just skill shortages, but also transition cost, because this might be more a bigger constraint than the issue of skill shortages. So how do we deal with that? We need to, and I think the reason why there is not too much mention of this in the Draghi report is that this is mainly on a national prerogative, but we might think about how we create national European institutions to complement what we have at the national level, to reduce its transition costs and to foster acceptability for transition policies. For example, in June, in the Institute Vanguard, we proposed a solution of wage insurance schemes at the European level to complement the unemployment insurance scheme at the national level. So something that will allow workers that are displaced because of decarbonization policies to retain the same level of wage as they had if they find a new job. So because the cost of job loss is mainly explained not by less time worked, but by lower wage when you found a new job after. Okay. So this is more or less the messages I wanted to make today. First of all, The issue of skill is not the only issue there, if you look at the labor market. And then we have to take seriously the issue of transition cost and how we deal with that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, as I was saying, the issue of labor is not particularly central to this new direction for industrial policy. So it's great that you have mentioned that. And also, relatedly, the issue of redistributive income redistribution, which is something that also is particularly overlooked in the Draghi report. But then again, let's have Riccardo, I think, going back to this regional dimension that we kicked off with. So we round circle the topics. Thanks, Riccardo.
Thank you. I will try to stand, otherwise I am completely hidden by the screen. So thank you very much for giving me the floor, and thanks to the organizers for having me tonight. So it's very difficult to say something like original after Patrick, Grazia, and Cipriano. So I will try to bring in like a little bit of the regional dimension, the subnational dimension with which Ron started this morning, and to highlight some practical gaps in the implementation of industrial policies when looking at the European context. So just to move like a little bit the attention away from the Draghi report, I think the past 6 months have seen like 4 like major documents shaping EU debate, so which the Draghi report is only the last. We had the Letta report on the single market that was mentioned, and also we had the report from the high-level expert group established by the European Commission to look at the future of cohesion policy. Why is this important? This report is important because cohesion policy accounts for 1/3 of the European budget. Considering that another 33% is common agricultural policy that is fundamentally untouchable, the cohesion policy and cohesion policy funds are a fundamental source of resources to fund whatever we want to discuss about. So I think it makes sense to bring this dimension. Also because cohesion policy comes with resources, but also thanks to our treaties, the founding treaties also comes with some constraints in terms of targeting resources to the most disadvantaged regions of the EU. So I think it brings in some additional spice to the conversation. However, we cannot forget the most important document. It is the one that is binding for the Commission, the guidelines that President van der Leyen has presented in front of the European Parliament. Now, the Financial Times published a very interesting article wondering, can we have the Draghi agenda without Draghi? So here the agenda is not necessarily the Draghi agenda, but it is Ursula von der Leyen approach. And we have seen in the structure of the Commission that she has a very important leading role. So when thinking about the future of European policies, we need to take, I think, a wider approach and look specifically at the guidelines that the President has specified in front of the Parliament. So here you can see some of the issues that we have been discussing, but in the framework presented by President van der Leyen, the issues are wider. For example, the subnational dimension is also discussed. Maybe not in the way we would expect it to be discussed, but it is present, while it is not present at all in the Draghi report. The Draghi report is completely spatial. There is no space. There is nothing about subnational differences in, for example, industrial policies, the impact of industrial policies in implementation. This is what I will discuss in a moment. So these are like very much the main issues that we have discussed, but there is much more. There is also some of the issue that Grazia was mentioning about the digital agenda, as well as the issue of skills, for example, to support the digital and green transition. So the debate in the Commission, in my view, it's wider than one might think, focusing exclusively on the Draghi report. However, not to go on a negative note, I would like to discuss 3 gaps, okay, from, how to say, a subnational geographical standpoint, but 3 fundamental gaps that I think we have and we need to reflect upon when we think about industrial policy in the EU. A policy gap, a funding gap, and an implementation gap. Okay, let me like just very briefly go through these 3 gaps, these three problems. So when we think about the challenges of the green transition, okay, we cannot avoid reflecting on the fact that the impact, the human exposure to extreme weather events, for example, has a very marked geographical dimension. It doesn't affect everyone in the same way. So this already brings in a sort of like subnational dimension when thinking about both mitigation and adaptation. And you can see the emphasis on the less developed regions of the EU. However, when we think about the demand for policies, the demand for green policies, this is a tracker that gives us an idea of the implementation or the lack thereof of net zero measures, net zero policies, okay? And from the tracker, we can see like where nations, where countries are, okay? And we can go from achieved or setting low in terms of net zero target to no net zero targets. Okay, so this is the picture for the countries of the world. So we can see that the issue of the green transition, the issue of sustainability is important, not as important as we might expect given the size of the challenges. However, it is present in national agendas. However, if we go at the subnational level, if we look at the regions within those countries, so subnational regions within those countries, we see that the picture is very different. While the effect of, for example, extreme weather events is felt in very different ways and has a very different nature in very different subnational regions, has a very specific and unique geography in Europe, we see that most of the regions, or 80% of the regions, have no plans, have no targets in this regard. Okay, so this is a fundamental policy gap. And the same is true if we look at cities, okay? And going a little bit around Rome gives you an idea of that. But also, when we look at companies like the big multinationals that Grazia was mentioning, we have like a little bit of an interim situation. So there is an opportunity there to leverage companies, to leverage private capital to bring the green transition, to bring this issue, to try and fill the policy gap at the subnational level. This is to highlight like a little bit the nature of the challenge, the lack of demand for policies, the lack of policy commitments in this area. Also, we have a huge investment gap. Okay, well before the Draghi report, this comes from the Financial Times, the cost of the green transition. Okay, this is May 2024. The numbers are unbelievable. Okay, the funding gap is huge, and the question on who is going to pay has very important political implications. This comes from the BBC, the issue of the backlash in terms of voting when we think about the uneven distribution of the cost of the transition. So the issue is, okay, how do we pay? And the Draghi report has an astronomical number. It's very difficult to see how the plan can be even funded given the current budget constraints. So the fundamental issue to bridge the funding gap becomes the mobilization of private capital. Okay, we cannot really achieve such an ambitious plan. We cannot really put in place the resources that are needed without convincingly mobilizing private capital. In this map, you can see an elaboration that looks at the geography of private capital coming from foreign direct investment in the regions of the European Union, looking on the one hand to the traditional green investment, so the investment in renewable and energy. Okay, so what is traditionally considered green, what our policymakers are putting very much in their agenda, as if solar panels could create huge local multipliers. What we are showing there are instead green activities in all other sectors that are not energy. Okay, so what can be done when you produce a green cement? You are not in a green sector, but you are pursuing a green activity that has the potential to generate, to support the green transition, to generate investment, in this case foreign investment, that can be extra-EU or intra-EU, to fund the green transition and favor the reduction of emissions through greener activities. This is exactly the same map, just with the zoom on Italy, where you can see the divide, okay, where you can see how these geographies, the renewable are going to the sunny places, but the green activities in other sectors are going elsewhere. Okay, we can see the reproduction of the geographical divide, of the north-south divide in Italy.
So we have a problem in terms of demand for policies. We have a problem in terms of funding these policies. We also have a huge gap in terms of implementing the policies. So we have a huge discussion about our capacity, the very complex, very sophisticated, state-of-the-art policies. The problem is that then these policies, when they touch the ground in the technical language, they sometimes are not even implemented. Okay, if you here what we did is looking at the experience. In Italy, we have quite a lot of experience in the implementation of green and digital projects through the cohesion funds. So looking back and try to see, okay, what is it that was done that is green and digital, that looks like the new industrial policy in our experience, so that we have already seen the end of the cycle. When we look at these policies, we see that these policies are the ones that are more likely to develop severe delays. So if you look at any project implemented under the EU Structural Fund in 2014-2020, this is joint work with Giulia Sonzogno is also here, we see that if you look at the global set of projects, we see that the probability of ending up with a severe delay, meaning a delay with reference to the timeline of the project itself, okay? Of course, building a bridge has a different line, a different timeline than redoing a pavement. But if we look at all sorts of projects, the probability of ending up with a severe delay is 6.1%, 6.2. If we look at digital and green projects, we see that the probability is 21%, 21.36%, suggesting that these projects are inherently more complex to develop and implement. We are not even discussing about impacts. We are discussing about very severe delay in the implementation of the project. Okay, and if we look at where these projects are being implemented, so here we are looking at digital and green projects absorbed by firms, we see again the same divide that I've shown you before, in the sense that the traditional strong regions in Italy, the north, the most advanced regions, are also the ones that are more likely to put in place, to apply for funding for digital and green projects. So we can see the circularity here. There is less demand, less capacity to implement, less funding available in certain parts of Europe. And this is gonna further the divide across regions in Europe, but also across member states. Okay, this is like additional evidence when thinking about less developed regions, when we try to subsidize and support R&D. If we go at the very fine-grained micro level, what we see, this is a joint work with Guido De Blasio, formerly at the Bank of Italy, and Mara Giua, we see fundamentally displacement. We see that this was an experiment implemented in Italy, sort of that anticipated smart specialization process. The smart specialization process, same sectors, then selected as priority sectors by smart specialization, big impact, fundamental displacement. Firms are just replacing their own R&D investment with public resources. Okay, so however, where we record some success for this type of policies in less developed regions in Italy is in traditional sector. It's not in the high tech, it's not creating the next Silicon Valley in less developed regions, but is in reinforcing existing advantage where regions already have a milieu of technological competencies and investment. Let me conclude. So we have some important messages that come from the experimentation in industrial policies in EU linked with Next Generation EU. Okay, we have now a stronger performance orientation that is gonna stay, is become part of all EU policies, and the fundamental principle of complementarity between investment and reforms. Okay. However, we still see the big challenges. We see enormous challenges in the implementation of these policies, in the funding of these policies, and in the capacity to implement the policies. So what we desperately need, but we don't see much at the moment, are streamlined procedures, make it easier to implement the policies for everyone, so less bureaucracy, more coordination across different policy areas in the EU. Think about the common agricultural policy, innovation policies, as well as the new generation of policies, including the recovery plan, and the fundamental question of governance, the capacity to implement the policy, the capacity, but not only to implement, to design and to generate demand for relevant policies. Let me just close because I know I am over time. This is the big challenge, okay? Here, like we look at the Brexit referendum, okay? and we look at what is it that made people vote Remain. Okay, a bit of a challenge because people that are in the weakest areas also tend to vote more for Leave. Okay, so you need to disentangle a little bit the disadvantage from the political preferences. But however, the Brexit referendum is the only case where people really voted pro or against the EU. And when we see a sizable effect in terms of convincing people to vote Remain, is where people have received EU funds. So in the area of the UK that have been in receipt of cohesion policy funds, of European funds, but where people have seen practical changes in their way of living, in their employment opportunities. So you need, it's not about the money, it's not about the distribution of resources, it's not how much you are getting from the EU, it's fundamentally if EU money are able to generate impact. This is to say that we have a big challenge. We really need to fill the three gaps that I mentioned because we desperately need impactful policies to be able to deliver and respond to the needs of European citizens. Thank you.
That's a great way to wrap up the discussion of today. I would like to open the floor to a few questions. We have like 5-10 minutes if anyone wants to raise an issue or question. Is it too late? No, we're discussing, for example, with Michael, the idea, your point on policy demand, which links up with the governance issue of Reinilde, the cohesion policy that also Ron pointed out, but also the idea that I raised that involving civil society means exactly creating this policy gap demand. And if you create this policy demand, then ideally you can also afford some funding because people would then be involved and buy and also pay taxes for that. And the idea of implementation is probably in any discussion on industrial policies, the big elephant in the room, right? We'll be discussing about missions, we'll be discussing about vertical, horizontal, but then ideally what is really missing is really how, what are we going to do and what is exactly that we need to make sure that happens, because to make sure that this has an impact in terms of the objectives of the industrial policy report. We got 3 questions. I was hoping to spark Michael discuss. So Michael, Antonello and Dario.
So these are real questions to Patrick and also Cyprian. I think the orientation of science and education and training policies probably shifting over time. What are the strengths and weaknesses of the European versus, let's say, the US versus the Chinese versus the Indian systems of education science? And I think there were periods when one thought Europe had certain strengths because it doesn't have such enormous disparities in middle education. Also within the quality of universities, yeah. And one also knew there were weaknesses in the centers of excellence in research universities, but the weaknesses in the US, for example, on the widespread on quality. Yeah? So have we resolved which model we are really going to move? Same thing is on apprentice training. This is a long discussion where the UK and US were seen as very weak on apprentice training. And we face the problem, what sort of policy should we have towards the 40–50% of the age cohorts which don't go to colleges or universities, yeah? So, and the same thing applies, I guess, to science. And apprentice training is somehow linked because apprentice training is automatically almost conservative because it is linked in a dual system to existing industrial structures, yeah? So how do we overcome what Patrick was mentioning? We should have a very strong focus on areas which potentially innovate into completely new areas, yeah? And how would that filter down in the way we organize universities, we organize apprentice training?
Thank you, Mike. I'd like to collect all questions and then give you a round of reply. Antonello.
Yeah, very quickly. I was particularly interested in the implementation gap you mentioned. particularly the fact that you find out that digital and green technology related projects are more likely to be delayed. And I wonder whether it's a matter of different projects we are talking about. Are we always talking about projects included in the Next Generation EU, or are we comparing different projects? Because in that case, it could be a matter of understanding better why this type of delays is occurring.
Thanks, Antonio. Dario, did you have a question?
Briefly, it's also a way to thank you, because I think that in fact the roundtable has been a way to wrap up, and my feeling is that most of the things that has been said previously in a way are in your talks. What I think, I mean, most of the things that you talked about, Cyprien, the labor market part, which is fundamental and we did not discuss enough, I would say, during the day, and also all the problems of, so to say, implementation, or how much divergence also increased despite some efforts that have been put forth. I think that our major challenges, we don't have a very solution, but we know what is incompatible with trying to address these issues. So on the labor market side, I think that the problem of bad jobs, low wages, flexibilization of labor markets that has been mostly pushed by cost consideration is something that we also have to put on the table to understand why mismatches or shortages materialize. Because in some cases, we know that we don't have, let's say, graduates willing to work for positions which are not well paid, and they prefer to go somewhere else. And this is an actual problem that we have in Italy, but not only in Italy, for example. And how we discipline labor markets, and to what extent labor markets are designed in a way to promote good jobs, is a way that we never include within industrial policy debates and discussion. While if we want to be realistic in pursuing grand industrial policy objective, we need to know that labor markets need to be, let's say, up to the challenge. So cannot be labor markets like the one that in Italy, for example, incentivize cost competitiveness strategies, which are for sure not, let's say, in line with the kind of tasks that we discussed. And finally, just one point on, let's say, the costs of transition that also Cyprien mentioned, that is related to what I was saying. Well, in these cases, this also refers to things that we really don't know if we will manage to achieve some targets. There is the need to discovery and to also try, for example, to strengthen the supply of key public goods. Well, in this case, I think that grand plans, which can be at EU level, and also at the national level, with the public sector being a major driver. Some years ago, there were the proposal of a piano del lavoro in Italy with the task of 1 million people employed for fundamental tasks related to public goods, like environmental protection, health-related issues. This is just to say that if we think that we are going to face a transition that risks to be very painful and risks to jeopardize the political acceptability of major tasks, well, then we need to think out of the box, and we cannot have situations like with the Next Generation EU, where we have money for infrastructures or money for the, let's say, capital part of some interventions, and we are not allowed to hire in a structural way the personnel needed to run the activities. Okay.
Thank you, Dario. That was nice comments as well. I'd like to give a couple of minutes each to reply. Patrick, do you want to start?
Yes,
I mean, the general comments, and some of them are addressed to specific people, some not, but feel free to come to comment.
Yeah, just thank you for the remarks, and I just want to react to one of the questions which was directly related to science and research. And how does that fit with the industrial structure of Europe and so on? Let's say the reasoning is rather simple. If we agree that there is we are lagging behind the major structural changes in Europe, we are still stick into old other bracket industries. Then, if you want to make that structural change happen towards sectors or industries which are more science-oriented, and there are many of those which are with high growth, like in the health sectors, energy, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth. Then there is a prerequisite. We need a stronger and high-quality research institutions which are able to develop both the skills and the research and the innovation needed to attract the relevant actors which will allow us to deal with this structural change. Otherwise, we may basically be unable to make that move towards, let's say, more those, let's say, the move towards the green and digital transitions.
Thank you. Thanks. Grazie. Did you want to raise or come up to any of the points?
Well, I don't have much else to say, really, other than, yes, I definitely agree with Dario that actually the labor market, and with the Cyprian, that the labor market should be part of the industrial policy, and we should come into the discussion. And also, I'm very pleased about what Riccardo said about the implementation issue, because if we think about the way it went, the Brexit went in Wales, I have the feeling that actually, I mean, they received lots of funds from Europe, and the vote was the only region that voted against remaining. It didn't make sense. And I think what you say, it makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks, grazie. Cyprian, did you want to come back to any of the points?
Yes, I will try. Again, very good commentary about the presentation, Dario. I think it's true that we need to accompany also industrial policy with conditionalities about good jobs. Actually, economists tended to be very wary about conditionalities because Timbergen's rules, etc. But there was an evolution in the recent year. We are much more lenient toward conditionalities. If you look at IRA, there are conditionalities everywhere, especially about unionizations and good working conditions. And it seems like we will have a lot of experiments to look at in the future to see what happened with these policies. The second thing is that also I insist on the need to find new institutions in the labor markets, because, for example, if you look at unemployment insurance schemes that we have in Europe, they were created in the time where we are all much poorer, and also where most of us low skill. So they tend to insure against most of the time spent in unemployment. But if you look now at what is the cost of job loss in the labor market today and not 50 years in the past, the cost of job loss comes from not just time in unemployment, but other things, and we need to think about this. And that's why I talk about wage insurance, etc., to kind of find new ideas to complete these institutions. And when you look, for example, at the trade adjustment assistance that exist in the US to help workers that have been impacted by commercial agreements, they have a kind of wage insurance schemes for senior workers. That was quite well. There was a paper that was been published in 2024, actually, that find that it's even self-financing, because people are impacted by the wage insurance, but also they find new jobs much more quickly because they are sure that they will find a similar wage in their next job. So it might even be a good solution for public finance. So why not?
Thank you, Cyprian. That's very useful also towards implementation side. Riccardo, do you want to say a few words?
Very quickly, just to respond to clarify what Antonello asked on the delays. This has to do with projects implemented under cohesion policy. So 2014, 2020, because they all need to be finished. If you were looking at current data on the recovery plan, for example, you'd see you have a huge selection because the government has been pushing first the projects that they can handle, and then we have all the problems coming in a few years. So this is a sort of prediction exercise where you look at the past and you try to see what type of programs are green and digital. So at the time looked like the one implemented under the Next Generation EU to predict future delays. And I think we highlighted a number of problems that then have actually materialized with the implementation of the recovery plan. But one point I would like to make on labor market policies. The reason why we discuss a lot less about labor market policies is because politicians don't like very much labor market policies. Politicians demand infrastructural policies. They want to build bridges. They want to connect Calabria with Sicily. That's what politicians want, because it gives short-term political returns. It gives ribbon-cutting opportunities. And it allows you to use public procurement as a way to facilitate your electoral consensus. Labor market policies deliver impact in the long run, are very difficult also to implement. It's more difficult to have a blueprint on how to do a good labor market policy, in particular when we are dealing with completely new challenges about which policymakers know very little. So I think that's it goes even before the problem of an implementation challenge when dealing with labor market policies. There is really a very strong resistance, and the same applies. I mean, it's well known to innovation policies. No, politicians don't like this type of policies, do not want to put resources on these policies, and maybe that's part of the explanation for the reason why we are in the situation in which we are.
In the current situation, right? So I guess the final couple of points, probably to boil down the lessons of the day. I think thinking out of the box would mean at least trying to coordinate these kind of policies, not to have an idea of what are the economic effects of each one, and trying to put something together, probably along the lines that also Ranilde was making. So just a quick point. I would like to thank all the panelists. So I'm really glad that we had this conversation. Thanks, Frederic. And the venture continues tomorrow, this time in Lewis, probably with a better meat. and you're very welcome to come. I'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the Viale Romania campus. So in Aula Toti. And the idea was to present the report on a new industrial policy. So we wrap up all the discussion tomorrow. Thanks for the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank Chiara, Patrick.
Thanks, Patrick. Pity you're not here.
Next time.
Next time.
Yes.
Thanks,
Sì,
Piano.
ora li passiamo poi glieli ricordo per il presidente.
Grazie, Riccardo. Musica.
Hai fatto un bel lavoro anche di coordinamento.
Le cose giuste che io devo improvvisare.
Your hotel is over there. The big road is yeah, I mean, you have, if we now get up from Argentina and right, and then left the road. The big road where all the buses cross.
Dario, li sentiamo questi online, non abbiamo... Thank you very much to all the attendants online. See you tomorrow.